All right, guys, what's up? How you guys doing, man? What's going on? All right. Okay, let me play this countdown, guys. All right. All right, guys. Good night. Good night. Good night. What's going on? What's going on, guys? What's going on? How you guys doing tonight? I hope everyone is actually doing beautiful tonight. I hope everyone have a beautiful, wonderful week. Shout out to each and every one. Shout out to Nasa the Goat. Shout out to Buji Pepper. Hey, Buji Pepper, how you doing? Thank you for being here. What's going on? All right, guys. As you all know, man, you guys see the topic, man. You guys see the topic, and tonight gonna be a open panel because I need to hear more opinions about. That's good, sis. Yes, I need to hear more opinions about prepping and yes, we could prep, but the prepping, I want to know, I want to hear more opinion of, sometimes there's disaster. There's some type of disaster that pass through, that take away house, wash away houses, wash away the whole village. I mean, if we're thinking about disaster, we got to think real deep and we got to get our mind prepared for the depth of anything possible. You see, so we can't pick out which one to suit ourselves. We got to look into it as, man, you just never know what could happen. But what if the worst happened? What if there's a disaster, there's tsunami pass through, there's hurricane, there's tornado pass through and just rip everything apart, which it happened. We've seen it many times. We heard about it many times. I'm watching videos where we actually seeing houses, the water pulling away houses. So in cases like this, man, what will a person do? What will a person think if you get up in the morning and there's a storm and you got to evacuate without able to grab a searchlight, without able to grab a matches, without able to grab a blanket? You just got to run to save yourself. And in most cases like these, sometimes it don't happen to one person. Sometimes what it do, it happen to neighborhoods. So it's not like you could say, okay, it's not like you can say, okay, I'm gonna run by my neighbor this so and ask for a blanket because maybe your neighbor don't have a blanket either. Because the damage that has done has devastated everyone. So now the blanket, you have no access to the blanket, you have no access to the matches, you have no access to anything. And this is what's going on in this neighborhood, the whole neighborhood. Now, what instead of you get into the panic mood, instead of you get into the panic mood where you scared and you, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. You got to get into that survival mode. You got to with that survival mode kick in. All right, okay. All right, the link is in the chat, Boozy. All right. Yes, we want to know what we gonna do. So, yes, I really would like some opinion, because the more opinion we get, the more everyone could learn. Because sometimes I might come up with an idea, someone else come up with an idea, and just like that, we able to put something together. Hey, Buji Pepper, what's up? What
Okay.
you doing?
Hey, I wasn't sure.
All
Okay,
right.
I'm here. Hey, Planter, good night.
Good night. What's going
You
on?
know this my subject.
Yes, yes.
I thought the reason why I started um with the prepper is I thought about what happened in where was that, where the water flooded and they had to stay in the stadium where
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Miss Linda is at over
Right,
there.
right.
And I always often think, like, how can, like you're saying, how can you prepare for something, that devastating? But what some preppers do is they prep off site. They
Mm.
put some stuff in a storage place.
Okay.
Or if you have family too that may not be in like those hurricane areas and stuff like that, that you can leave, some stuff that there. But those are some of the things some preppers do. They excuse me, they prep off site.
Well, that's a good point, and this is the thing. This is why I'm trying to get more opinion instead of
Mm-hmm.
just one, because you have a valid point. Pref offsite, and
Mm-hmm.
also by family members. Family members might
Mm-hmm.
live in with you. They might live
Mm-hmm.
somewhere else, but in that
Mm-hmm.
case, you have something over there you could turn to. That's
Right.
wonderful. That's
Mm-hmm.
and that's a good idea, and that's something to add to the list, which is very important. Taking
Mm-hmm.
prepping offsite and
Mm-hmm.
family member. Great point. Great
Yeah,
point.
they say that saying, they say don't put all your eggs in one
One
basket.
basket, right?
Yeah, so you don't want all your preps where you are, just in case, like how you say, you got to get up and move. And that's another reason why too they talk about the bag, the emergency bag,
Right.
put the stuff that you feel that would be most important for you to have in case you have to get up and go. That way too, you won't have to think about what I need. It's already in the bag for you to just pick up and go at a moment's notice. So that's another thing that they stress too, to have that emergency bag.
And you know what? That's I do believe everyone should have an emergency bag pack.
Mm-hmm.
Whether in your car, maybe you should have one in your car and even one in your house. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
saying, because sometimes situation occur where you only could show yourself out the house, not even try to grab anything. You see,
Mm-hmm.
because some people, right? Some people wake up, see the house moving in the water, the house
Mm-hmm.
washing them while they're in the house, wake up seeing that. So the only thing you could do maybe is jump so you can't grab for anything.
Right.
So, like you say, half sight, and maybe if you have a car, maybe
Yeah.
you could leave something inside the car too. Great point.
Where they have you hear some people talk about a get home bag. for the car. That meaning that if something happened when you're away from home, you have stuff to, help you get home. But
Make
having something, yeah, but I mean those things, ooh, you really, I always say, with prepping, I hope nothing don't ever happen because it's not just that you don't have anything, the mentality. Hey Fifi,
hey,
the
what's up?
whole mind thing that you're gonna go through with these things is gonna be, real devastating.
You know, it never happened to me, and I wouldn't like it to happen to me.
Me
I wouldn't
either.
like it to happen to anyone. But you know what? People facing it. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
is
they
that
are.
happening
They
to
are.
people? You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So could you imagine if we don't even wanna think about it, if we don't even want
Mhm.
it pass
Mhm.
our way, could you imagine the people who facing this and lose
I
everything?
can't. I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't even imagine.
You know, I was watching a video today. I think it was in China, one of them place,
Mhm.
and there was a tsunami, right? The
Mhm.
thing wash out, it pulling houses down, it pulling houses, business,
Mhm.
everything going down. You,
Mhm.
you know what I mean? That could be really devastated, and even you survive from
Right.
something like that, even you survive,
Exactly.
you still got to start from zero.
Mhm.
And how prepared you could be
I
and
don't think
ready.
you could. I don't think you could be. I don't care. I don't claim to be prepared. All the stuff that I have, well, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to help me, but I'd rather have it
I agree.
and not need it than to need it and not have it.
I agree with that.
So you really can't sit here and I know I can't. I know I won't because I think I would do myself an injustice to try to pretend like I'm ready for anything or everything when I don't even know. The things I might be preparing for might not even happen. Something totally different,
Right.
may happen that I may not have, prepared for. So, I don't choose to have that overconfidence, to say I'm ready for whatever. The only thing I would say that I'm ready for is if we couldn't go to the store for maybe 6 months or something, then I'll be okay.
Got you. Got you. You see, and that's a different level because it's two level. We more prepare for not going to the store. If there's no
Hmm.
electricity, we still could light some fire. We still could
Right,
we
right,
still could live.
right,
But on that other level where everything wash away from, because you still have your home. You ain't got
right,
no, you can't go to the store, but you still have your home you could go into and wrap up in the
right.
blanket if there's winter and sleep. But in disaster, when stuff wash away, and
Hmm.
without help, that is hard to recover from.
Yeah. Now those some places, if you live in an area that's prone to storms and stuff like that, I think they should prepare for those in case their homes get. I think those people should prepare for that. Preparation too is according to where you live also. So people living in a prone weather, bad weather type of thing should prepare for maybe losing their home.
Yes.
That would be something to do, like the neighboring city or town or, like having money to be able to go to a hotel or something. Because a lot of times when these things happen, people start price gouging. And that makes it hard for you to try to, you know, get some kind of normalcy, going too. Because when you sit and you're trying to get some water and they charging $50 for a 24 case bottle of water, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
They
That
they
is
start
true.
taking advantage of people in a bad, situation, which is not good. They shouldn't do stuff like that. This is the time where we suppose should be they should be giving that water away for free.
I agree.
First of all, don't businesses have tax write-offs?
Exactly. Exactly. I do think you're right. I think they should be giving them away. If you can, you should be trying to help more than taking advantage
Mm-hmm.
of people in vulnerable times like that.
Yeah.
You see?
So, it's a shame, that the stores and stuff do that.
And you know what? The only way I know it's not an easy how to recover, but you got to recover.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Because you can't just
Yeah.
sit down and panic and you know what I mean? You got to recover,
Yeah.
especially have your family. So you might have there's some kind of survival skill inside you might have to get activated where you got to figure out how am I gonna create a roof over our head.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
You gotta when you talking about things, like things is always gonna be there, but your mentality, that's what's gonna be the biggest thing. Like you saying, not panicking, not but you don't even know. You can't really say how you're gonna respond to something that
That's
never
true.
happened to you.
That's
But
true.
I think the biggest thing is going to be the mentality, how you responding, mentally to what's going on.
Yes, you have a point. You have a point. Because you just never know, man. I mean, I mean to wake up and lose everything you have and then sit down there and watch it and then but you know what's sad? When I look at what happened today, right? It didn't happen today, but I was looking at the video, right? And like the areas where everybody was living, the water was just pulling away everybody house, everybody home. So your
Hmm.
neighbors who you could have run to and say, can you give me some matches? They don't have a matches either. So that if you don't get help, say for instance, maybe the government didn't come in and help.
This is where we as human beings have to know that that's what we're here for. We're here to help your neighbors or whatever in these times um, of need. I mean, we can't. I mean, the government has shown us that we can't rely on them. And then you got to think about, they have a saying, "You are your first responder." The people that's right there are the first responders. They are the first responders. That people, maybe in the neighboring cities or whatever, those are the next, first responders. Because y'all have to remember, the first responders, their homes and stuff might have been hit too. What
That's
if
it.
their home, then they gotta, save their family and get their family to safety or whatever the case may be. I think sometimes we forget that those people have family too,
I,
and they have to save their families also.
yes, I agree with that. You see, and this is where, this is why, people got to start to come together more as community. You
Mm-hmm.
see, because this is where now, because in times like these, you have nobody to turn to. Say, for instance, like you say, the first responder have their family to take care of first, and the
Mm-hmm.
people around where they live in. You might be
Mm-hmm.
living in an
Yeah.
area where no one is close to you to help you. You see, so you got to take that up on your own self now.
Yeah.
So this
Mm-hmm.
is why
Mm-hmm.
community is so important.
Yeah.
You have a
Mm-hmm.
point. Yes, you're right. Hey, Food Forest. Hey, Lassus Johnny, how you all doing?
Hello, Earthlane. Hey, beautiful.
Yes. This is why, Buji, I don't want to have this topic by myself. You see what I'm saying? Because I might have
Mhm.
my own ideas, and then
Mhm.
so you hit giving some good point as well. And the honest truth is, these topics should be discussed, especially the time we're into today, where
Mhm.
things just happening anywhere, places
Yeah,
where,
yeah, like nobody is an exception anymore. Yeah.
right,
Like, you know, those that only happen over there.
yes,
It can happen anywhere now.
there's places where was desert, where there was no water showing up there now. I mean,
Hmm.
you see what I'm saying? So you can't say, oh, it's gonna happen over there and it ain't gonna happen here. And
But
you know,
yeah, but people are still like that because you have the people that say, "Oh, people are always saying something going to happen and it don't never happen." So
that's true.
you got that. But yeah, we have the discussions, but we also have to remember that everybody has a different way of what safety means to them and what they're going to do for their safety. So we need to respect the differences there, because there's some things that people talk about that I don't plan on doing, but I don't tell them not to do it. I like
Right.
to meet people where they are as a prepper. Whatever you choose to do, I'm all in for you to do it and make sure that you have everything to do it to the best of your ability.
And I agree with you. That's why I don't want to do this topic by myself. I need more opinions. You see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
your opinion could work perfect for someone.
Right,
My opinion could work perfect for someone because
right.
everyone's situation is
It's
different.
different.
You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? And you're right, we got to respect other people way of how they decide to do their thing,
Hmm.
how they decide to prepare. I understand that because we
Or
all,
unless when you if you try something and you could say, well, I tried that, that way and it didn't really quite work out, give an opinion like that. But if you never tried it before, how it's not gonna work just because it don't sound good to you.
well, that's true. That's true. That's true. You're right, and that is true. That's why topic like this got to be open discussion. Can't be just one person opinion. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you get ideas too
Yes.
when you talk to other people. You get ideas and you might find out something to do that you didn't think about doing before, or it didn't. It's so much to do. Um, so you really won't have everything.
Right.
It's so much to prepare for, and you don't spend every hour of the day, prepping. You still do your regular stuff, and so sometimes you might fall off, with doing things and have to get back on track. But yeah, so you try to make it a lifestyle so that it don't. You hear a lot of people say they get tired and frustrated, with prepping, but you try to make it like a lifestyle, not I must, type of thing, so you don't get into that. And know when to back off. Sometimes we need to back off of things for a little bit and come back to it with a fresh mind and a fresh look.
That is true. That is true. You see, like for instance, when I look at the situation, like for instance, like we know I was talking about, like if there's no electricity and there's no water, at least you're still able to survive. So in that form, I know I can survive.
Mm-hmm.
You see, because I go in the bush and I pull my wood and I catch my fire, same way,
Mm-hmm.
But so at the end of the day, I know I might be able to make it in that form. In the
Right.
other form, losing everything, especially in the winter. That's another thing. In the winter, I wouldn't wish that on I wouldn't wish that on no one.
Well, you still got your life, so you didn't lose everything.
Yeah, well, that's true. But to not have water, some clothes to warm you up in the winter, I mean, that could be terrifying if, like, for instance, with me, if that's the case, I'll go to some bushes and I pull a heap of bush together. And that's gonna be my
Mhm.
warming zone. You see what I'm saying?
You need
Like
to come up here, Irvin. Come on up, Irvin.
I mean, the link is in the chat if anyone want to come up, because this is a topic I would like to hear as much opinion possible. But we into where we really going into. Yes, we already know about the electricity gone. We already know what we
Hmm.
got to do with that. Where we really digging at is waking up and lose everything, and then you got to start from scratch. You know what I mean? Could you
I mean, but if
imagine
that,
someone?
because you have different, like I said earlier, people prep for different things. So
Right.
if you think that, or if you don't want to wake up and everything is gone, then you have to prep off site, away from your home, so that if that happens, you somewhere else you have your bank account information, your a copy of everything, all your important papers, driver's license, birth certificate, passports, all of that stuff you would have to keep off site, so that at least you have those basic informations where you can start to do stuff, or even may like go to the bank. You have your information where you could show the people at the bank who you are, so that you could get funds to to get yourself some things and stuff like that. So I think that are we going to take the chip? I'm not chipping myself. Mm-mm.
Let me see.
I would keep
Hey,
all
City
of that.
Texas Garden, hey, Urban Gardening. How you guys
Hey,
doing?
CC.
If anyone feel like coming up and share their view on this topic, let's make it happen. Let me see.
Yeah, I
How
think
we
the best. It's
insulate
like
the food?
whatever you
That's
think
the real
of,
question.
whatever emergency that you come up with, then that's you know how you need to prepare. If you're concerned about losing everything, I say don't worry about things. You could always get those things back. I know at that moment it's gonna seem really bad, but if you still here, that's a good thing.
Right, you are right.
You
You
just
are
you,
right. But
yeah.
we got to start from somewhere. And
Yeah, so I think
what I'm
having
really,
having your important papers off site, so that you could at least say who you are, have proof of who you are, so you can start all over again, I think is real important.
okay. Food Forest here. During crazy time, move 20 feet and look around. Stay away from lines up and down. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But Butcher Pepper, not me. But that's coming fast.
And that's another reason, if you feel that they're gonna come and try to chip people where you won't be able to, they say buy or sell. If you don't have the chip, then you have to prepare yourself where you can provide for yourself.
But you see, like Food Forest now say, right? Stay hidden as much as you can. You see, in times like these, you really got no, because you always have community people who gonna walk around and willing to help, and there's always gonna be mischievous people who looking for whatever. So in times like these, it could be very devastating. I mean, even though you don't have nothing, you have life. And once that survival skill kick in, who knows? You might be able to put things together and able to start over. But you also got to be prepared for people, just like we. Civilian,
Hmm.
you see?
Yeah, when it
Hey,
when it
Urban,
when
how you
it
doing?
I'm
hey
good. How are
Urban.
you?
What's going on?
When it comes to people, I don't they be having the conversations. My thing is I'm hoping because this ain't the movies, okay? I don't get into that shoot 'em up because ain't nobody gonna be there to go cut and everybody get up, okay?
Mhm.
So have some reality in that conversation when you talking about, defending yourself, where I'm not telling people not to defend themselves, but that is not going to be a good thing. For you to think that you're going to be doing all of this AK corral stuff and nobody's not going to get hurt. Like I said, it's not a movie, and no way nobody going to say cut and everybody get back up. So I'm hoping that it's more people that will have a level head to take care of the
Right,
foolishness in
right.
a manner where people are not getting hurt, just them.
That's a good one too, yes.
Because everybody wants their family and stuff safe. So I'm hoping, that people know that and, not be running around acting a fool. So willfully, it won't. I'm hoping it don't come down to that because the outcome may not. Bullets don't got no name on them.
Exactly.
Yep. So what's going on, Urban?
Nothing. Just trying to get myself prepared. It's getting cold. You're talking about cold. It's cold over here. I had to put on the flannel, get myself warm up. It's
Oh
freezing.
wow. Are you
But
serious? Oh yeah, you in
I'm getting
Canada.
myself
Yeah.
together because you don't know what's gonna happen. And if it happens in the winter, as you
Mm-hmm.
said, I'm not scrambling and fighting to go line up and get stuff. No.
Mm-mm.
Whatever I have here is what's gonna get used first, and then I'll go. As time calms down to go pursue things outside. I
Okay.
want to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that I have what I need in my house for the first, several days while all the
Mm-hmm.
mayhem is going on. And when people calm down, that's when I'll go out and go do what I gotta do.
It makes sense.
I've seen
'Cause-
the people at the stores them behaving badly and fighting over stuff. I
You
don't want
don't
to
you
experience
don't
that
know
ever again in
you
my
don't
life.
want to be involved with that.
No, I
It's
don't want to
that's
be in that.
no. Mm-mm.
But not seen that before. I seen two ladies fighting for a gallon bottle of water in BJ's one time.
And guess how long that gallon of water gonna last? They fighting
Right.
for it.
But but you see, this is how things could get in times like these, real desperate. 1 gallon of water, two ladies talking down 41 gallon of water.
Yeah,
You,
I've seen that. And then everyone wants to be right. Everyone wants to be, it's not fair. And maybe it wasn't fair, but it's not worth your life over a gallon of water. That's for sure.
Mm-mm.
And toilet
Mm-mm.
paper. So you can have it.
yep. But all listen, you only we all talk about prepping, right? But you only
Mm-hmm.
could prep to a certain extent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You cannot prep that you have everything. You know what I'm saying? But however you can, you do it however you can and how it works for you. You see,
Mm-hmm.
I personally would not tell people to go out there and spend all your money and buy generator and buy all this type of stuff to store in case an emergency. Because sometimes you got to leave the generator right there. So if you can, so be it. But I wouldn't pressure people or make sure you have a generator because we could prep a certain way and then we got to leave everything behind and just go
Mm-hmm.
forward. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean,
but
that's a possibility where that might happen. You got all your preps and everything, and whatever you decide it's time for you to leave your home, and you got to leave. You only could take, a certain amount of stuff and leave. That can happen. Also, you did all that prepping, and now you got to leave some of it behind because your home is not livable anymore.
right. So the the only thing I could say when come and prepping, everyone got to reach the understanding for the self and see, you know what, I need to do this, I need to do that. Because me, I know the level I will prep. You see what I'm saying? But
Hmm.
that doesn't mean somebody will prep the way I will. This is why I want opinion. Other
That's
people
why
opinion.
you meet people where they are, because we all are in different places. It's not, that doesn't mean it's better, one is better than the other. We all just we in different places.
Right. That's why opinion.
Last week we leaving with our generator.
All right. Okay. Let me see.
I
Uh,
got what, how many, 1, 2, 3 kids. Each one of them gonna have one. Yeah, they each gonna have one in their hand.
Exactly.
Mm.
Can't
if I
survive without
just
some kind
start
of power for
scrolling
your
it today,
devices. So
when my escape road X3
I
came.
have bags for mine so they could put it on their shoulder.
Well,
It
uh,
won't take, they won't have to hold it in their hand. They could throw it on their shoulder with everything else.
okay, Food Forest giving an explanation on the screen there. So these are things we might have, you know, we might have to
See,
look.
that stuff right there, I'm not doing. I don't even know what that is all about. I'm not even doing none of that. That is crazy.
Not really, you know.
I mean, I ain't doing none of
I
that.
told you
But
girls are putting
I
on hammer and
understand you
nail.
ain't
I'm
doing
not
it.
doing, no.
I understand you not doing
That's
it.
like you talking Mad Max right there, right now. That's Mad Max. Willfully we do. I don't even want to be around. If it get to that point, I don't even want to be here. That's just
Okay, all right.
it's not even worth it. What is the point if you got to do all of that? What is the point of being here if you got to do all of that? I don't even want to be here.
Well, it might give you a start again. Who knows? You might be able to recover in
Well,
that
I
form.
mean, for those who want to do it, but I don't.
I couldn't
I don't
even
I
want
dig a hole to
understand.
plant a tree. I can't. I can't dig a hole. I tried. If that soil is rough, the hole ain't going nowhere. So I
And you
tried
see,
to hammer a nail. It didn't even
and you
happen.
see, this is
It's
why
telling us already.
this is
That piece of
why
paper, you have to be fit. You have to be fit for that.
the topic really need to be mentioned. You see, because everybody
hmm
different opinion. Yeah, because
hmm
some people feel that way too. They're not going through that. Just like Booty says, she rather just
I'd rather not be here. I
right.
mean,
You see what I'm
people
saying?
said the
You
time will
cannot do
come.
more than what you can do. If you're not physically fit, you haven't been digging hole all this time. You're gonna go dig hole now at the end when your life is on the line. You don't have. It doesn't make no sense. It's not that it doesn't make sense to do it,
Mm-mm.
but if you know you're not physically fit, I know I can't be doing that. It's
Okay.
not gonna
Fifi,
happen.
I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it.
You
I'm
know,
not going to live in
right
nobody
now,
hole nowhere. I'm not doing it. That's too
If you're
much.
depending
That's
on me
too
to
much.
dig a hole, we're all in
That's
trouble.
too
That's all I
much.
gotta
oh,
say. We're
Shams,
all in trouble.
well, you see,
Okay.
this is it. You guys having backup here. Some life from Scott say, I'm not doing that either. So, I
I
mean,
I can't
there's
even dig in
like
my
I
own
draw the
backyard. The soil
line.
is so tough. I can't
I
even dig a
there's
hole
like
here.
Okay, I draw the line at what survival, what you're gonna have to do to survive. Like sometimes they get into the conversation of what is it, cannibalism? I draw the line at that. I draw the line. I do not want to be here to be doing all of that.
yeah,
That
that part, the
you're
kind
surviving another day to do what? Eat somebody else? What kind of life is that?
that
No,
part, the kind of,
no.
you see the digging? I might do the digging. Yeah, definitely to
But
survive.
digging
But
to go
I'm not
where?
sure about,
Where are we digging to?
That's what I'm saying. That's what
Where are we
I'm
digging to
saying.
plant
To
her?
survive,
well,
you're gonna live in a hole. What kind of life is that? I
No, you
mean,
better
let me
find me
go
a
that's
back.
not
house.
life to me.
I'll
Mm-mm.
build a structure. I'll go have a tent, but that is just I know I can't do
That's
it.
what I say. I'd rather go
I'll
find a
hide in a
structure
rocky.
and be in the
Yeah,
structure. I mean, if it's that bad, then I don't even want to be here.
Right.
That's not life. If it's that bad, I'd
Well,
rather be gone.
I understand, and you have all rights to your opinion. If you feel
hmm
like, man, I know I ain't gonna do all this to, I understand. But then me, I will try to dig the
Mhm.
hole to see if I can live another day. But
I will go find the cave that's already in existence. I'm not digging. Yeah,
Yes,
I'll go
I'd
find
rather
the
do
animals,
that.
find the,
Yes,
find a
I'd
hole.
rather do that. But dig one? Oh no.
you see,
No, with what
I
shovel?
can
Who's gonna
hide
have shovel in
behind
time then?
trees. I'd
Oh
hit the
man.
trees.
CP said for safety and warmth to be warm, Urban.
Yeah, but I'll
Human,
have to stay in my tent. I'm not digging a hole. That's what I'm saying. By the time I go dig the hole, I'm gonna be in more trouble than if I just go find some place to go hide. Then I'm gonna be huffing and puffing and have no energy to do nothing else. It don't make no sense. If you're already about that life, it makes sense. But don't tell somebody who's sitting in a chair for 8 to 10 hours doing office work to go start to go dig hole. That's what I'm
right?
saying. It don't
Well,
make no
I
sense.
understand. I understand. Wait,
Mm.
I surely understand. I'll be vegan when it's time. That's the only one I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
me
know
and you
what
both,
I said. I
Fifi.
might gotta
I
stay
most
hungry and
definitely will be vegan. That's
Yeah.
not healthy for you anyway. You're gonna get sick anyway.
I might
You,
rather eat the bushes. You know them
you
bushes.
gotta, you
I'll be
you
plant-based,
gotta
but not
think
vegan. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
I'll
some
be eating eggs, I'll be
caveman.
eating whatever I can find.
That's caveman thought when you talking about eating other people. Like I got duly noted. That's what I think.
Doesn't that carry disease though? Doesn't that carry disease? Cannibalism is
Yes,
a disease.
it
So it's
does.
like,
Safety
what's the
and
point?
warm. Okay.
You know, when people start talking like that, you need to write their name down. Duly noted. What?
Make sure you don't die first around those people because you don't know what's gonna happen to you. You're gonna be jerk fried and fricasseed.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, Fifi, what's up?
Hey, Fifi.
I had to come up. I was gonna just lay in my bed,
One
but I had to
second.
come up.
Well, at least we know if we together with Fifi, Fifi gonna dig. She gonna make sure we dig a hole.
Listen, I'm just saying, everybody's gonna do what they have to do, and I feel like because of people's mindset, number one, because of their experience, because of their ability, things are
Mhm.
gonna go the way they choose to do it. For me, I would not, I'm going down fighting. If I have to dig a hole, I'll dig a hole. And there are people that are going to agree with that. There are people who are not going to agree with that because they're not
Mhm.
about that. And that's quite okay. But at least we're having this conversation to, invoke, thinking from people to see which
Mhm.
direction they're going to go when certain things happen. Because at the end of the day, anything can happen. You can
Yep, it sure can.
prepared enough because we don't know what would happen, whether it's a
Nope.
natural disaster. We're probably going to have looting. We're going to have, like Planta said earlier, people that are just going to come out and be destructive because
Mhm.
the situation arise and they're just ruthless and they're just going to do whatever because that's their nature, that's their mindset. But at the end of
Mhm.
the day, for me, if I want to survive and I want to make sure my family stays safe, I am going to try the best as I can. And that's why I
Mhm.
incorporate all these things in my lifestyle. I go into the woods. I learn about, different things that I
Yeah.
can. Once you
Yep,
get
that
out
you
there,
can do to help yourself.
yeah,
Mhm.
you get out there and the thoughts just come. You get this energy and things come to you. And what if you might see a tree and a tree grow in a certain way and you'll be like, oh, wow, that looks like a good shelter just in case. Like you just
Mhm.
never know. You
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying? So everybody's going to do what they have to do for their situation. And Planta, I really applaud you for bringing up this conversation and allowing us to come up here and discuss it with whatever, our mindset is, our opinions that we can each share because Urban may have a situation like somebody else who's watching and whatever she says, they might be like, yeah, I agree with Urban. And that's quite okay too. Same with Bougie Prepper, same with me, same with Planta. And that's quite okay. These are the conversations that we need to have. To each his own. And
Yep.
if and when the time
Yep.
comes, we in our own natural state, we would realize, okay, I need to do this. You might say this now, and
Mhm.
something might change when it happens. Who knows?
So no, I'm not
But at
eating no
least
people.
we're
That's
having
not gonna
this
change.
conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not changing. I ain't eating people.
Urban
We
airplane.
ain't frying booty and thigh, leg and thigh. We're not
No,
doing that.
we ain't doing that part. I'm not doing because I'm already thinking if something were to happen and I can't, raise chickens or I can't have eggs anymore, turkeys.
Mhm.
I'm fine
Mhm.
with beans and greens. It's food.
Yep.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
survival. I'm
Mhm.
totally fine with that. I'm not eating no grubs. I'm not doing all that stuff. That's just
Yeah,
too much.
right. And
Especially
how
with
is
volume.
humanity supposed to go on if we eating each other? That that makes no sense.
Right.
How we
Exactly.
supposed to go on? That
I
makes
guess we
no
just eat the
sense.
old people. We just eat the old people.
Mm-mm. Out of order. No.
Right.
I'd
And I
rather
mean,
find a place to stay. Like I'm looking at people's sheds or even in the garage if the house is not livable. Somewhere where I can just go and close the door and I have
Mm-hmm.
a place to just to sleep and be safe during the nighttime. I'm not
that's
here to
Mm-hmm.
to be building a hole in the ground and a mud pit. Like no. I need
true,
a
but
shovel, I need manpower, I need energy, I need strength to go and do that. So let me go find a shed or a garage or even a car or a van or something where I can
Mm-hmm.
stay
Mm-hmm.
in and
Mm-hmm.
have some protection until I find a better plan.
in the
Right.
case
Right.
of something like a natural disaster, like a tornado, if there's no buildings around and you feel like it's not safe and you can't travel, you can't move around to find safety. Let's say I'm not talking about a hole now. Let's say there's a tree and the trunk is thick enough, it's big enough, and there's a safe haven in that tree trunk. Would you stay in there?
No. I
No.
need no. No. I
So
gotta go find a structure, a building. I gotta find a way to travel. I'd rather do those things first.
Yep.
Find
right,
somewhere to
Find the
travel,
basement
somewhere to
that's still,
go.
foundation of a building.
Mm-mm.
If the roof is gone, then I can stay in the main level or the basement. I'll stay near the door in case it collapses. I'm not in the middle of the building. I'll do
right,
something like that. Or
right.
I'll find a RV and a hot wire or something, but I'm not gonna
Listen,
just stay in a hole I don't even like bugs. Why am I sitting in a tree with ants and
Exact
termites and bugs?
that
I'm
part,
scared
listen.
of the
Urban.
damn squirrels that
That
I hate
part.
so much. I'm
See,
gonna be
that's
living
what
with
I'm
them in the
saying.
tree.
And then it's
That's what I'm
according to who all is with you too. It's not just you need to be going up in that tree. But, if you got family members and stuff, is everybody trying to get up in that tree?
I think so. We all fight to be in that one little tree.
Well, I mean, it probably won't be one tree, but I
Yeah,
mean, something's got
spread
to
out.
happen. Some type of,
Mm-hmm.
and some of us we're going to have to stay up and keep watch while the
Yep.
others.
Yep.
Yep.
All that,
Yep.
all they put all
Yep.
that
All
into
that
place
stuff.
too.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, and I've seen it happen. I've heard about it a lot, and I mean, people are ruthless. And when nighttime come, they have their plan and they're moving, and
Yep.
they're moving
Mhm.
in
Yeah,
groups.
that's like like
Happen.
Urban said, you got to make sure you could get in somewhere before nightfall, so that
Right,
at least you barricade yourself up. Like
Yeah.
she said, if the top is open, you go down to the bottom or something. But you
right.
gotta. I'd rather find something like that than
And then
I
just
can't
keep it
do it.
moving in the
I'm
daytime.
just honest. I can't. I don't know enough, and I'm not comfortable enough to be in the woods. So I'm not gonna do the
And
woods. I'm
and
not
that's
doing it.
and that's fine. Another thing
Hmm.
is in a situation, you might have people that are comfortable with the woods,
Hmm.
and they
And
might
if
say,
they know, yeah,
"Let's go." If they
okay, then
know,
that's
I think you would be more open to that if people are there with you and they're like, "Okay, let's go." And you're like, "I'm scared of bugs. I'm scared of this." No, you'll be fine. You have us. So I
no. You
think,
can't say no. I'm gonna be fine. How am I gonna be fine?
what
Do
would
you
you go
know?
if
Do
you
you
have
know
that?
what to do with their ticks and this and that? And you got to give me some explanation. I ain't just going willy nilly up in no woods without nobody
And
knowing
that's something.
exactly what to do.
Yeah, with saying that, that's something to think about. Because imagine you find a tick on your body, like what you're gonna do with all the Lyme disease and all the sicknesses.
Exactly.
You have to also
That's
think
the
about
stuff
that
that
too.
I'm concerned about. Going up in the woods like that.
Right.
And
Right.
snakes and all of
Yep.
that stuff. You
Yep.
got to know about all that, how
Yeah.
to take care of all of that stuff.
Right. Right. I agree. But I mean, this is all great conversations,
Hmm.
and it makes us think. It really makes us think, because I could be like, okay, I'm fine with the woods, but I know them bugs are going to get me and I won't be comfortable out there while I'm trying to keep watch or while I'm trying to sleep and all of that stuff. So it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I
definitely a
mean,
lot.
it's a lot. If I have to go through the woods to get to
Right.
somewhere else, that's different. But to have to stay there,
Right.
that's a whole different. But I mean, I think we need to be truthful with ourselves as to far as what we can handle. You know,
Yeah, we do. Cause
I'm not going to sit up to jump up and say, "Oh yeah, I do this, I'll do that," and
Right.
well, like
I
you
mean,
said, we can't say what we won't do. But I'm hoping that if in case of emergency, I can, like was telling Planter earlier, it's most of it is going to be mental.
right.
I'm
Exactly.
hoping mentally I be okay mentally to make the right decisions for what I need to do for
Right.
my family.
And I can say that I'm okay with going into the woods because I'm hunting and I'm going through the woods and I know the area and stuff. But then you don't know who could be in there waiting for you to come in there. So you have to think about not me just going in there to hunt, but your safety when you're going in there. There's a
Hmm.
whole lot that I'm willing to do, but I know a lot is going to come with it too, not just what I'm telling myself, okay, I'm going to be able to do this. No, when the
Right.
situation comes, we got to be able to adjust because there's going to be a lot of adjusting to do.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. A lot, and a lot of mental adjustment too. Because like with Planter saying, you lose all yourself. That's going to be very devastated because
Yeah,
we have emotional attachment to things.
right.
So now
And
all
then,
those things is gone, and we have to be able to look at the bigger picture somehow to say, well, I'm still here. So now I gotta, a lot of people don't want to pick up and start all over. Starting all over is like a bad word. Now I got to start all over. But now it's getting past that, that I lost everything point. So now that you can pick up and start all over. So a lot of it is going to be mental.
Yes. Welcome, Life from Scratch. How you doing?
Hey, Planters, I'm doing okay.
What's
Heading
going
home
on?
off the road. Very intrigued by this conversation tonight. And I'll say good night to all your panels up there.
One night.
Good
Now,
night.
it's a lot to think about. As some of your guests were saying, we do have limitation. We have to think about that first. What can you do and what you are willing to do? But something have me thinking. I think it's Bougie Pepper is her name.
Yes.
You just mentioned about the mental side of it,
Mm-hmm.
and that caused me to think a lot. Because when you think of the term survival, what is survival and why do we want to survive?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that I think is going to set the pace for what we need to do
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
as to preparing for something. What is survival and why do we want to survive? It's very mental. I think 90% of survival is mental. And if we don't prepare ourselves mentally, we're not going to
Mm-hmm.
survive anything, period. So I think we could probably try to see where we can pick it up on the mental side because you made me think about that mental side of it. The whole thing is, to me, it's 90% mental. Because it takes a lot for us
I
to
agree.
say, leave our house and in a
Mm-hmm.
disaster or whatever and trying to
Mm-hmm.
survive in the open air.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't have that mental thinking or grasping of it, we wouldn't know what to do. We won't even know whether to dig a hole or not. So I think we can probably start with trying to figure out mentally how do we prepare ourselves mentally to survive a disaster where we have to leave our home. So if anybody has any views on that, I'm listening.
The only thing I've learned, only thing I could think of is to get emotionally detached from things.
Exactly.
I think also
For
it
me,
has,
I don't have that plan right now to be going into no woods. Is that going to be part of my preps going forward? Yes. Right now, my priority is sheltering in place. Once I have
You're
those
talking
things
about
sorted out,
mentally, Urban, mentally, getting
then
prepared mentally.
yeah, but mentally means also to me tangibly. I don't even have a tent. Where am I going? Like you have, if you're gonna go in the woods, you need to be preparing now for that
Mm-hmm.
potential
Mm-hmm.
situation.
Yep.
I have not
Mm-hmm.
prepared for that, so I have to do what I'm doing now, which is bunker in place. Once that's kind
Mm-hmm.
of stabilized, I'll be getting I'm doing the firearms. I'm going to be going hunting to learn how to hunt, doing the fishing, to get that will help with my mental, clarity. Get a tent, know how to put up a tent, know how to,
Mm-hmm.
like Virginia, put up a tarp and get a A-frame going. Those will
Mm-hmm.
take practice. So that's not even on my list right now. That's why I'm saying hell to the no. Why am I going to go do something where I haven't been practicing and I don't even know how to stay warm, how to start a fire, how to keep dry, how to keep my. I'm going to be hearing wolves and bears and not get scared. Like it's all
tell me
like
about
we're
it.
talking like yeah. This ain't no cartoon. This is real life.
True.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
we're not ready for
So
that.
so you see right there, that's the mental side of it.
Mm-hmm.
That is where you have to start. You got to start upstairs.
I would start practicing going out
Right.
camping and
Exactly.
going out there and sleeping outside. Like some people are
Right.
doing that. They sleep in their backyard in a tent. That's where you have to start to prepare yourself, get yourself ready for that life.
Right.
If you're not
Mm-hmm.
doing that,
And,
then
Yeah,
and
don't
because
act and say, "Yeah, I'm gonna go outside." No, stay inside.
Mm-hmm.
Stay inside. You're better off
see,
inside.
and I can do that because that's something I do. We do this every year. Even
Mm-hmm.
with my daughter, we sleep out in the tent in the backyard. This is something we're
You see?
already doing. So I can say that. But if reality happens, I'm going to be in a whole different mental space.
Mm-hmm.
If
Yep.
reality really happens, because this is just me doing it without having to be forced to do it.
To do
Right.
it. Yep.
So now when
So
I'm
it's still a
Mm-hmm.
forced to
mental
do it,
change.
it's going to be
Yeah.
a different mindset. And I always keep this in the back of my head. Never mind me being out in the woods and doing all of that. I'm used to that. I incorporate it into my lifestyle because I enjoy doing it. But at the same time, if a situation were to happen and I have to be forced to do it, my mindset is going to be different. I know that I'm not going to be doing the exact same thing that I'm doing when I'm not forced to do it. And so I
Right.
do understand when Life from Scratch is saying we have to be mentally prepared. So
Mhm.
as far as
Mm-hmm.
that, when the time comes, then I'll have to adjust to being forced to
Mm-hmm.
do it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. And you know,
how
Bujino make a point there, and that is a real serious point you know me there. Detaching yourself from the things you have, because that's the next thing could bug you out. No, you losing everything. So it's like you got to detach yourself from all you left behind, because that alone
Mhm.
could break you down.
Mm, yep. That alone. Yep. It could.
exactly.
It could.
Because as much as I'm
Mm-hmm.
prepping,
Take care,
right?
Howie.
As much as I'm prepping, guess what? If I have to leave everything that I'm used to and that I've prepared to
Mm-hmm.
sustain us for a couple of years, and now I no longer
Mm-hmm.
have that, what am I
Yep.
doing? What am I thinking? You know what
Mm-hmm.
I mean?
That's why I'm
Like
trying
that.
to
I
get
These
mean,
to
are
it's
the
myself
so much.
things
now and
that
like
makes it
get
mental.
rid of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting rid of stuff that I have that's I'm holding on to for no reason. I've made up my mind within the next 6 months, I'm just gonna donate. I'm getting rid of stuff because it's just holding me down, and just keep what I
Right.
need to survive, and not
Right.
all this stuff. So you have to
Mm-hmm.
start from now. You can't just
Yep.
say, "Oh, when time come, I'm gonna." No, you're not. If you haven't let go of it now, you're not gonna let go of it then. You're gonna be upset about it.
That's a valid point, Urban, because for me, I was like, okay, we have this home, we have this house, we want it to look nice, we want this, we want that, we want the other, and then we end up with a lot of clutter, unnecessary clutter.
Yep.
And for me, if I haven't used something in a year or two, it's got to go, because I gotta find place to store tents and fishing stuff and hunting stuff
Right.
and the things that I
Stuff
would
that
need,
you
because
use
life has changed and it is still changing. So about the glitz and the glam, I'm not about that. Yeah, I'm gonna be comfortable for regular life, but at the same time, I'd rather, prepare something. I'd rather be prepared for anything at whatever level. And
You
that makes sense for
don't
us
get
to
emotionally
protect
attached
ourselves.
to your preps either.
Right.
Don't get emotionally attached to your
Right.
preps either.
That's the next thing too, because adjustment is gonna come. It's gonna come. And I've seen it. Look at the wars, right? Look at the natural disasters. All the big fancy glitz and glam, that's out the door in like an instant. Like, what
That's
do you
what Planta was talking about. What do you do? When you said he's watching the video of people's houses is going, walking down the road and stuff. But I told him that you hear some people, what they do is they prep off, and they have stuff off site.
If they're able to have that.
If you're able to do that, that would be. I told him if that's your concern, then that's the idea that you can use as prep offsite or at a family's home or something like that. You can do that.
Right.
What do you think about prepping offsite? Because when I look at it, if you're prepping offsite, it's like you know what the disaster is gonna be when you prepping offsite, because it's like saying, well, I know we're gonna have a flood, so I better move my stuff from my house to my friend in maybe another state.
Right.
You see? I think we have to prepare ourselves to stay where we at, with the intention of a side thought that if we have to go, we have to take XYZ, basic essentials.
If we can. Yes.
Because it's very hard for us to just leave with the clothes on our back. Because if we look at what's happening in the war in Israel, people just leaving with a bag in their hand. Just a bag in their hand. And that's it.
Not knowing what's next. Because I've seen the footage. Like,
where
are these kids going? They're confused. And people are going to have kids with them. They're going to have the elderly with them. They're going to need medication. It's risky. It's risky to
big mental thing going on.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's why all I can do now is with my family, we each have separate places. And if I have enough for them to come here or vice versa, that's what we're going to have to do as a first resort. Say, okay, my house is gone.
Right. Well, they could bring what they have over to you.
Right.
I mean, you set up plans, especially like Urban got her family close to her, so she would have a plan. If they got to go to this person's house, everybody pick up. She pick up what she can.
Yep. Don't come empty-handed. Don't come empty-handed.
You figure it out
from
there.
Do not come empty-handed. Nope. I don't care if you picked up two can of beans and put it in your pocket.
Right.
Don't come empty-handed.
Right. That's definitely going to help with your mental status. Like if you have community and you have people, you won't be lost. You wouldn't be like, what's next? At least you're like-minded and you have the same goal. Right. We're going to survive. We're a team. We're going to do this together. And some people's mind are not
else to go. That's why I want some vacant land so I could get.
If you have that to do, like a lot of people, they talk about your whatever other people don't have no place. I don't have no place else to go. So a lot of us don't have. I don't have no family. That I can't say that because I can't think of somebody's house I could go to. But yeah.
quite frankly,
Yeah,
I don't want to go
It's not
nowhere
for
else.
her. I don't have any family down here, so there wouldn't be no other place for me
Mhm.
to go. A lot of people don't have places to go, so a
To
lot of
go.
people are going to bunker in. I'm going to bunker in. I have a
I am
special needs adult, so I'm not trying to run all over the
I am
place.
too. And if you have people that are not like-minded, but they're your family, like why are you going over there anyways? That's
That
how
part.
I feel. That's just my opinion. You know, if they're not like-minded and they're not into what I'm doing, but a situation happens and they're still not adjusting, like that's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
be a
true
burden
too.
for you.
That's a
Yeah,
good thing to say. Yeah.
that's
It
gonna be
showed that because you know what I was about to say, Fifi? I was about to say I don't know if I have any place I would want to go.
Yeah, exactly.
right,
That's exactly
right,
because that could be a
right.
vulnerable, put yourself in a vulnerable situation.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
then in that case, you would have to prioritize, right? Because when
Mm-hmm.
somebody is flipping out and that person seems like, oh, they're losing it, they're getting dangerous, you're gonna have to find a piece of rope
Grab
and
your
tie
tent
them
and go.
somewhere.
That's why I said it's going to be a mental thing
Right,
for everybody. Because you
Very
don't
much.
know, you might respond okay, but you don't
right,
know if how the people in your house is going to mentally respond, and
right.
can
How
you
they're gonna
keep them
process it.
at a
Exactly.
cool head where to say, listen, we good, we
Right,
okay, chill out, we
right.
gonna figure this out,
You
calm
can
down.
you can say that, but because they're not like-minded and they're not understanding what's going on, or they didn't see that coming, right?
Right.
There's nothing you can tell them for them to be calm.
That's true. Because I tell my kids,
Well,
because I'm hoping my kids could be okay because they grew up with this mindset. But I tell them, y'all better get y'all people straight because ain't nobody gonna fool around and get
You
us
ain't playing
jacked
around
up.
with that.
Okay? Y'all better get y'all people straight. Because
yeah.
I'll
And
be
people get
putting
cabin
people out.
fever. Some people don't know what it is to get cabin fever. Like even though they're prepared, supposedly they're mentally weak, and the cabin fever will make people go mad, and the
Mm-hmm.
claustrophobia and that feeling the lose their head. So you're gonna
Right.
have to be prepared to knock some people out outside their head. Let them cool
Thank
out.
you, Urban. Thank you. Thank you. And I've always said that. I mean, I don't come on here and say it, but I know that's one of the things. That's why I spoke
Allegedly.
allegedly. That's why I spoke about the rope. You got to put somebody in a corner over there and like stay over there with all that noise and that behaving that way. Don't
And
travel
that's
with
why I
me.
said I hope nothing don't
That's
never
what you
happen
got to do.
because I don't want us to be going through all of that. It's crazy. That's just too much. Just too much. I mean,
While
if we
you're
have to do it, we got to do it. But I'd
right,
rather we not. I'd rather we be prepared and nothing happen. But
right.
we have this stuff in case something do. But that Mad Max stuff, woo, mm-mm.
I rather it too, but
Nope.
people live in it today. That's the thing.
Mhm. Yeah,
People
yeah.
actually live in that life today, but I rather we ain't have to deal with that. But
Right.
Hmm.
people dealing with that, like that, like I keep saying, that video I saw today, that was devastating. I
Hmm.
can't imagine how these people feel who recover from this thing.
And you know how the cushy like Urban said on her live the other thing. She said I'm too soft. We are people in America is soft. We don't know what living in a crisis is about. We have no clue, no idea. You know, we don't we look at these places where they buildings are devastated and kids walking over rubble and all people digging up people. We have no clue, about stuff like that. We live real cushy over here.
Comfortable,
So
comfortable.
yes,
Yes.
very, very, very
Yeah,
comfortable.
yes.
Very.
Very comfortable.
Uh,
That I that's why I said it's gonna be mental big time.
Plus, it's gonna
Big.
shock some people. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Especially if anything of that capacity has never come home to them or
Mm-hmm.
anybody in their circle. And they're like nonchalant about life, even though things are going on elsewhere. Like it's not even making them think because it's never happened to anyone in their circle. So when that time comes, we're just hoping that everybody would be, well with and be able to do something. Because I feel like a lot of the times, and I've seen it, right? A lot of the times when and I'm talking about natural disasters here, when a natural disaster happens, everybody comes together after.
That's what I'm hoping.
But who's to say that it's going to be a natural disaster?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know what it is.
That's true. We don't know, but but able to look into it and think about it, it really makes sense because man, you just never know, especially what we see going on these days. But like
Yeah.
Fuji said, living here is comfortable. You know what I mean? But people actually dealing with these kind of stuff on the regular, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
People are helpful until
Right.
the resources start to get dwindled down and there's nothing more to replace it. Then you see a new face come out. And that friend that was your friend is not your friend anymore because they gotta feed their people. And you're becoming a burden.
Right.
When things were slowing down here, you couldn't get supply, you couldn't get rice. All of a sudden people were more selfish. Well, you have to be because there was no replacement for the stuff.
Right.
So they weren't as they weren't as kind to give things away as in the first few days of a crisis. Then they said, "Hold, there's no trucks coming in. There's no stuff coming in. Hold on, I need to keep what's mine." And then people start being very secretive and being, acting different. That's what's going to happen. We haven't had that where we've had the switch. We've always had groceries are coming back in, food's coming back in, the water's back on, the lights are back on. We've never had the time where it's nothing else is coming.
Right.
And we have to say,
right.
You're on your own, people. We haven't had that part of the experiences with any kind of natural disaster or weather. It's always been a repair or a fix, and we go back to life as usual. That's the part people aren't prepared for. That's why I'm like, don't tell people what you have. Keep it to yourself because when you have to make that switch, you say no. They're like, no, what? And come beat down your door and come and take what they want to take.
Let it come.
So tell people stop talking about what you have. Just keep it to yourself. Look deaf, dumb, and blind.
Yeah, well, you gotta act like you don't have nothing like everybody else.
Like everybody else.
That's what you gotta do. You can't. You gotta be like everybody else. Whatever's happening, you gotta pretend like it's happening to you too.
Standing in the line too. Oh my God.
Yep. No matter, even if you got stuff in that house, go get on the line. Go get on the line. Yep. Go get on the line.
I've seen my family back home go through Hurricane Ivan in 2005, I believe, and 90% of the houses were gone. Everything, like they had tornadoes and all that stuff through there. There were no communication for a few days. We didn't know what was going on. The news stations and stuff, foreign news station did flyovers and all that, and they were like, "Oh, Grenada is done," right? And I'm like, my family's there. I can't hear from them. Like, what's going on? What are they doing? Like, aid going in there. I knew somebody that worked on the airport, and at that time, she said to me, they had all the aid coming in, but it was an issue distributing it. And the water was being expired, the food was being expired because it's sitting there. They're not able to distribute.
That was done on purpose. How you take something somewhere and don't have a way to distribute it? That's crazy. You could have had the fire department or somebody come get that stuff.
Do something, right?
You could have had people from neighboring. You could have called out for people with pickup trucks, and I believe they would have came to that airport, got that stuff, and took it to the people who needed it.
Exactly.
But
so
the
we have
problem
to
with
know
that is
that
that people take what they want for themselves, and before you know it, it's not trickling down. That's the problem with these aids.
The most vulnerable is
Puerto
not
Rico
getting
happened,
it.
Jamaica happened, Grenada happened in Haiti. The stuff is there, but the people are not getting it. The richly elite, the politicians, they all get their family and friends stocked up,
Yeah.
and nobody else
Well, you
has
know,
anything else.
I heard that's what the guy was doing in Venezuela.
Of
When the
course.
stuff came in, they would stop the trucks, take off the stuff for everybody in the government, and then whatever was left.
So
Wow.
how
That's
can
exactly
we
what
depend
happens.
on the government to help
We
us? Why would
can't.
we sit back
We
and
can't.
wait or get used to that for them
We
to help
can't.
us? No, help is not coming. What are you
No,
going
it's
to do?
not coming. Look at Hawaii, same thing. They make sure that they have what they need from the stuff, and you're
Right.
lucky if you even get a can of beans.
Right.
It's
This is
the
how it
people. It's the
works.
people that's gonna help the people. It's the
Right.
neighboring. I was telling Planta earlier. It's gonna be the neighboring states or counties or that that could come in and bring the stuff in for the people. It's gonna have to be people helping people.
Yeah.
Right.
The
And
only
this
time you
is
get
We
is
gotta
when
stop
they
all of this
drop
stuff.
off
Like
throughout the
I'm in a
islands.
new community, and it's remarkable how people don't even just want to say hi because you live in the same complex.
wow.
It's mind-boggling.
Right.
Yep.
Like it's hurting you just to say hi.
Yeah, that's
I'm
yeah.
not stopping you to have a conversation with you and ask you about your business. You can't
Right.
even say hi to your neighbor in
Wow.
passing.
Yeah,
Different.
that's kind of crazy for
It's
real.
different. And especially with the direction of how things are becoming these days. Like,
Mhm.
you know what I mean?
But I bet you if it was emergency and you screaming for help, you
Yep.
would want me to help you though. But you can't say hi to me, but you'll want me to help you
Right.
though.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
That's
Right.
why I tell people, be careful, because I'm not the one that's gonna look past the 10 years of no hi and just forget all of that and say, "Oh, let me go help you." I'm not doing it.
Me either.
Well, because then you take on all that and you don't know what you're dealing with. You
No.
take it on. Like,
Not taking
seriously,
it on.
that's a
They
burden
have
for
to cross the
you.
beer, so Una have to figure out Una cross themselves. I mean, not taking up other people's crosses.
Right.
Like
You
they
can't
say when
even say
you
hello,
say,
good morning, can't even have respect.
No,
I'm not going out.
it's
I used
crazy.
to, but as of today, I'm not going all out for you. I'm not.
I decided not to too, because when I go out to run, if you passing me in the car, I'm gonna wave hi to you. Like people, I say, you know what? Duly noted.
Yeah.
I'ma stop. Because I
Small
don't
town people always
want
say
to
hi,
make
but
you say
city
hello
people,
to me. I don't need to say hello to you. I'm just being neighborly. But
yeah.
if you don't want to be neighborly, I'm not gonna force you to say hello to me. I don't need you to speak to me.
Right. I mean, it
But
doesn't matter.
it's a shame you just can't even say hello in passing.
I
It's
know
just
my neighbor. I know the
mind-boggling.
neighbor, and the guy across the street. I know them, and I now know a new neighbor. And when I'm walking down the street, I always say, if you're passing me, I say morning, and then they say everyone said good morning except for one lady, and I did address her and say, you can't sneak the them out.
Mm-mm.
I was like, you don't have them out.
In pure urban fashion.
Okay.
I said good morning. There's only me and you and
Mhm.
the squirrel, and you act like you don't hear, see me, or nothing. You have them out. Yeah. I can't think right. It's mind-boggling. I said good morning, and you can't even say, not even a nod, not even a
Right.
nothing.
Okay.
So I said,
I don't know
all
what's
right.
happening to people. You would think this is what I'm talking about with America. This is that, to me, that mentality of nothing. We are in America. Nothing can happen here. So I don't need nobody. I'm not going to need nobody.
Yes, you do.
So,
It's
I
bad.
don't need to talk to you. I don't need to be neighborly. I'm not going to need you. This is the mentality. I think it is what when we sit and, oh, that happens over there, that those things happen over there, they're not going to happen to us.
And you'll see how quick it's going to come over here, because trust me, when things happen, it happens so quick.
Mm-hmm.
They want something big to happen. Don't have to be nothing big.
Exactly.
Nope.
My neighbor told me several times over the years I've been here, oh, your tire is low on this side, your tire is low. Oh, your headlight bulb was gone. I had to tell him last week, oh, your window was wide open, it's gonna rain. Come out and close the window. She messaged me the other day saying, oh, you left your light on in the car. Simple things like that.
Simple.
But if I was being a bitch, they wouldn't tell me nothing. The car wouldn't start.
Right.
I was on the rim of it. like little considerations. You say, oh, no problem, whatever. When they go to Florida for the winter time, I watch their house, make sure that nothing's abnormal, make sure everything is
Right.
okay.
Right.
And I'll message them and say, there's a problem here, there. So they know I'm the eyes here and they're not here. But
Right.
people don't
Right.
understand that we don't
Right.
need no turning, we don't need nothing big to happen. Just everyday
Mm-mm.
courtesies.
Every
Say,
day,
"Guy, your
yeah,
tires
every
look
day.
looking low. Your
We can have
thing
a
is
we can have a
making,
power outage and it lasts for a month. That's not no, but that could be devastating to some people.
Yep.
Just a little thing. We still got running water, all of that stuff like that, but just that little thing could be devastating
yeah, and you have to
to
feed your
some
family.
people.
My other neighbor had to let other people in her house to cook because she has a gas stove and they had electric. So
Look
then
at
when they
that.
smelt the food coming from our house, big mistake, don't cook with the windows open. They smelt the food coming from our house. They're like, oh, what you're cooking? Yeah, rice and like peas and chicken and all that food. And then they realized, oh, can I come up? So she had to let them come over and cook a pot of food for their so they can cook for their family. Because she have gas stove and they did not. And the
That's
power
nice.
wasn't on
Yeah.
for a couple of days.
That's nice.
But this is I'm saying, like, be nice to people. You don't know. You might
Mm-hmm.
get a favor. Vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
Borrow a cup of sugar. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I tried. Me and my neighbors, them cool. I can't live side people and me and them not talking. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
you just never know. You might tumble down in your yard one day. You might fall down right in your yard
Okay.
right there.
And you don't want me to look and see you and don't see you.
So
Say
you know,
plant a who? Plant a what? When I harvest my food, I give them and they give me.
right?
We share.
Mm-hmm.
We talk
Mm-hmm.
about stuff. Everything's all right. Oh, I'm feeling sick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, try this bush, try that bush. You give people little tips. You know what I'm saying? You check in
Mm-hmm.
with people.
Yeah,
You
you're
just don't
supposed to.
know.
Even
They're
though it's
gonna
kind
help
of
me before your
difficult
family.
now.
They live right there. They're gonna see if I fall down and hurt myself more than my family who
Mm-hmm.
doesn't live down. They live further down.
Exactly. It's
So
like you say, it's pretty difficult because some people you're passing them, you say hello and they watch you and they just pull their head right back. You know what I mean? And that kind of messed up because you all live in the same, might be
Mm-hmm.
neighbors,
same
but at
neighborhood,
least the
same yep.
same area, the same.
Mm-hmm.
You just never know, man. You just never know. It might even gotta be you. Could be one your child. Could be your
Mm-hmm.
husband. Could be someone fall down while you're not there.
I made a gesture. I know one of the neighbors, she do a block party so we could all get to, know each other. So the ones that showed up, and she mentioned she was going out the country on vacation, and her mother was gonna stay with the kids and stuff, but she didn't drive. So just so happened, I pulled up to the mailbox and her mother was I didn't know it was her mother, but the lady was at the mailbox and she couldn't get the mailbox open. So she asked me if I could help her. So I helped her. And then she told me who she was. I said, oh yeah, they went to England, right? And blah, 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 blah. But by the time I drove back down to the house, I remembered she didn't drive. So I waited for her to come back down the block and I said, do you need to go to the store or something? Because, your daughter told me you don't drive. She said, no, I'm okay. But thanks for the thing. So you try to be neighborly,
Yes.
Right. And that's how you build community.
We should remember that. And then come to find out, she said, oh, and she asked me my name and she said, oh, you on my list. I said, oh, yeah. All right.
What list is that? The good list of helpers?
Her daughter did so happen. Her daughter, I guess the people who came, those that were friendly and came to the block party, she let her mother know who those. I guess she felt that those people would help her mother, while she wasn't there. So her mother let me know that I was on the list. So I said, okay,
that's good. You're on the list.
You're on the good list.
Yeah.
That's what people need to know, that people will do the right thing.
Right.
The lady in the neighborhood, she's older. She kind of, I wouldn't say dementia, but she's kind of losing it. And if somebody saw her walking home from the store, they would pick her up and drive her home, make sure she doesn't fall, because she was very shaky. And then she started using a cane finally, but you just don't know. So would you want her to fall down and then you don't know what happened to her? Just take her in the car and drive her home.
Right.
We'll drive her home.
We did that to our neighbor. Her mother, she lived with her mother, and there was a fire above them. So all the water was the sprinklers came on. They had the automatic sprinklers. So all the water is coming down in the apartment. You should have seen all of us in there mopping up the water until the daughter came. We made sure, her mother was okay. And we was in there mopping the water up until the daughter came. And cause that was my first thing. Oh no, her mother is there. So we all made sure that it was okay. The mother was okay.
That's what we have to be about, and just, have a small group of people you can kind of rely on. And that's what I'm working on. If I have to leave here, I don't even have my backpack, but I know where my ID, as you guys said, the ID, a pass, certain documents. Yes, that will be probably more important than anything else. And a weapon and some protection and, good clothes and boots or whatever to get around and walk around in the wilderness. But beyond that, I don't know what else I would do, to be honest.
Well, the only thing, like you guys keep saying, is a mental thing. So the only thing is start training yourself, training your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, sleep in a tent in your backyard, that's practicing. That's getting yourself ready. Start cooking outside. You like a wood fire outside. All that is getting ready, is getting your mind ready. Because you just never know, and that's the thing, you just never know.
I think I've seen a lot of people, and I'm not judging anyone, but for me, I'm thinking differently. I think a lot of people more so prep to be comfortable in any situation, whatever happens. And I think it's very misleading, because I know I'm prepping, and I know I'm not going to be able to leave with things that I have at my base, right? If I have to leave. I just got to forget it. Because things are heavy. I'm canning. Things are heavy. I'm not going to grab a bunch of canned stuff. They're unbreakable bottles. I mean, that's no. Where am I even in a rush to go with jars of food?
Right.
You know what I mean? And we just want what we want, and we want to be comfortable all the time. And that's just misleading. We can't expect to be comfortable all the time.
And PP, that don't just only go for leaving. That even means in your home.
Right.
Because you have some people, which when I first started learning about the solar generators, it was confusing, very, very confusing. And you would see people writing, if somebody was live and talking about it, you would see them writing, can that power my whole house? What?
Why?
Your whole house? What? So yes, people, when they hearing prepping, they're thinking, I'm prepping to be able to have the same exact lifestyle I was having when there was no power. That like you said, that is not a way to no, that does not happen unless you have the money to set up where, like I follow a YouTuber where he's an engineer, so he has the money and the know-how to set up a solar thing where if the grid goes down, he can run his whole house. So yeah, if you got that kind of money, you can do it. But if you don't, no, one of these they're not going to power your whole house. No.
And at the same time, with that said, you set up yourself as a target. If you got all that going on and somebody's over there trying to barely eat.
If you like me and you got a house here and a house here, but he's in the middle of nowhere, so he can do that. But if you in a complex like I am, then yeah, you need to have one light on. Like you need to be doing what everybody else is doing. You need to look like you in the same position that everybody else is in, or you'll have it like Urban said with the lady. She had gas. Like, good thing everybody got gas over here, but people find out you got something, you know, can we come over and that's some kind of something? Can I come to your house and cook? What the?
No, go find some bush.
But that's the point. You should make the window wide open to make people smell the good food. That's your mistake.
But I mean, how can you even fix your mouth to ask somebody, can I come over to, like we've been doing this all the time. Can I come over to your, oh, be like, what?
Because they realize that, oh, she has no power, but she can still cook and they can eat hot food.
What happened to your stuff in the backyard?
But you know, Bougie,
I on the side burn on my barbecue and cook outside. But you have to have your no ready, because if you don't have your no ready, you're like, well, and then before you know it, you're like, well, and before you know it, you have 5 people in your house that you don't know.
Right, exactly. You've been starting something that you might then want to start.
Right.
But I'm wondering, like, why did they not have, like, because most people have like a propane something, you know, in the back grill or something in the back that they could cook on.
I have my propane and I have my charcoal.
What I was just going to say, what happens when the propane run out?
Right, and
that's why I don't do propane. To me, you cooking outdoors with propane is, you might as well just cook in the house. That's just my opinion. So I actually prep charcoal. I prep charcoal because I'm preparing to cook over open fire. I don't have no fireplace, but I got wood though.
Right.
I got the butane cooker as well that can go on
Bougie, all you need is 3 rocks. Trust me.
You know,
it'll work, and your food will taste good too.
Real how people are presumptuous. They want to go and use your thing and have the same quote unquote comfort. They want the comfort, and they're not gonna go use their stuff. And before they come to your house,
right?
Have your no ready.
Right. Boy, not only that, but
letting people in your house at that time, I don't think is a good idea, unless that person was already coming to your home. But like somebody
they were
just,
neighborly,
I don't
but
think
I don't think they was coming to your home, but they were neighborly-ish.
No, that ish is not enough. Sorry. Stay on
I've only been to one neighbor's house, and that was after being here for 5 years. And only
I mean, like, if you was the type of neighbors where you come over and sit with me for a couple of hours, I go over and sit with you. We've been doing that because you already know what I have in my house. Right. I know what you got in your house. But for somebody that just randomly, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. When things go left, don't make people know so that your life is still the same. Don't make them know that you're still cooking and you have food and drink. Don't make them see.
I'm from New York, so that they ring the doorbell down here, and I don't know nobody. I'll be like, "Who the f is that?"
Exactly. Who the hell is that?
Right. But who that? What they want?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I know you.
I'm upstairs in the window looking down, trying to see who you would. Because if I'm not expecting you, I'm not going to my door. Right. I didn't order me to ring. It's really gonna be bad now. I ain't gotta peek out the window no more. Who is that? I mean, we used to do it in New York. I lived in an apartment in New York. People used to ring the doorbell, and I swear we didn't even care if you could hear us because our window, we was on the first floor. Our window was right there at the door. I'd be like, y'all got somebody coming over? You hear me yelling, y'all got somebody coming over? Nope. No. And we all just keep going on about our business. You ring our doorbell. We be looking at each other.
Like, in the chat? Oh, it's on the screen.
I agree. Boy, Blue say if you look sharp, their plate bigger than yours too.
Yeah, I tell you.
They eat more than you.
And then we gotta be aware of, for a stranger to want to come into your house, what is their intention? Who are they working for? Who are they working with?
Yeah.
They coming to see what's in your house. That's what they're doing.
So they can go back and inform whoever, so they can come and get some stuff too. So we gotta think about all of that.
People that you don't know say that you have food and you have a gas stove and you go ask her. It's like, who told you? I got mad at people at work one time. Oh, go ask me. I said, go ask me what? I said, so I told the person, don't you ever send people to me that I don't know.
Right.
I help you with something that's me and you.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly.
Friend to come over here. You look a straggler friend to come over here. I know you. I don't know those people.
And then too, that like how Urban was saying earlier, we don't know people that we think we know, because I try to tell people, don't think you know people.
Right.
Don't think you know people, because we haven't been
Facts.
through every situation with them, so we don't know how people is going to respond to different situations, because
Right.
you may have somebody in the neighborhood that you did hang out with. You, matter of fact, I'll tell you the story. A lady said she was a prepper and she had a friend, and I get you, she started prepping and she tried to get the friend to start prepping. And you know what the lady told her? She said, no, I'm gonna have my husband come down here and get this food. What?
Wow.
But at least you know. At least you know.
Is that crazy
Wow.
or what?
At least you
And in
know.
my head, I
Wow.
was saying, and we will be dragging your husband by his collar back up to your house to you. What?
Dragging what?
Her
Between
husband by
Moss
his
and
collar
Burke, he'll be
back
on
up
the
to the
floor where
house to her.
he'll be on the same floor that he was trepsing through.
That is
You know,
so.
going back
That's
up
why
in
you
here.
can't say you
Allegedly.
know people either. Instead of the lady saying, okay or something like, wow, she literally just told her, I'm gonna send my husband down here to get this food. No, she
What?
ain't gonna prep her own
Fact-
stuff. She gonna send her husband down there
Facts,
to get
Right,
the
Ivy.
food.
right.
That's
That's
why I
crazy.
tell people keep it to yourself, because
You
people
know,
like to run their mouth, and before you know it, you're like, oh, I'm your backup plan. Okay.
Right.
I've had a few people in my circle say that they know where they're going, and mind you, they live
Okay,
out of
yeah.
state.
They're
They
going to
live
Fifi's
out
house.
of
Even I said that.
state.
I'll go over the border.
Okay.
I'm going to Fifi's house.
No, you're not. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. And every time people would say that, I'll be like, no, you're not coming to my house. I'm prepping for people in my immediate family who are
Exactly.
my family members, and we have a plan.
Exactly.
I trust them. I'm prepping with people that I trust, that we are like-minded, that we go through things together. I don't know
That's why
what
I
Mhm.
we're
want to
about.
move. That's exactly why I want to move and make this location obsolete, because my next place, no one's going to know where I live.
right,
Mhm.
right.
Not a
I
one
agree.
person.
I
Not a
agree.
one person. Because I don't need them to know where to come to when things go left.
Right.
That
It
is
has to
My
true.
come to
thing
that,
is,
because
Right.
like,
people are
if
wicked.
you see what I'm doing, which a lot of people don't know, well, I'm glad. Like I said, I don't have no family here, but if you see what I'm doing and you decide that, oh, it's silly of me, or I'm foolish to be doing, if something happened, keep that same energy. I
I
need you
agree.
to keep that same energy.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree with that.
I'm still that silly
Don't
person. Yep.
change your mind about what you think about what I was doing. Keep that same energy.
Right.
Because I don't need to have extra people now with their too
No,
long hand,
no,
not
and I'm
offering
not.
anything,
That you
just
didn't
taking
Yeah,
care
it.
I'm not
for.
taking no food out of my kid's mouth for you. No, I'm
No.
not.
They
So keep
coming
that
in
same
and
energy.
you got to take care of them too. That's the thing.
Well, they gonna find out real quick, fast, and easy. That's why I said don't. And I've learned too to not get emotionally attached to people too. I mean, as
You have to.
especially not leaving Planta out, but women, we emotionally attach ourselves to anything, to ever easily. We could hear something and emotionally attach
I used to
ourselves
be
to
like
it.
that.
I used
I
to be
could
like that
confidently
too.
say I used to be like that. Not anymore.
Hmm.
I've seen enough. I've seen enough to not be that way. No, I don't get
Hmm.
attached to people like that. I don't.
Yep, you have to learn to control your emotions and not
Right.
get
Yeah.
emotionally attached, especially if we're talking about these bad times where you can't get emotionally attached to nothing and nobody. You
Right.
gotta
And
be
feel sorry
stable.
for people. I'm like, what they've been
Hmm.
doing all the time. You've been seeing how I'm living and what I'm doing and what I'm
Hmm.
encouraging you to do, and you're doing nothing. And now I should
Right.
worry about you
You
and your
chose.
baby.
You chose to do nothing. So you chose for whatever's going to happen to you from this point on. You
Right.
chose this to happen to you.
Right.
Something
That's
And
came
that's how I
across
see it.
you. Yeah,
these
it's
are
your choice.
conversations that I've been having with my family, my immediate family. I'm not talking about my relatives. I'm not talking about a sister or a brother. I'm talking about my husband and my children. And I'm like, listen, this is us. This is
Right.
what we're doing, right?
Right.
I'm not doing all of that. When you see what I'm doing, family or not, you see what I'm doing. And when things are good, you just want to take. When it's that time and you're not doing anything, guess what? There ain't nothing else for you to take. There's no more.
Right. Right.
So why? No, you should have been doing something.
I really don't think you should side for people. For it's too much we seeing now. You know, first time days we seeing stuff. I was gonna say, oh, that might not until 10 years from now.
Yeah, right.
No, everything just happening. The next day you wake up, you hear this happen.
Yeah, the next day.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So
Yes.
it's time for we to start doing what we can.
Right.
You know?
Nobody is ever going to be fully prepared. Just
Right.
do something.
No.
Do something. You know?
Yeah, just do a little bit at a time and prepare for what you feel is your emergency or whatever kind of situation you think you might find yourself in. Make sure you got all the things you would need for that, situation.
Yes. And for me, I believe the number one thing is mental mindset, like Life from Scratch was saying earlier on, because for you to be thrust into something that like just abruptly when you're comfortable doing whatever you're doing, right? Being forced to do this 24/7, right? It's a whole nother mental game. And these are the things we have to start thinking about if we're not thinking about it as yet.
Yeah, and change too. People are not really good with change.
Right. And it's a type of change too. It's foreign. You're not living that way, and boom, you just have to start living that way and accepting things because there's nothing you can do about it because it's happening.
Right.
So these are the things we got to think about too. And for
And
me,
too, being
I think
able to have
mental is number one. Yeah.
And
definitely.
and too, being able to have plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, just go down the whole alphabet until you can figure it out.
The alphabet have enough letters.
If you run out, just keep it going.
Keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
I told my family too. I go, everyone has a sob story. Everybody have a sob story. That's why we have to have our plan right now. Don't tell people what we're doing because exactly what Platter said. There's been enough things happening, enough things in the news, people talking about having preparations, and even other governments and countries telling their people have things for 3 to 6 months. They're telling their citizens to have things prepared.
Right.
And you don't want to do nothing where you are, not my problem. Everyone has a sob story. I can't save the world. I can save myself. That's what I'm worrying about. And if you're not on my short list, I'm sorry, not sorry. We cannot fix everybody's problem. They don't want to even try. They want to sit down and act like, oh,
I believe that too.
Go write a book and sell it on the bestseller list. I don't want time for that.
I believe that too.
Right.
Yeah, it's not going to take that long. We too comfortable here.
Yeah,
way too comfortable. Like people, if people can't get on the internet, they just flipping out, bugging out. Like it's going to be too easy to just
punching
break.
walls and all this nonsense. And then go hospital for you to go to after you broke your damn hand. Punching a wall because there's a disaster going on because you can't control your emotions. It's just you're gonna have all this nonsense going on. And then that's a person you might have to watch out for. Like, hello, where we tying you, allegedly? I mean, come on.
Tying to one tree, maybe. I'll leave them there because
if they don't have anything,
they're gonna break you down. That's the thing about it too. If you're strong-minded and you see all that going on, and then you have to worry about being safe and who's coming and what. Like that's gonna break you down.
About the person.
Yes.
I mean, I was concerned with my son's girlfriend. I was like, oh Lord. And you could just tell who's gonna break easy. But I'm kind of glad.
Now that you know that when nothing's going on, sometimes you're gonna do things that you're gonna need to do to save everybody.
Well, he ain't with her no more, so thank
Okay,
goodness.
well, we ain't gotta worry about that.
Mhm.
You let
So
that
everybody, that's
go.
why I said I tell my kids, get your people head straight because I'm
Right.
not playing with nobody. I'm not
And,
playing with nobody.
and
You, my
sometimes,
thing is going to be where if I say do this, do it. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nobody asking why, nothing.
Just get it
Nothing.
done.
Do this and do it, and let's get this done. Because it's not going to be a time for you, you know, being in your feelings and all that. I'm not caring about your feelings and
right.
all of that stuff like that. When we in an emergency and I need you to move when I say move.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is the problem. People, we already know what's going on with people not being prepared. That's why I'm saying under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Under the radar. I'll share what I'm doing, but I'm not telling you where it's being kept and what it looks like and none of that. That's I'm saying under the radar. Because I don't have time to be beating people with a bat allegedly in the driveway coming to my house looking for stuff. I don't
Exactly.
have the time. I gotta
Exactly.
focus on other things.
But we don't, you see desperate time, because the thing is, right, see times like that appear and people watch it, they don't have no food, they're watching their children, they're hungry. If they know you got food, they will be coming.
Let them
Well,
come.
I'm hoping it don't get to that. I
I'm
hope
hoping
it
for
really don't get
I
to
don't.
that
I
because
really
that
don't
would
want
be
anybody
sad.
to come
not at
here
all.
unannounced. Number one, don't come
That
visit
part.
me. Nothing, because I'm gonna see you from far. I'm telling you, I am gonna see you from far, very far, and I'm gonna reach you from far. Don't come.
Like I said, this is not the movie.
People are
And
brutal.
if you think you're going to be running around and looting like they do on the movies, you're going to be sadly mistaken because you got people out here where you think you doing something, people out here ready for you. So
Yeah.
Oh yes,
these
Yeah.
people, they got to think about that.
oh yes.
People already know, like that they had that special. What was that channel that had the preppers that was, prep for real
I think
bad.
the wolf preppers or something.
What did they call disaster preppers or something like that? They called them. And when I first started prepping, when I was looking for other prepping channels, that's the thing that came up. So I watched that series, and there was one guy. His plan was to go take the people who had stuff.
Yeah, wolf prepper. They
And
just go around and take.
Wow.
this dude was, when I tell you he was about 300 pounds, I'm like, where you going? First of all, where you going?
Rolling down this, rolling.
By the time you even try to get and do something, you're gonna be, where you really going?
I guess
That part, not to body shame people, but you got to have the stamina to do certain things you're talking about doing. And the way you look,
You ain't got it. You ain't
It's
got
not
it.
And then
happening.
you think that you preparing to do that. You don't think people preparing for people like you?
Yep.
I see people having allegedly boxes and cases and full of this ammo, every kind of ammo, by the baskets full, by the boxes and the cases full.
Mm-hmm.
Full, like no food, ammo. They have food somewhere. But you want to say the TV style is ammo. The living room is ammo. The bedroom style is ammo.
Listen, these are people that may be going out there and get people's food, but they're prepared to go out there with their tools and their ammo.
But
So,
but
you
look what
just never
Cece
know.
said. They not prepared for those people who gonna see them from far
And
away
Papa,
and gonna allegedly far
Stop them.
away you.
Stop them. Yep.
Because
So
if they got
you
food,
gotta think. To me, you gotta think your plan out because you think you planning to do something. You don't think other people have
Things
opposition
in
to
place.
your plan.
Exactly.
they
Exactly.
do. This is what I'm saying. The same people I saw with all this ammo, they have a garden outside. They have, they're growing their aquaponics. They're doing stuff, and they ain't playing around. They don't have all these luxuries, and It's everywhere you look was ammo by the cases, and that was only some of the ammo. That's only what they're going to show you. They have other ammo in hidden places. They have it buried in the ground in special cases. They have secret spots where they know they buried more ammo. 22 gauge, all kind of. I'm like, what's going on?
And no
Every
food.
kind of gauge.
No food.
No, she said they had a garden, right?
They have food, but their food is kept elsewhere. In their house is ammo everywhere you go, and you cannot catch it in any room without ammo.
Wow.
They're on the toilet, they're like loading it up, and they're ready for you. That's how they're not playing around. They're not playing around. You come in here, you're not coming out.
Right.
No, and that's what people have to realize. You know, you might be hungry, but people not going to go hungry for you.
True.
No.
Right.
And these people
those type of people, they're going to really have to think
but they
that
don't
through.
show it on TV. They don't show their food. They have a pantry, they have canning, they do, but they don't show that. They just show to say we have ammo in every room. And if you come in here, you're not coming out.
Right. Well, my thing, like I've been saying, this is not the movies. You ain't gonna go out there shooting at people and people shooting back at you, and then somebody gonna say cut and everybody get up.
And see, that's my thing. I'm prepping, and I got what I got or whatever. I don't show everything, but at the same time, that would have to be my last resort. I'm not just a person. I ain't G.I. Joe. I ain't, on a battlefield. Like I'm not that, but I am gonna protect mine as best as I can.
Yeah. And that's what people need to know.
To hunker down and protect we are gonna protect ours.
It's not gonna be that easy for people to just be running up and especially if people do decide, because like I'm in a complex, it's one way in, which I like. So that means we seeing you when you coming in. So if we decide to, barricade where you can drive in, you can't drive in, but you would have to walk in. You would have a fight on your hand if you come together. We all come together and say we're not going to allow nothing to happen to nobody. Right. If somebody come and think they're going to do anything to anybody here, we're going to all protect the complex. All together. And people might come together like that. So when you think you come into one house, you might be coming to the whole freaking neighborhood.
Yep, exactly.
I do believe people are gonna come together because at the end of the day, it's surviving.
Right.
You ain't gonna make somebody come in and take what you all have and take it out.
Right.
So, because guess what? That person ain't gonna just stop at that one house. They're gonna go to the next house, to the next house. So no, you have to put a stop to it.
Right. And they might say about the friends.
Oh yes.
And they might say about the friends too.
Yeah. That's where the food's at. Yeah.
Right.
Get some food.
Right. So I mean,
everybody knows to go to the rich areas. Like anybody.
No, they don't. This is what's sad. This is the sad part. They come in where the struggling people are. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to the big, where
they might go there, but they might be afraid for the security and the dog.
Well, right. Right.
There might be.
The boy blue say, "I'm forced."
Yeah, they pick easy targets, so that's why they say not to be an easy target. They because they don't want no fight. Because you might don't come back from that. So easy target. So you got to make it not be easy. But I mean, not, for the whole, neighborhood, willfully, we won't get to that. Where, like I said, willfully, it'll be more people saying we got to, protect that, because people got family and kids. They don't want stuff to be happening.
Right.
And that's another mental thing you got to deal with. On top of whatever, you lose a family member doing all of that. People really got to think that through. We really don't want none of these things to be happening because we have no clue. I mean, even when you just normally lose somebody, the way you go through. Could you imagine you lose somebody right in front of you? Like that would be just devastating.
Yeah.
In itself, right? Exactly.
Mhm.
Honestly, this is why sometimes it's good to have these conversations, because sometimes we don't even go to the depths of it. We just okay, yeah, But
Scratch the
you see, this
surface.
conversation tonight take us so deep in so much different areas.
Right, with different
Mhm.
opinions. Yeah.
Yes, with different opinion. It's needed.
What I'm noticing is that people think nothing's going to happen over here, and it is, because I'm seeing a
Mhm.
lot of people bringing their wars from over there and they're bringing it over here, and
Okay.
they're
Mhm.
taking side, and whose side are you on, and oh, you're those
Oh, it's
people and you're
happening
that people,
everywhere.
This
and
It,
they're vandal and there's about three different groups of people from different parts of the world have different wars in their places, and they're bringing it over here. They have
Mhm.
Indian celebration Diwali, and then the people who are anti that fighting with each other in the lot and throwing things and all kind of war, bringing the war
oh,
from over
wow.
there over here.
and
Mhm.
people are dying in these protests and stuff.
And they don't care.
This
If you're throwing
war
a brick,
is
you're gonna hit somebody. Do you know
right,
who you're hitting? You're just
right.
throwing brick and throwing stuff for no reason, just because
Right.
something's going on over there, not going on over here. Over there,
And you claim it. Like,
and you
really?
can't reason with people when they're that ignorant. So it's like you have to go mind your
Mhm.
business, because
Now,
they're
just you
throwing
ain't
rocks
say
and
that.
carrying on,
Sometimes we gotta
making
learn
a
how to
rage.
mind our business.
Facts.
Yes, because
If something that
who's
doesn't
gonna fight a
involve
mob?
you,
You're
you
gonna go
need to
fight a
learn
mob
how to mind your business. Because most of this stuff that's going on ain't got nothing to do with
to
you,
do
and
with
it's
me.
gonna happen,
No,
whether you like it or if you don't
or
like
not.
it.
Right.
Yeah.
So go find your little spot to stay safe and to stay out of it, because they already make
Mhm.
up their mind what they're gonna do and how much
Right.
violence they're
Mhm.
gonna do, and nothing you
Right.
say gonna make sense to them.
Nope, ain't
Yep,
gonna make
I
no
agree.
difference.
No sense to
Avoid
them.
conflicts at all costs.
Yeah.
They're already they want war, and they're gonna stop when blood is drawn. That's when they'll maybe stop.
Mhm.
Three things going on at the same time. They're bringing it over here, and that's only here. Never mind other states, other provinces. Same problem.
Right.
Once you're wearing a
And I
certain
don't.
clothing, oh, you're one of them. Oh, you're one of them.
Mm.
Wow. That's
You're
kind of
targeted. Exactly.
that's kind
Yep.
of
And
scary.
that's the thing where when guess what? What's gonna happen with all of that picking sides and stuff? When stuff happen where it's directly hitting us, you have to let all of that go.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that point, it don't matter whose side you're on.
Right.
It's
True.
you the one that's getting attacked. And neither one of them sides is gonna be there to help your
Well,
tail
right.
do nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That is
So people need to learn to put aside their political things, their religion things. You need to be able to put aside all of that stuff, because at that moment in time, that is not going to help you. It's not going to help you.
I
I
agree.
don't I don't I don't even care about none of that, because it's just crazy. It's just crazy. You got yourself upset and about nothing you can actually do
Nothing.
nothing about.
Or you going to go
You
buy
Right.
have
groceries, and before you know it, you're in a
they don't even
riot.
ask you what you think, but yet you
No.
so wound up about
Yeah.
it. You so wound up about it. Do they come to you and ask you what you think and ask you
Right.
your opinion? No, so it don't count.
That's why you had to have your head on swivel, because people were going to buy their groceries on a regular night, and all of a sudden they're in the middle of a war, of a
Oh
riot,
yeah.
of a thing
Oh
going on
yeah.
between two sides, and you're like, you need to pay attention. Once you go to a store, you see pure crowd in the parking lot. Me God,
Don't
Hmm.
even pull up.
if there's more people in the parking lot than in the store, keep it moving. Go
yeah.
You know
somewhere
what I used
else.
to do when the
Not
shenanigans
today.
happen? Whatever store decided to make you line up outside, I just came right back out the parking lot and left. Cause
Right.
I'm
Right.
like, nah. If
Yeah.
I
Because
can't just
then it
walk
gets
in the
chaotic.
store, I'm not going in. I'm not standing online just to come in the store. When that was crazy to me. Just no, so I didn't
They were
do
doing
that.
that all
So
the time, and it's like people just and the crowd. I'm like, you're making more crowd. You're making more of a crowd. But when all these young guys out in the parking lot and drinking and carousing, I'm like, nothing good gonna come out of this. Nothing good gonna come out of this.
Yeah.
You have to read the play. You gotta see who You know,
Mm-hmm.
you don't see
Mm-hmm.
old people out there carousing and drinking. They're over home watching TV and in their slippers and relaxing in their house.
Right.
But you get the
They're
Yes.
young
rocking
guys with
chair.
testosterone out here carousing and drinking, and it never turn out good. Never, never, never.
The
Right,
same
and that's
one.
how things start, because when you start like that, then you create situations and
Yep.
it just spiral out of control a lot of the times. It gets bigger and bigger, and and who could do it bigger and who could do it best. So you have a neighboring state or a neighboring city. Okay, our turn is this weekend coming, so everybody gather there, and
Yeah, that's what they
it's
do.
listen, it's like a domino effect,
Yep.
and it just spirals out of control, and that's what's going on. It's like a trend, which don't make
It
sense.
is. So you have to have your stuff so that you don't have to be going out to go buy no egg and bread.
Right,
And
expose
what the people
yourself
are
out
having and
there.
having their little protest and having their riot, and they don't care
Mm-hmm.
who you think you is and how long you live there. They're
Right,
here now.
Mm-hmm.
exactly. They run the show.
They're on the show,
Right.
and they don't care. They're gonna make their point known to everybody. So I'm like, okay, I'll
At
just go
all costs,
drive back home.
which if you really think about it, like, what positive would come out of that? But people don't care,
They
because they
don't
have to
care.
make a statement, and they'll go at
Yep.
all costs to make their statement.
Yep.
You know?
And then who gets hurt? Innocent bystanders. Hey,
Right.
Texas. Hey.
Yeah, and you gotta be careful too, because these people, they send instigators to
Yeah,
to
that's
these
exactly what's
things.
happening.
So you
They
gotta
send it
be
to stir
mindful
people.
of that
Yes.
too. Yeah.
That stuff is intentional. Like, people create, that's what I was saying. They create stuff. They start it small, then they create it. They create a whole situation, and it's like ongoing,
And they sit
you
back
know?
and they laugh.
Yeah. Because while
Mm-hmm.
other things is going on that we're distracted about, because we're focused on all of this
Mm-hmm.
drama that's going on over here. And we forget that we need to, stay focused and, live our
That's
lives.
why I'm saying I know it could be a time where you have to leave, but for right now, I'm
Hunker down.
sheltering in place.
That's
Yeah,
that's my
I'm
number one
hunkering
thing.
down too.
That's my number one thing. And for me,
Mhm.
if I run out of water from hunkering down, because we never know how long any situation would last.
Right.
Like,
Right, right.
I want to know before anything happens that I have a water source that I can go to, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
not too far, it's not risky or anything like that. There are going to
Right.
be some risks, because you just never know. But at the
Mhm.
same time, you want to make sure, see what's in your area, what you can have
Mm-hmm.
access to, and get to it. So you don't have to go in the public, for lack of a better word, like where everybody else is, and
Right.
crowds are, just to get something like water or so to sustain yourself and your family, which those things are necessary. Like, you have to have
Yeah.
water. Like, no
Mm-hmm.
matter
Oh
what, you
yeah.
have to have water.
That's
You
why I
know,
wanted to learn my neighborhood better for those kind of things in mind.
right,
And then I have like water, food, foraging, and I go
right,
back to my house. That's home base to a building,
right,
but I go out every
exactly,
day
Mm-hmm.
and I go and do what I got gather and whatever. But I
right,
cannot rely on leaving
right.
because
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
I was watching. No, I had one of the prepper channels. What he do is what I like is he actually read prepper books. Like he goes we read a couple of chapters and we come back and talk about the chapters. One of the books was actually written by a guy where there was a civil war. I'm bad with remembering where, but this was like recently.
Okay.
And he talked about what happened and why it made him a prepper. Why, when his country fell, I think was it a financial thing? I think, oh no, that one wasn't financial, but it made him a prepper. And he talked about the things that was needed at that time. And most people was dying from disease. He said you couldn't go out at night because like you said earlier, that's when all the shenanigans start happening
Mm-hmm.
as the people come out at night. One of the things was wood. They would run out of, keeping warm. They had to take furniture and break that up and, to keep warm and stuff like that. Um, And in another book, the country was a financial, their dollar had dropped. But I forget which one of them where you hear a lot of people, which got me upset when they say it, because you really don't know what's going to happen where. So you can't say, don't be here, don't be there, you don't know what's going to happen.
You don't know.
Like some people say, oh, you get out of the city and go in the country. But guess what this man said? They started going to the people in the country first. Why? Because they out there by themselves. They know the police can't get out there to them that quick. I said, now look at that.
Right.
And they said most of those people that were out there had to come to the city to work. I said, now look at that. That's why you can't really listen to what one side of what somebody is saying, especially if they never experienced it. Because look, all the stuff that we over here that's comfortable is saying to do, but yet people over there that it actually happened to saying a whole totally different.
Right. And it depends on the situation you have, because everybody's situation is not the same. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's good that we're having this, and I'm really enjoying these conversations, really, because it expands your mind. Yes.
Because even that one lady, she that I was following, she is in Venezuela, and you know what's been going on there for the last 10, 15 years with their money. And she would tell you, like, they have to go get water. And she showed you the buckets, you know, that she said what happens is the neighbors, they'll turn on each other and tell stuff that you're doing to the government and stuff like that. And she said that thing where we talk about a gallon of water per person, she said it's not true. You need more than that.
How they come up with that though? Like,
who knows? Who knows? People who never been in no situation. That's who came up with it. People who never been in the situation to even know how much water you need when you don't got enough water. That's who came up with that.
That's exactly what I'm concerned with, because the neighbors will report you. That's why people want to go out in the country, but you have to kind of have a place booked, because the people then will report you. Oh, she's got chickens over there. She's got ducks. Oh, she got food. Oh, she's burning fuel. That's not allowed. You're not supposed to do that, and rat you out.
Yeah, you know, she had neighbors that helped, and she had, you know, neighbors that was, you know, snitching. So you got to know who your neighbors are. And then she said, you know, things to get things fixed, like you have to really learn how to fix things, because you know, people that's what me and Planner was talking about earlier, that price gouging, you know?
Yep.
Right. And I think that has to
fix stuff.
And to avoid this price, you may not be able to avoid it 100%, the price gouging. I think we go out there and look for things so that we can be comfortable, which is not necessarily a necessity. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So
yeah.
we might be like, oh, I gotta, and a lot of us go out there and we panic buy stuff and we stock it up, which it's unnecessary. And we can be done using it. It's expired and we still have it sitting around. Like, why? And I've seen that happen with people in 2020. Like, they'll get in lines and they're in there fighting and they're coming over the news station. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, really? Who's fighting for this? Who's fighting for toilet paper? And they put a limit on things, and they create that because they put limit on things, and they make you feel like, okay, I need to go drive around to here and there and send my family member over there so we can all get one. And this is what happened. It's just pure chaos.
When I first heard about it, and I was like, well, how much caca y'all gonna be doing? That's what I want to know.
With no food.
You fighting over you going to go. They said boo. And the main thing y'all going to get is toilet paper? How much caca y'all think y'all gonna be doing? That's what I want to know.
Listen, get your choppy and dig a hole and squat.
They don't get it.
That didn't make no sense to me at all. You think the world is about to end, and the first thing you think to pick up is toilet paper.
I was running around getting water. I was toilet paper, whatever.
That's
Because
where
the
the
worst comes to
I
water.
was
worst,
just
you just
in
have to
the
go wash
stores
off your
with like the
time.
cartoons with
Exactly,
my
Urban.
mouth. I couldn't believe all the stuff that was just missing with,
Yeah.
you know, like people are in, we talk about mentality. That just goes to show you people's mentality. Like they could literally come on the news and go, boo,
And
and
that's
people
it.
just go run to the store.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. We
That's
forget
true.
that there are other options, like Urban said. Well, get water. If they're doing all of that, you do something different that would also work. Water.
Right.
Shelf off. It's
Makes
that
sense.
simple.
But how about but why are you every time they say boo, you run into the store? When are you gonna soon say, wait a minute, let me wait this out and see
And see. Yeah.
what's really going on?
I
Okay, because
think
this last time they said boo and I ran to the store, I'm still here.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
The world is actually still here.
You think they would have caught on, but they didn't. Because I was like, you know what? Let me try this damn TV. Because tell me pure foolishness. Nothing they say it's just pure foolishness. And they regurgitate the same news over and over and get you in a frenzy. Get everyone all stressed out. I just turned it off.
And you know,
Yeah.
I mean, when I tell you they clean, we go into the stores, regular shopping. We're not even out there looking. We just doing regular. You couldn't even do your regular shopping because people clean.
No.
I was in you know your store and you going where, so I'm turning the corner to go to where they had
spots, yeah.
the bread and the peanut butter. I turned the corner when I tell you it was one thing of bread on the whole. I could not, but I was like the cartoons, and my
No lights, no spray.
bottom jaw could have
No
dropped on the
pick
floor.
up your jaw and see what the other options are.
But guess
I
what was there?
said,
Fruits and
what
vegetables.
is
All
really
the fruit was
going
there. All the
on?
veggies was there. All the corn, all the healthy stuff in the can was there. Nobody wanted that. Nobody.
I know, but see, this goes back to the toilet paper thing. How much peanut butter and jelly are you think you gonna eat?
I guess a lot.
Y'all got all the bread off the sugar. Ain't that much
all
eating
the bread.
peanut butter and jelly in the world. If
And
you
bread's
wasn't
not gonna
eating peanut
last.
butter and jelly
Bread's
like
gonna
that,
go
you ain't
moldy.
eating peanut butter and jelly like that now. I don't care.
No.
That stuff is going to sit up
Just
there
for
and
it.
mold and go bad because you got too much stuff in the house that you don't
Right.
usually eat.
On
Yeah.
a regular,
It's
exactly.
ridiculous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I said, okay,
I get
cool, take that.
10, but it lasts us like a month or longer. When I go, I get 10 loaves of bread, but I freeze some of it. We eat bread like that, but I'm not going every day. And if they say, boo, we got enough bread and I know how to make bread.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go and eat. Like, to me, I know those people who bought all that food did not eat it. Some of that food probably went in the garbage.
They did not eat it. It wasted. Half of that food was wasted. And somebody else could have bought it and used it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So they would rather
What
take
about I'm thinking about the elderly people that's on fixed income. Now they come in here and need to go regular shopping like me, and they nothing in here.
Right.
Because you let these people scare you for no reason.
Right. That's true. That is true.
But it shows you what they want. They want all the junk. Because the healthy food was right there in play. I'm like, oh, there's corn, there's green beans, there's all kinds of stuff right there. They don't want the health. They want. So you take the junk. That's good. I'll live longer. And I bought
we went and I was particularly surprised at Whole Foods because the price of the stuff in there. They have a bin with $10 eggs. Because do you believe no eggs was in there? I said, wow.
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 But I still believe that people bought all of that food and didn't use it. Some of that food they wind up throwing out because you don't eat like that. You don't eat like that.
I know that for a fact food was wasted. And even my parents' neighbor who's now moved, he works at a wholesale place like for the restaurants and stuff. So because they were all closed down, they had all this stuff that was going to be thrown out. So he would bring us a big bag, a huge bag of green onions, Brussels sprouts, a dough that makes scones, like frozen dough to make
Yeah.
scones.
Yeah.
He brought us a whole bunch of stuff. A big thing of garlic that's already peeled. All this stuff because now they had no buddy buying their stuff.
Right.
Restaurants weren't open, so now they had all
Right.
this
That's
stuff
true.
and waste it.
Right.
So
Right.
we got all that stuff for free,
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
and we just put it in the freezer. We prepared our stuff. We made our green seasoning, and we just kept it moving.
Right.
And then
But
you
we
buying
did not
all of that
starve.
stuff. Where was you putting it? Where was they putting all of that stuff? Especially like the bread. Where was you if you you didn't have like a deep freezer, or if you didn't have, some people have 2 refrigerators, the eggs. Where were you putting all of that stuff?
I don't know.
I just feel like on a regular, if I don't eat certain things, I'm not stockpiling it.
No.
Yeah, that
I'm
makes
not-
sense.
I'm not stockpiling it. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
well,
say
I know
I'm
I've
not
heard
gonna
people
get
say that.
this
Only
or
prep
get
the
that.
stuff
I'm not
you eat.
stockpiling all those
Yeah.
things that are, because when you look at it, then you're just gonna be stuck with it. What's the point when somebody else can have access to it, that somebody that use it? Like why are
And
we
They don't-
creating
they
this?
don't- They don't think that way. Their
Mhm.
feelings are run by the media, and whatever the media was on the news, they go run and start
It's-
hoarding up and panic
Yes.
buying.
Mhm.
Yes.
And people like us know you should have your stuff already stored up. All your dry goods should already be somewhere in a bucket somewhere. All your essentials. If I don't have bread,
Yeah.
I have flour I can make or grind up the beans.
Mhm.
I can make bread from
Mhm.
beans. I can make lentil bread. I can make
Yep.
I can do all kind of
Yep.
different things and make some
Yep.
kind
Yep.
of bread.
Right.
I don't need to have
I don't
name
like when they say what they say, food shortage. We don't have no food shortage here. Stop saying that. That's a mental thing.
That's
They try to
created
get
though.
you-
Yeah.
They try to get
They
you
created
in a mentality of I forget the word. The word escapes me, but that's just to get you in that kind of mentality. I
Of
said
a
we
lack,
don't
a
have a
lack,
food
yeah.
shortage. Yeah, mentality of lack. So,
plenty of food.
and people was running around going to the store. Look, the shelves are empty. You okay? You know how much tuna is in the store? If you just showing me where StarKist ain't there, what about the other brands?
Right.
Yeah, the no name
Right.
brand.
Okay,
I buy
we
the no
sure the
name.
StarKist, but you're not showing me the other brands on the shelf. Okay, so what? We ain't got no StarKist tuna on the shelf. We got another brand on the shelf, so then that's not a food shortage. Okay,
These
just
things
because the
are
shelf
like
is
a trend.
empty.
Don't mess with the mind. They know what they're doing. They know
Right.
Yeah, they do. And to me, my thing is, if we all are in different states, if you could go to your Walmart and they got food on the shelf, and I go to mine and there's food on, and Urban go to hers, and Fifi go to hers, that don't sound like a food shortage to me.
Right. That's
We all got food in four different states, and
Right.
one 3 different states in one country. That don't sound like a food shortage to me.
Right.
At
No.
all. None. If I could go to 3 different stores and they got food in all 3 of them stores, that don't look like a food shortage to me.
Right. And even if you go and there's no tuna there, there's sardines right there. It's fully stocked with sardines. Eat some
Right,
sardines.
take whatever.
If
If
that bad, you wanna
there's
eat
food
some
there,
sardines.
then that's not a food shortage. Just because
Exactly.
one type of food is not there makes it a food shortage. Because you can, how many times you went to the store to get your particular thing is not there? Did you go start running around? Oh my God, it's a food shortage. It's a food shortage. My ice cream is not on the shelf. It's a food shortage. No, you
There's
thought
no
what you
rum and
said.
raisin left.
Okay, it's a food shortage.
Shotgun
Oh my
stove.
goodness. No, what did you say? They didn't have your thing, right? They ran out of the thing you had.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden it's not there and it's a food shortage. Stop it. Like, really
Yeah.
think about this what they trying to do to
We
you.
eat more
They
than we
got
need to
this.
eat, though. We just nibble, just a nibble. And that was the best thing that happened. Eat what you need to eat. Your healthy calories, and that's it. Stop picking here and picking there and chips and
Not
cookies and all
only
this
that,
nonsense.
Right. If you're eating for nutrition, you're just eating because it's there available and you feel like eating it and I want to eat that and that's what I want. But there are other healthy things there that you have access to. It's there. It's sitting on the shelf looking at you.
Yeah, they didn't want that.
Well,
They
come
passed by
on.
those shelves. They want the packaged stuff.
Now that the stores is stocked back up, What where the food shortage people at now?
Right.
There was never a food shortage. Trust me. Trust me.
Everything
I
was on
know,
that
and they
damn
make
ship.
a lot of
On
big
that
people,
damn
race.
ship.
people really
Super
got an
now.
attitude when I said that. Like when I would say there is no food shortage. Is the restaurants in your neighborhood still running? All 10 of them? Then it ain't a food shortage.
That's true. You're right.
Okay.
You're
When you
right.
said
Are
it,
they
you were
still,
right. And I
when
said,
they
what's
close up,
happening?
are they throwing away the
It's
food that they made?
manufactured.
It ain't a
It's
food shortage.
It was manufactured. That's what I, because when you said it, you were right. It was manufactured because they picked and choose where they had the supplies sent to
Right.
cause
Right.
a rift between the lower class and the middle class and the
Yes.
upper class.
Yes.
Because the same store, same name of store, over there they have everything, but over here they have
Mhm.
nothing.
in that
Right.
neighborhood they had
You
it,
want the
and in
lower
this one
income
they
people
didn't have it.
fighting
Yep.
because
Right.
they're gonna fight and war over toilet paper. And then
Yep.
the rich area had everything there.
Yeah,
No crowd,
because
no
you know
fighting,
when
no
they
lineup.
create that, all the scallywags are going out there and gather in the parking lot and
That's
act a
exactly what
fool.
happened.
So they
And when you
create
have
Mhm.
a
that stuff.
car and you start to drive, you say, "Oh, there's no fighting over here. There's no shortage." They
No.
pick and choose where they drop the stuff to, and then you realize, oh, this is a really orchestrated and really planned out.
A mental thing to get you in a certain mindset.
Right,
And they have
right.
bunkers. You
Yeah.
know what the bunkers? They have their hidden bunkers with all the food hidden away. So there's no food shortage.
No,
They have this
there is
stockpile.
no food. As long as to me, if there's seeds, we ain't got no food. There will never be no food shortage.
That's true.
We could grow stuff and get the seeds from those things and grow some. There will never be a food shortage. I'm sorry.
And we gotta
Long
be
as we got
It wasn't
seeds,
designed for that. It wasn't
right.
designed for that. The food
We gotta
always
be
available.
right. I
Even
was
when the
gonna say we
pandemic
gotta
happened.
learn to be. Go ahead, Urban.
Oh, when the pandemic happened, what they block off? They block off the gardening section, but the liquor store was wide open.
Right? When everybody is home
We're
and they
all
have
home,
time
have
to actually
nothing
go
to
in the
do
garden.
but
Like,
drop
hello.
seeds. Oh no, it's
I'm
not
telling you.
essential. You can't get no seeds, but you can go to the liquor store and the vaping store and over there and the pornographic store. That's essential
Tell me.
services.
Porn and rum. Disaster.
This is so the foolishness in these people. Then God, before they did that, I had so much seeds already starting to buy, so I had seeds. But I went and got soil when they finally opened up. Oh, the store's closed. I said, I'm going to the garden center. I don't care about none of that. I want garden center. And I got my
Right.
soil and my pots and my stuff, and just started growing right in 2020, the early
Right.
stage, before them lock off. Who cannot? How are you blocking the garden center? And then they say you must stay home and lock up in your house.
And do what?
And do what?
you should
Right.
see me and my daughter. We ain't locked up. We running around all over the place and going, y'all closed too? Doggone it.
We went around a bit, but not really. Because at first I was like, oh my God, we're gonna die. Lord,
Listen.
pandemic.
I
Oh,
am
right in
running
there.
around.
With your
I
fear.
told my kids, I said, none of y'all, I don't know what's going on there. None of y'all ain't leaving this house. Quit your job. I do not care. Sit all yourself here.
Until
My
we figure
husband
out
was
what's
the
gonna
only
happen.
one that left the house because nobody knew what was going on. And they out there keep lying to us. And I'm like, listen, y'all ain't going out there and get sick and come back here to me. Sit home. We got food, we got water, we got stuff for a while. We're good. Let's spend time with each other
You
right
know
now.
what that did? That actually put tension between people.
True.
How they had us acting in the street with doing stuff that we wouldn't normally do, because I didn't, what I call self-muzzled. I had a problem with it. I personally had a problem with it because of what they did to our ancestors. So I said, I'm not self-muzzling. No, I'm not doing it. So I didn't, and I'm not scared to get sick. I felt that if it's my time to go, guess what?
It's your time. Right.
It's my
And
time
that's why I
to
never
go.
understood. If people want to make their own decisions, well, if they're okay with
Isn't
passing
right?
this earth,
Isn't this
it's their
America?
decision.
We supposed to be able to have
Right.
that choice, right? To make our own decision.
That's their free
So
choice.
I
That's what
didn't
they want to do.
self-muzzle. So you had people like when I was in the supermarket and they would, how people when they staring at you, they just will you to look at them because they're staring at
Yeah.
you so hard. So I'm on the phone talking to my daughter, finding out what to get. And I just had, just willed to look up and lady coming down and giving me the, why you ain't got on a mask.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at her like, F around and find out.
I wish I did that. I was up there with a mask, 2 masks, 3 masks, 10 masks, and then just to get in and get out because I don't want no argument with
It's
nobody.
like, this is supposed to be America. We have our choice to do what we feel we want to do for our own self. You take care of your health, I'll take care of mine. That's how it was before the shenanigans happened. And guess what? When it's finished, that's how it's gonna, it stay. If I feel that I'm strong enough to take on whatever is your claim is out here, and if I'm not, then so be it. It'll take me out. That's just the way it is. But I'm not self-muzzling. I mean, we're not gonna do that. Mm-hmm. And then after, then you got the doctors saying we got this. But to me, it's strange. Like when you taking away a doctor's license when he's trying to help people, something is wrong with that.
Something's wrong.
Something is wrong. This person was a doctor for 30 years, and you mean to tell me he's going to all of a sudden out of nowhere tell a lie to get his license taken away from him?
Right.
Something is wrong with that. And even on the box, they talk about wearing the mask. Even on the box, it tells you that the mask doesn't do that. It tells you that on the box. It does not block.
And the mask itself has chemicals in it that you're inhaling. So make it make sense. Make it make sense.
So we have to be careful when we have these, things that we believe in, and when it comes to emergencies, we have to learn to put those things aside and respect, what the next person decide to do, especially if it doesn't have nothing. If I decide not to wear a mask and you got your booster and upper and downer and sider and to protect yourself, what are you worrying about me for?
Same thing I said.
Yeah,
why
you should be good. Yep.
Because you should be good.
You got it. You say it's going to protect you, right? So what you worrying about me for? Hey, GT, what's up?
Hey, GT.
I wasn't as brave as you, Bougie, when it came down to it. I didn't understand what was going on. When I see Fred, the godson, pass away, I was like, oh, they taking out people. They got a little bit of money. I was like, okay, well, what should I do? Like I was coming in and I was taking a shower after leaving Costco because I was the only person that was going out. My son did the remote learning. My wife, she was able to work from home. So I was the only one that was going to bring something in because we stayed in the house, But then things just wasn't adding up. And then they were talking about it was going to be mandatory to what's it called? What do y'all call it? The shot?
I call it the kill shot. I guess now you could call it whatever you want, right? It's all over with now, right? I call it the kill shot.
So
they still censor you on social media, but yeah.
Okay.
So I was trying to figure out what job I needed to get next because I didn't know what to do. I just didn't think that was the best route that I wanted to take. I felt like I was healthy enough and that my family needed me more for me not to take something that I wasn't fully aware of, and it was just something spiritually was telling me, just wait a while, and then my supervisor, she was saying something and she said, oh, I know you're not going to take it or whatever. And I told her, I was like, no, it's not that I'm not going to take it because I'm against the V's. It's just that it just seems like it's not been researched enough, and then with all the stuff that's been coming out in the last year, I'm like, wow. Are they going to get sued?
I was going to ask you, what do you think about it? What do you think about it now that after everything that happened? What do you think now about all the stuff that they was making us do? And now, like you said, all this information is coming out that it wasn't even necessary.
What I wish
they were fighting against each other and telling you can't come around me if we were the problem.
That too. Look, this is what I'm talking about. They did all of this and made families divide. Yeah.
If we said hell no, they couldn't have pushed it down. People
Right.
crumbling and take,
Right.
then your stand
Mhm.
looks stupid because you're the only one standing.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, one of my individuals that I was assisting, he was getting he was it was every time they had one available for him, he would get it and he would get
Mhm.
sick every time. So one
Mhm.
time, I don't get into, how they govern their children when it comes down
Mhm.
to things like that. I govern it when it comes down to behaviors and
Mhm.
just habitual things. So but finally I said something to her or whatever, and she didn't understand, and I just left it just like that. But I
Mhm.
remember when it first happened, my dad was telling me, "Oh, you need to do this, you need to do that." I said, "Dad, I may not be the smartest person. I may just have that GED." I said, "But something don't sound right." I was like,
Mhm.
"Some just
Mhm.
don't sound right." And then I bumped into a lady, a microbiologist, and she had some other titles behind her, and she was saying some stuff, and I was like, "Man, that make a lot of sense." I was like, and I tried to tell my dad, but my dad, he took his own route or whatever, and I supported it because his
Mhm.
route is going to be different because
Mhm.
he's older than me.
Mhm.
He's
Older,
been
yeah.
exposed to
Mhm.
different things. His lifestyle is going to be different. He write his own
Mhm.
story. But then when the
Mhm.
holidays came up, I couldn't go over there. I was like,
Mhm.
really? So it did
Wow.
divide us. It really did.
Wow,
But
babe.
Wow. Wow.
yeah, and when they had it, then it was like they was like, "Oh, we're gonna get the booster shots." I mean, they're gonna. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to say that on your channel planner. It was like they was talking about the boosters and stuff, and I asked my dad. I was like, "Hey, you going?" He was like, I guess." I was like, "Dad," I was like, "You gotta see that this is gonna be, you know, you're being the guinea pig. You're being the experimental rat right now." I was like, I understand you want to believe in the government, and that's okay. I said we supposed
Mhm.
to want to
Mhm.
believe in someone that's supposed to be, our
Having your best
caretakers on
interest.
certain levels or
Yeah.
whatever. I said, but this
Mhm.
don't sound like the story that's supposed to be written correctly.
Right.
I was like, first it
Right.
was we won't get it, we won't all these things that they were saying, and now they're retracting, and they're not
Mm.
retracting to say, oh, we messed up. It was, we're gonna
Right.
act like it didn't
Like, oh
happen, like we
well.
didn't
Oh
say that. And I'm
well.
like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
Oh well.
you
We
it seemed like you
lied.
had bad intentions,
So
and
what?
it just didn't sound right.
Mhm.
But that's all I wanted to come up here and say. I wasn't as bold and as strong as you, Bougie. When it came down to it, I was following the protocol because I wanted to live for my family. That's all. I
Right.
knew that I was the person. I had to bring bread in the house as far as I had to go get
Mhm.
money. I knew that I
Mhm.
had to go shopping, and it was barely shopping that I had to do because I've been on this wave since 2018 of trying to have more and more stuff to preserve.
Right.
So
Mhm.
I just
But
wanted to live
that's
to
what
see.
I'm saying about everybody respecting what everybody chose to do
Right.
at that time. We supposed to be in America, even though y'all we in different countries, but you supposed to have a choice.
Yep.
Me being here in America, I'm supposed to have a choice of what I decide to do. So you don't get to dictate to me. I don't know, maybe I got to get a little
You should have your
rebel
own
from
autonomy
my
so you can do
mother
your own stuff.
because yeah, and I mean if we don't stand for something, they'll just do all kind of stuff to us.
Right.
Because
It's just
I was working at the Big A, and doing I sorted the boxes that went in the bag that go on the trucks that deliver. So in there, they have no AC, no heating.
I
So
heard
at
about
some
those
time,
places.
it
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
literally sweat was going dripping down my back. I could feel the sweat dripping down my back. And in the wintertime, you was freezing. So when they decided that we had to muzzle up, I would just put it on my chin. And I walked around like that. So and they left me alone because what I would do, I would go, but people were complaining though. They had a board to complain, and people were complaining that they could not breathe
Yeah.
because were literally moving urban. We had to pick boxes up, put it here, and they wanted you to move at a certain pace. You had to pick a certain amount of boxes within a certain amount of time. So you were moving in there.
Yeah.
So to have that constricting your breathing while you moving in there like that, and then if it's summertime and there's no heat, you know what I'm saying, and you got this thing on your face. So I would put it on, like they said, and just have it on my chin. I never put it up over my nose.
Yeah,
So
put down.
that means, yeah, one girl, like, and I don't like to go to a job where you try to use fear on me. That's one thing I do not play. I'm not going to be working somewhere where I'm scared of the supervisor or scared of the manager. You work here like me, as far as I'm concerned. You're an employee just like me. You're not nothing special. Just because you have a title, you think you special? I don't think you special. You're just another worker like me. I'm there to do a job. I know I'm there to do a job, and I'm going to do my job to the best of my ability, but you're not going to try to scare me into doing absolutely nothing. So, I mean, everybody has like their own level of how but you know, they knew that they could scare people into doing stuff because we know we need some a source of income to keep where we stay, in a roof over our head, get food and stuff like that. And they use that on people, which is I think is very sad. They use that on people to make them, you know, do the thing. And then come to find out, jobs really didn't even have the right to even tell people to do that.
Yeah,
And that's where my anxiety came in, is because I knew that I needed certain things in line so that I didn't degrade and go to the lower, you know, side of living, as far as we was comfortable. So that was where anxiety came in. And I thought that I was going to have to sue. Let me step out real quick. I thought that I was going to have to sue the federal government or somebody, because I've been on my job for 10 years. I've never had a job this long in my life. So I'm happy to say that I've been loyal enough at this job, you know. And then when they was talking about the mandates and, you know, all of those things, I was like, you know, I'm going to leave this job because it can't make me put something in my, this messes with this has something to do with biology and all this other stuff. I don't like stuff like this, so I'm going to have to quit. That's what I'm thinking. And then all of a sudden it was like, no, they can't force us to do that. And I'm like, what do y'all mean? Y'all are a nonprofit. You know, they dictate a lot of different things. With there's a lot of things that we just don't talk about, but no, they can actually dictate that everyone on your staff has to have it, you know. And then one of my clients, they wouldn't work. Their parents wouldn't let them work with me because I wouldn't take it. And they was like, well, why won't you? I was like, because I don't feel like they have enough research. Wow. And it was like, well, have you done any research? I said, no, because I'm not going to take it. I was like, once that y'all have taken it and we see what's going on, then maybe I will take it, but not right now. I'm not going to be the first, you know, I'm not going to get it in the first round. No.
Right.
But did you have to disclose that to your clients' parents, or?
No, see, the problem is I'm a little too honest. That's my problem.
Yeah, my girlfriend taught me that too. She taught me, stop telling them what you're gonna do. Just tell them you need the day off. Because they don't care what you're doing. Just tell them you need the day off. I had to learn that too.
I got a big problem. I know it. And they said something and I was like, oh, really? And what they were saying was not the truth, but it was like in a shadow of a corner that someone said, you know, the truth. And I was like, and they was like, oh, so you didn't get it? And I was like, no, I didn't get it. And it was just, I'm just honest. I get myself in trouble because I don't tell no lies. I change the subject, or I said ain't your business, but I don't lie.
Ain't your business.
But I mean, all of a sudden though, now everybody's health is everybody else's business.
Concern. Exactly.
But when it comes down to communicable diseases, communicable diseases, and there's certain things that the government has to jump in to facilitate. And I didn't feel like it was.
As to what? They started it. They're the ones who unleashed it.
But I mean, at that time,
But
well,
we couldn't prove it at that point, Urban.
we knew that gorilla or
well,
that
some of
black
us
We
knew already. Some of
speculated.
us that
We
be in all in
speculated.
the conspiracy stuff, we be
If
conspiracizing
it looks
and
like a
sitting
duck,
and
it's a
going.
duck. The man bought the bat in the wet market in the middle of nowhere. Lie.
Man.
So that's I was always, since you caused the problem and you have the solution, I'm staying out of this whole scenario.
All of a
You have
sudden,
nothing to stand. You
Back
caused
to
the problem,
normal.
but now you have a solution.
Back to
And
regular
only one
programming.
solution.
Yep, just like that.
Miss me with that. Miss me with that.
and you know what? We shouldn't be afraid to speak on the stuff that we know. We first of all, we need to unlearn a lot of stuff that we was taught, because we've been lied to
Yeah, I
our
agree
whole
with that.
That
entire
part.
life.
I agree with
We've
that.
been lied to our whole entire life, so we need to unlearn some stuff
Oh, gosh.
and relearn some things, especially about the things that we thought we knew
Mm-hmm.
to be
My
true.
dad,
The
my
things
son
that we
asked me
believe.
about. Sorry,
No, go ahead.
my son asked me about Halloween. Now, there's a lot of stuff about Halloween that's like, oh my
Mhm.
goodness, do you know where the pumpkin actually originated from and all this stuff? And it was like, how much do I tell him when he's still a child? I don't want him to be to where he can get tricked easy, but I also don't want to take him out of that childhood, because you only get to be a child one time.
Mhm.
So it's like
Mhm.
trying to find that balance. And then he start asking about,
Isn't your child older than a child? He's like a tween, right?
he's 14 years old, but
He's old enough to know about Halloween then.
yes, but it's like, how much do you tell a child certain things? I believe I don't want to tell my child everything, because it's just like with,
If
I
your
was
child
exposed
learns
to
that you withheld things from them that they could have handled and they can get it off the street, that's not a good situation to be in.
You can censor it a little bit, but you have to be honest, and you have to hit the points that you have to hit. Like I feel like a 14-year-old is old enough, but that's just for me personally, right?
Mhm.
And I feel like if my daughter is 14 and we can talk about Christmas and what I did growing up, what I believed when I was growing up, and what I believe now, if that has changed. We can talk about all that stuff, because when you realize the things that you were taught and the things that you've already taught your kids, because that's what you believed in, because that's what you know. And then you realize, it's not so. Then you have to go back. You have to backtrack and have the conversation. And I feel like she's old enough. My youngest is old enough for us to have conversations like that. And I will tell her stuff that I believe now. Right?
What about if you tell him the whole thing and then allow him to tell you what he think now
what you
about
think about
Halloween?
Right.
And what he should and what he would like to do.
And it's not a one-time conversation.
The holiday.
Right. Because he would have to process that stuff from what he knew.
But
I think once a kid's body starts changing and they go into puberty, that whole childlike mentality, you gotta treat them like a young adult, and they're a young adult, and they're gonna be legally in your house for another 4 years. So you need to make them have that sense, that intellectual sense. They're not a child. They're a young adult.
But you know what? Sometimes them kids know more than you think they know.
Of course.
Yes, because they're exposed to a lot out there, but they're just not sure. Because they hear and see things, and they just got to figure out, have a balance between the two and which direction they want to go. And that's how I feel. Like they would hear things out there. And I'm pretty sure there are probably kids his age that don't believe in certain things that he believes in, or vice versa. So, I mean, you have it all out there already. It's out there.
Yeah, I think it would be cool, though, if you told him. So like Urban said, if somebody else says something, he could be like, oh, yeah, my dad told me that.
Yeah, he could be prepared for that, because
you know what, GT? You might be telling him and he know more than you, but
he gonna teach you something. Probably.
No, for real. It's serious.
GT is thinking.
Yeah, we don't because some question these kids just come and ask you sometimes. It's like you know you got to think before you answer. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
they
Because
put you on the spot.
yeah, you see the way we grow up, they ain't grow up that way.
Right.
We grew up where we've been taught everything. Them have a way now, them could, they could get answers more
Yeah.
than
Yeah,
Yeah.
we was.
outside of the parents.
Yes, we was just stuck at what we've been taught right here in the
And
back.
they didn't want to talk about nothing. They didn't want to use the proper words.
Right.
It was chocho. What the hell's a chocho? They wouldn't even use the right body part name. Like
Yeah,
that,
you
them
be
kind of
surprised.
foolishness. I have no tolerance, even though I had no kids. My mom told me the real things from an early age.
Right.
You're not telling nothing vulgar. Tell them the truth.
Listen.
This is the proper name for stuff.
I don't think I ever heard my mom say that name, to be honest.
I didn't know calling it chocho. What the hell's a chocho?
Yeah.
So now when I saw the chocho, I'm like, oh, I see what they meant. It does look like a chocho, but that's besides the point. It's not what it's called. Teach them the proper names so they can grow up and have some sense.
And I'm thinking because my son he has a slight innocence about him and stuff, and you could tell by just his everyday life, his everyday actions, his everyday conversations. So just to be honest, my son go to school with like 95% of white people, and that just that's where we live. So there's certain things that I don't want him to go through life and feel. I don't want to feel like I ruined him because I gave him a little bit too much information.
Right.
So I hear everything y'all are saying, and I'm definitely going to take everything y'all say in consideration on certain subjects, but on some subjects, I just got to put fillers out there and see how willing does he want to really know.
Right.
Like the Jewish thing that people been talking about. There's things that I don't even know, but I'm getting fed information, and some things feel spiritually like, that may not be the right answer and stuff. And it's like, how do I guide him on just this topic right here when I know that innately we are some great people, because of, melanin and stuff like that. So, this stuff is hard. Being a parent is hard.
It is. That's the hardest job ever. And I'll always say that being a parent is the hardest job ever in this world. For me. That's from my point of view. Because sometimes you don't have answers. Sometimes you don't know what the right decision is at any given point. And it's tough. It's really
I
and then
see
I
it
don't.
as a catch-22 because not to say one is wrong than the other, but it's like a catch-22 because like I haven't really been told anything, but then when you get older to find out, why y'all didn't tell me that?
Exactly.
That's
Why am I
mean.
finding out about this now?
That's
Well,
How come
mean.
you didn't say nothing to me about this? And then you're mad because nobody didn't tell you. You went all this time, 50 years like a big dum-dum and didn't know that this was the truth about whatever, whatever. So to me, it's like a catch-22.
I've definitely been there, and I also want to, you don't want the streets to teach your children certain things that you should be teaching at your own house. Like they're not going to teach Black history. Okay, well, that's your job as a parent. And so it's trying to find that balance. I swear to you, I don't want to keep things from him to harm him, but I want him to stay innocent. Like there's a lot of stuff that I didn't know. But I went through life carefree, happy, jolly, and all these things because there was information that the spirit just made me go around it, and maybe it hindered me some, but the man that I am today has made me great because I didn't know all of this craziness. And there's a lot of stuff on the internet. So it's really trying to find that balance of what do you expose the child to and what do you pull back from. And I've been struggling with that since he turned 10.
Keep the innocence with telling the truth. I think you could keep the innocence because it's not like you're not allowing him to still be a child because Like I never told my kids about Santa Claus and all of that stuff. Like they knew where the gifts came from, but we still did the Christmas tree and gift stuff. So they still had that experience of getting gifts, even though the Santa Claus wasn't included in it. So I think you could still do things that, you know, everybody, that, you know, the kids do, but they know the truth about it.
Right.
It's not that just because you know the truth about it don't mean you don't participate in it. Like we don't have no kids here at the house, but because we in a new complex with a whole bunch of kids, we went and got candy. Because I know the kids is gonna come. Well, I mean, everybody indicated to have their porch lights on if you had candy.
My lights was off and I didn't have any candy.
Yeah, so that's what people did. If the kids knew to go to the houses with the porch light on. So I think you could keep the innocence but still let the child know what the truth. Because like you said, you don't want them to be tricked easily by anybody.
Like,
so you would want to at least arm them with some information, so that in case somebody did say something, they already know what the truth about it is.
Okay, GT. Somebody
I
said,
don't understand how we're equating knowledge to child innocence. Like the two are not in the same category. I don't understand how it's being put in the same category. How does knowledge have anything to do with being innocent and being a child? You're not telling them about rape. You're not telling them about anything vulgar. You're not putting them in a war-torn. You're giving them basic knowledge. And some kids are sharp. I was not a basic child. You couldn't baby me. You had to tell me facts. I was very intelligent.
But yeah, and I guess it's according to the child, because every child is different. So you can have 4 kids in the house and they all told different people.
They can still be innocent and intelligent. Like, why are we making the two in categories?
I think
while you're holding back, they're learning it in school from the friends. So you know what I'm saying? So sometimes it's better you just be honest and have the conversation. Because while you're holding back, they're learning in school
the wrong information,
their friends and their buddies.
Yeah, and what if the conversation comes up in school and you only told them a little bit, but the friends telling them more, and then they that's that catch-22 comeback where you say, well, why Dad didn't tell me that part?
I feel like GT is what I got from what you said is that you're opening to have the conversation and go as far as he's comfortable talking about, and you're willing to expose him or to just have that discussion. But I feel like you don't know
said to see how much his son actually wants to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to see exactly how much his son wants to know and how far he can take the conversation.
Fair to say, because he would know his son and he would know how deep to go. But I don't feel like you're wanting to hold back, but you're just wanting to know how deep to go, you know, when you have this conversation with him.
And see, y'all are intelligent people on the panel. So, you know, when I'm saying, and I'm also listening to y'all, yeah, I know my child, I interact with him and things like that. But I'm not going to be a dummy. A dummy is, I'm just going to, you know, I'm not like that. I'm actually going to, you know, soak in. I got 2 ears and 1 mouth. So I'm going to use these as well as using my mouth, you know. So I'm also taking in information and information so that I can use that when it's very necessary. Yeah. So
if you're sending your kids to school and to people that are not your family who are influencing your child, then you need to be less concerned about what you're teaching them and be concerned about what they're teaching them. Because these teachers don't care about your child or their well-being or having accurate history and facts and building their self-esteem. So being worried about what you're teaching your own child shouldn't be on the table. Worrying about what the school's teaching your child, that's what you have to be worrying about, in my opinion.
You have a great point with that, Urban. And I hope that my son goes in circles that actually, you finna get ready, sir? What? You finna get ready? Yeah, I just gotta grab a bag. All right, we're gonna leave in 5 minutes, all right? All right. Sound good to you? All right. I'm just gonna get in the bag. All right. Sounds good. So I just hope that he's in circles where he's not not learning certain things, but I was a bad boy. So it's like trying to it's
That's
trying
that.
to find.
Go ahead.
No, I want to hear what you say.
No, I was gonna say that's your hope, but your hope may not be reality. Reality is out there waiting. So I mean,
Hmm.
he might already be exposed to
You
stuff
know what?
you don't
Tell
want
him
him to be exposed
that when
to.
you talk about that
And
bad boy stuff, tell him,
Mhm.
please tell him, tell it all. Don't hold back on that. Tell it
listen, once
all.
you start going in deep with him and you see his reaction and you know he talks to you and tells you what he thinks, you would know how deep to go. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna go pretty deep once you get started with, you know, going in depth with all that information, because you want to be the one to, because you're the only one
Hmm.
that's gonna look out for your kid the way that
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
nobody's
only
gonna
you're gonna do
care
that.
more than you.
Yeah.
You're the only one. So I
Yeah,
think it's important
make
that
it
we
where when
understand
he
that.
get older, make it where when he get older, he can never say that you didn't tell him something.
Right.
Yeah, see, and one of the things that I what made me think like this in the first place, I mean, some of it is just, I see him and things like that. But one of the we was watching a movie, it was called Thug, The Hate That You Give. And we was watching it as a family, and I'm watching his response to certain things, and I had to scale down certain things because there's a such thing as emotional maturity, and I didn't believe that he was at that level. Like when it came down
Mhm.
to 2A, I used to take him to 2A, but I'm paying attention to just things psychologically that he, shows, and I'm like, I have to pull this back from him. He understands the safety, he understands certain elements of 2A, but there's certain things that I cannot teach him, and it's because of mentality. And that's the
Mhm.
same thing with a lot of different things. Like it's finding that balance. I don't know how to
Right.
say
I
it.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I
I
understand.
understand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
I
understand.
totally understand what you're saying. And it makes a lot of sense because it comes with that, you know, mental maturity. It comes with that. And if you see you're telling him something or showing him something and he's not comfortable with it, then he's not ready because he's not going to receive it well for it to be something positive for him. So, I mean,
Mhm.
that's how I feel about that. If he's not ready, then there's no point in forcing it. But always remember that it's going to be out there. It's going to be
And
out
that's where the finding the balance comes in. Like
there. Right.
some of y'all probably have seen The Hate You Give. It's a powerful movie. I loved it. I'm watching his response. The
Right.
parts that he is supposed to be sad about, his response, his social cues to let you know certain things about people. I mean, this is part of my job.
Right.
My job is to look at certain things and
Right.
learn how to evaluate how I'm supposed to interact with that person.
Right.
Everyone is not the same.
Right.
So, and I have that in me. So I'm watching, I'm like, you know what, this is a little, this is
Right.
a little weird here,
Yeah. Yeah.
so,
What do you mean
But you
it's
don't
maybe,
weird?
think
He's not
that
crying? You mean
now,
'cause he's not
this,
crying?
but society
uh,
has made us like kind of numb to stuff that we would may sometimes feel sad about. Like we see it so much that we are numb to it.
but he's 14 and he hasn't grown up in certain elements, so he shouldn't even have that. You ready?
But I watch movies and I
All right.
cry, and then I know some kids next to me who have a stone face watching the same movie. We just
Right.
react to things differently. Some
Right.
people know that it's all
Hmm.
acting, so they don't get emotionally attached because it's fake.
Yeah.
They don't
Just
get
like
the drama in the
with the
story.
scary movies, there's some people I don't watch scary movies. I'm like, y'all ain't playing with my head like that. So there's
Mm-mm.
some people that love scary movies. It don't do nothing to
Nothing
them.
for
Yeah,
them.
that's true. That's true.
I
Yep.
always cry at the movies. Oh my god, the person and look at me like, really, you're crying? Like,
It's
what
only a
gives
movie, right?
right?
Crying at movies is one
Sitting
thing.
there
I cry when I
bawling,
watch
bawling
TikTok
out.
videos.
Urban sitting there bawling out.
And pass the tissue, and I'm like, don't hit the person. Like, I'm yelling out in the theater about don't hit the person, getting all emotionally invested. But it don't mean nothing. It doesn't mean that the person's cold. They know it's fake, so they
Right.
don't get invested in the story. So you can't always judge what you're seeing with your eyes and think the person has no heart. The person has a heart. You don't know.
They're probably just processing it in a
Processing
different
it,
way. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Urban said, some people might just know it's a movie and don't
Right.
respond in an emotional way to the movies like the rest of us be talking to the screen.
Yeah, and yelling at the
Ah.
screen. How dare you? You know, don't cuss.
Talk to the
Wait, like me and my girlfriend, we don't know why they doing that. They know that this person having a whole like these people are real.
That's what I'm saying. So you
Oh,
can't really,
man.
you know, and you're right, Bougie. The kids nowadays are just not as connect. You know, they're just
connected. Yes, that's true. That
you
is
can't
true.
assume that they're not emotionally intelligent. They're still learning how to process and cope and how to, you know, acknowledge their own feelings. And you're not
Yeah.
going to always get a physical reaction from them.
Response out of them, yeah.
That's true.
Like some of the
This
young boys I'm
thing is-
seeing, like one guy who went to school and he dropped out after 2 months, and his parents are upset because it's like, we paid all this money and this and that, and he literally has no, like, he's literally just lost, just trying to figure out who he is.
Oh, wow. Sad.
But you have to just work with them, but
right.
you have to treat them like an adult. I said, you got. I said to them, he's so babied. He hasn't had to live any life. He hasn't. So he literally has.
My
and you
nephew.
push him out into the world to go to school, and he's not
ready for
mature
it.
enough.
Yeah.
And you can't. I said, you can't blame the kid. I kind of blame you all. And they're like, look at me, because he hasn't taken the. He doesn't know how to do any chores. He doesn't have any responsibilities. Doesn't know how to take the bus. Hasn't had to do anything to grow. We are gardeners. You gotta put the plant outside and harden it off, don't we not? You haven't hardened off the child. He's been for all this time, and then you're upset because he can't handle it. Did you give him the skills to handle it?
Yeah, I used to say that about my nephew. I had a nephew. He was like one of those real smart kids. You know how they got those special kids schools for those type of kids,
right?
And he would act out because a lot of those kids, if you have them in regular schools and stuff, they get bored. Like I know this already.
Yeah,
I know this already. And then they're not acknowledging that, so he's acting out. But he would only do it, around my mother. My mother used to say, "You always say you don't see him do this." You know why? First of all, I let him be a kid. I don't treat him like Urban said. I let him do stuff. Y'all don't let him do nothing. He come here, he got to take the garbage out like everybody else. Right. When it's time to go to the store to get snacks, I let him go to the store. Y'all don't let him be a kid. So he just do dumb stuff around you.
He's bored, doesn't know what to do with his time. Time to think.
When I say this, and I try to tell them, put him in a gifted school. This is what these schools are for. They will push him. They will give him the advancement. But no, I don't know nothing. So what happened? He just kept acting out. I mean, they no, you know what they did? They put him on that stuff.
Oh,
I was totally upset with that. I was real mad when they did that. They put him on the stuff. I mean, one time I went, when he was in like the middle, not even middle school, I think lower grade, when he would act out, they had him in this room. And he just in the room acting a fool until I walked in. And I looked at him like, what are we doing? Stop doing what he was doing.
Wow. Just
and
like that.
And he left, and then just like that. And then another time we went to my mother always calling me though to go and get him. Come go to go get him. No, because she know he don't be doing all this stuff with me.
Right. You don't allow it.
So,
that's why.
Right.
But they haven't figured out the connection. They haven't figured out.
But I did like what Urban said. I did what Urban said. I allowed him to do stuff that kids do. They wouldn't allow him. They wouldn't trust him. I showed them that I trusted him.
Right.
Every time he had to stay with my mother, I live right down the block from my mother. He would ask to come down the block to see. He didn't want to stay with her. Wow. When I tell you, my mother had us on a tightrope, and we would walk, my mother would literally say, "Why can I hear you walking down the steps?"
Because I'm walking down the steps.
Down the steps.
We could.
Right, GT got the
You
interest. Like, what?
This is how crazy my mother was. You would be sitting there, why are you eating like that? What? This is why they didn't want to stay with her, because this is how the crazy she would do to them. They would always ask, you know, can we go down to Auntie house? And then, you know, she'd try to throw, you know, she throwing shade. They only want to come down to your house because they could do whatever they want to do. No, they don't, because they know if they even try it, they would get upside the head. I ain't even play that.
Allegedly.
No, I allow them to be kids, because what I let them do, I let them play. I said, long y'all could play, but as soon as y'all knock something down or break something, that's going to be it. So, you know, I let them play. They were able to come down there and actually be kids. You know, at my mother's house, they had to, you know, tiptoe around the house and couldn't do nothing.
Gosh, wow.
So one time I went there, had to go get
kids
him.
want to talk. Kids want to talk.
Yeah.
And play, and
they
want
want to approach you. Like,
right,
you know,
right.
Kids talk to me, and I don't water it down, because they're gonna get it in the street.
Right.
You don't want kids getting stuff in the street and getting wrong information. So
right.
the parents don't mind, because they know I'm going to tell them the truth and then refer them back to their parents to finish the conversation.
Right.
But they want to talk to somebody. But if you're always treating them with kitten gloves, it's like, you got to let them grow up. They're going to bang their knee. They're going to make mistakes. How they learn from the mistakes.
As long as you're there to help them out and to sort through it.
It's all perfect until they're 18. All of a sudden they go to school and they have no skills. No skills to function. When I went to school, I said to my sister, how come we went to school as girls and we were able to function, but these guys can't function? They have their mothers delivering food to the university for them to eat. I didn't get no food delivered to my university. I could boil some water. I could make something.
But do you know what, Urban? That's not all girls, though. Because I can tell you some stuff girls cannot. You got some girls that can't boil water either. Unfortunately,
my parents come to school looking for me. I went home to see. They didn't business because they knew I had the skills.
Right.
I was fine. They weren't concerned. These parents nowadays have to drive over here and drive there because see them picnic and them freed. Whose fault is that? Your kids don't have
That's a valid point, Urban. There's one thing with supporting. It's a difference with supporting them and spoiling them, because when you spoil them, you hinder them.
Yeah.
Because they would develop, no matter how much you teach them, they would eventually develop their own way, their own skills. So you have to put in the work and teach them. You know.
Yeah, that's the same thing I did with my
earn no allowance. You have to earn your allowance.
Graduate while they're young.
Yeah.
Right.
While they're young.
Right.
Yeah, I had to do that with my nephew when he came down there. Like, my kids knew how to do. Like, we didn't boil franks. We put the frank in the pan, and they knew how to make like basic kid stuff, burgers.
Yeah.
You know, eggs. Yeah. So when he came down there, he get asking for somebody, you know, you're going to starve down here. You be getting in the kitchen. You're going to learn how to make the basic foods, or you're going to starve down here, because ain't nobody making you nothing down here. So he got to do all of that stuff. He got to cook, you know, make himself a frank or a burger or whatever, you know. He got to do those things when he was at my house. So that's why he wanted to be down there. He actually got to learn how to do stuff.
Right.
And that builds their self-esteem. They think, oh, just no, they feel confident. They feel, okay, I spread my bed, I did what I had to do, and now I can go out and have fun because I did my chores. You know, like, find the skills that you want your child to learn and prepare them for the real world. Because the world's not going to treat them very nicely when they're not keeping up with everybody else.
It's true.
He was shocked one night. We used to call it the 2 o'clock run, because, you know, in New York we have 24-hour corner stores.
Yeah.
So at a certain time, it was like about 2 a.m., like 2:30 in the morning, and I sent him And my youngest son, he was so, I'm going to the
I get to
store.
go
Yeah, and if
at
you
2
do
a.m.
anything out there, I will light you up. So you better you better make sure you go to the store. And, he was so happy that he can get to, I trusted him enough at that time in the morning to go, because the store wasn't about a block away or around the corner, whichever store. It wasn't like they were going far. But he was so excited that, he was able to get to go to this, to the store at that time in the morning.
I'm telling you, I was glad when my parents let me take the car and drive them around. I was driving Miss Day, I was the driver, and they were fine. They trusted me to drive them around. Go put gas in the car, go do this, go do that. Like, when you're getting older, the whole point is you want your kids to be able to have the skills to take care of you.
Yeah.
So have you taught them those skills? Have you taught them how you feel about life and health and being in the hospital? Like, have you taught them these things, your standards and your principles? They don't just figure it out. They got to know who you are as an adult as well.
Right.
I knew my parents' stance on things. They didn't want to be no cremation. I knew certain things about them from being with them and around them and letting myself be an adult around them. They treated me at a certain age like an adult, not like a little kid. I wasn't in diapers anymore. Yes, I was under their home. I had to follow the rules. I had to have, proper manners, but they treated me like an adult. I'm going to be driving soon. I'm going to be voting in elections. I'm going to be drinking. I'm going to be, moving up potentially. Don't treat me like I'm incompetent. Treat me like I'm competent, because I'm the one that's going to take care of you when you're older. So give me the skills that you want me to have. Don't wait till I'm too old to even be wanting to learn it from you. When I'm young, it's when you teach me. We talked about all kind of stuff. We talked about abortion. We talked about all kind of topics in my house. All kind of topics.
You good? My mother didn't talk about nothing. I ain't know nothing. Nothing. My mother didn't say nothing to me. I found out everything.
We talked about Mandela. We talked about apartheid. We talked about racism. We talked all this kind of stuff. The worst thing you could do for your child is send them out into the world to be a victim of racism, and you didn't prepare them and teach them how to deal with it. And
you know how sheltered. I don't know if I was sheltered. Yeah, I don't even know what to call. I call it sheltered. When I graduated 12th grade, people sign your book. So I was sitting down reading what everybody had written in my book, and one person said, "Stay away from the crack." And I'm looking and going, "What is that?" I didn't even know crack was out. I had no clue about it.
In 12th grade.
In 12th grade. Wow. I didn't even know we had an epidemic going on. I was clueless. I didn't even know what they were talking about. Said stay away from the crack. I need to find out what it is first. I had no
right. I talked to my parents about that because when I was in elementary school. Yeah, that was my first encounter. I was gonna get jumped by these two guys because I was Black.
Wow.
So you don't have to have the conversation about stuff because your kid's out in the real world, and those other people are raising their kids to be of a particular mentality.
Right, and as people of color, yeah, that's very important.
I was gonna get jumped because of the by color two boys, and he tried it, but thank God I had a sister and a brother who tried it right back. Because my mom was like, "Oh, here, let's talk about it." Talk about what? I don't want talking. I want punching. Go to call reinforcements.
Ain't time to talk.
We'll talk.
Yeah, Lala. I grew up in the ghetto, but in high school we moved from the ghetto to what I guess you would call the hood, and I still didn't know about it.
What's the difference?
The ghetto and the hood. I like my kids be saying that. You know what the difference with well, to me, the difference with the ghetto is when I grew up, it was abandoned everything. Like we were literally the only building on the block. It was abandoned buildings to the left of us, abandoned buildings to the right, behind us. Like everything was abandoned.
So that's the ghetto?
That's the ghetto. If you look at pictures of the ghetto, that's how the ghetto look. When you see you got some ghettos where it's houses, but they all abandoned. You might have a house here and it's abandoned houses in the house and abandoned houses. Right. That's what I consider the ghetto.
Okay.
Now the hood is where everybody is doing what they say, living paycheck to paycheck. Nothing is abandoned. But everybody is doing good, but nobody is rich. So that's what I consider the hood.
Okay.
But I know some people call the hood the ghetto, but I don't, because I grew up in the ghetto. Yeah.
But it takes a village to rate. You have to, and don't underestimate your kids. The kids are smarter than you think. They're a lot smarter than you think.
That's why I now said you will be surprised where this kid knows. The honest truth is sometimes we just be holding back and we believe, nah, they ain't ready, and they already know where you're trying to hold back.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. Sometimes these kids ask you some question, you want to know what? You understand? You want to know where you get this from.
Right.
And then these same parents see their kids come home pregnant and wonder how. If you did teach them certain things earlier on, they would not.
That would be me.
Right.
Yeah.
13 and pregnant. It happens all the time.
Hood
is low, working and middle class, majority black neighborhood.
Okay, all right, okay. I forget to nothing. Who just totally tough living. Okay, thank you all for that. Africa Dreaming say we're only doing up so late.
Yeah, I know.
That's what happens when you're having or is him late. What he's doing up so early? I don't even know which one it is.
Right. True.
I think it's 7 o'clock air time.
Really good topic for have conversation about. It's very important.
We went from prepping to childcare.
No, we went from prepping to the job to childcare.
Right? Yeah.
We have strayed.
So, guess what happened to me, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so I'm at work on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. I'm working all day. My wife calls me and tells me, no, this was Friday. My wife calls me and tells me, oh, the heat don't work. I'm like, what? So my wife, she hasn't grew up like I grew up. Like, I know that, you turn on the oven, you open the oven, you there's all these things that I learned as a child, but my wife doesn't know any of these things. And she's at home with my son, and so she doesn't know these things. And I raved about, hey, I got me a wood burning stove. I told everybody about it because I was so happy. Do you know I have not used that thing not one time? Not even once. I was so beaten. And like I felt really bad because I had a small one, and that was for my son. That's always been for my son. If something happens, he closes the door where he has the heat, and that's how we was gonna run it. I have a little small generator, and it was gonna be fine. But the heat still worked. I mean, the electric socket still worked. But when the lights went out for 1 minute. And the first thing I thought of was, let's get water. So I started filling up the rest of my 5-gallon jugs. But then a day later, there's no heat. So we had to have the guy come over and fix the heat. He showed me how to do it. So when it happens next year, because this has happened 2 times, at least 2 times since we've moved there. So now I have it, but I have to research how to use this wood burning stove because there's coal or something, some little flat things that are placed in this like fire thing. I mean, this storage for firewood and stuff. So I have to research all this, but I felt really bad. Like all the prepping that we say we do or whatever, I'm talking about me. Like I got all this food and stuff, but how am I gonna stay warm? Like I got the tin, I got the wood, I got a way to cook it. I got water, I got chickens, I got all of these things. And I said, you know what? The next thing that I want to get is I want to get a gas generator. And it's like, Fulio, what you need to be doing is you need to be learning how to use this wood stove.
Use that thing.
Like for real.
Make
Well,
sure
that's
The
the
stuff
same
that
thing
you
as
already got, right?
Yeah.
Staying
Mhm.
home or are bugging out. And I said, I'm not bugging out nowhere. I'll have better odds at home.
Bug in.
Staying in, bunking in.
Yeah.
So
Yep,
you're
yep.
not in this only one that's there. I have a fireplace. Never use a fireplace yet. And I have a fireplace with a whole bunch of wood at the back.
And you have wood.
I have the other owner left a whole bunch of wood under the deck and a fireplace. I paid to get the chimney fixed. Never
Wow.
use it in my life.
You gotta
That's
give
the
it a
first thing I
run.
should be learning how to use is the fireplace
Right.
so that I have heat.
Just in case.
Yeah,
'Cause you
just
don't want to be
in case.
panicking.
Yeah, and you got to do that now. Like you said, Urban, you keep saying it. You got to do it now before you need it.
Exactly.
Right. And that's the
So-
thing that's
Yep.
gonna mess up your mental. Like seriously, when you're in that panic mode when something actually happens and you don't know how to pitch a tent or you don't know how
You're
to
gonna
start a
be very
fire.
upset. That's exactly why I
Man.
said we need to start practicing what we need for our
Mhm.
situation. I
Right.
am in the
Yeah.
cold with GT. And even Fifi. We don't have
Yeah.
time to be out in the cold at night. To
Right.
do what?
Right.
I'm keeping my
But-
behind
but-
in the building.
But that's not even that's only a portion of it, y'all on the panel. Let me tell you what else. Okay, so I've never been camping in my life. That ain't how I grew up. So I got a tent. I've never put up a tent before in my life. Yes, I've used a fireplace, but that's it. I went to Costco. Costco had the little portable buddy heater on sale. I bought it. I called my dad because me and my dad, we real close. If I need advice, if I need wisdom, I always call my dad just because he's here. So why not take advantage of it? If he has the time, I'm going to bug you. I'm going to ask you questions because that's your job. You my daddy. So you give me what you got. Give me your wisdom. So that's what I do. And that's what I want for my son. So I asked him, I takes a picture and he calls me because he said, how many they got? I was like, oh, they got about 70. So, I counted and, did my multiplication. He was like, yeah, go ahead and get that. So I got this portable buddy in my house. It comes with the hose. It comes with the regulator. And then I got a 20-pound propane tank.
Right.
I got it, but I have never used it. I felt so, and then we got wool. I can't say it correctly. WOOL blankets. Everyone has their own blanket.
Well, that's good.
But we didn't use none of it.
Why? Is it
Because I don't have the time. My time has been a problem ever since I've been trying to get this house, to be honest. Ever since trying to get to a point where I can get this house. Like I've been working 2 jobs for 10 years because I know that I want my son to have something that I didn't have. Like my dad my dad is stingy. He grew up in a different era, and that's his business. How he make his money, how he invests, how he look at trust funds and stuff like that. That's his business. That's not my job, But I know what I want to try to provide for my son. So I've been working 10 years, at least 10 years. I've been working 2 jobs. So I'm working from 60 to 90 hours every week. So I didn't have as much time to look up certain things because I'm always trying to learn how to grow food because I feel like that's something. Water and food. Those are the 2 things that I've been thinking about. But it's like, you fool, if you cold, you can't do nothing.
Right.
So I've been beating myself up.
But
Yeah.
GT, you're doing a good job. You don't have to beat yourself up. But
Right.
Can't you get your son involved to say, listen, read this book on the buddy heater and tell me, the summary of how to use it and get him involved.
And you know what you need to do? I'm gonna tell you something about that buddy heater. People say it's good. Yes, it's good. That sucker can eat up some propane. Let me tell y'all our story. I went
We have
camping.
used the buddy, but it's good though.
It's good, but you gonna need a lot of propane for that puppy.
And I ain't
We
storing up
had
propane.
I didn't even have the buddy because you got the buddy that's wide, right?
I got the little buddy. I got the portable buddy. I got the little bitty boy. I ain't got that.
Well, that's what
Dun, dun,
I
dun,
had because I
dun.
thought because you got the buddy that's wide, and then I got the little one that got like just a round head on it. And Tasha had one. She had the buddy, the wide one, and I had one. I had 4 cans. I bought 4 cans of propane. That's the what is that? The 5-pound cans. I have 4
Yeah.
of them. We was there for three nights. She had, I think, about 4 cans. We ran out of those 4 cans, and she went and got 6 more. We had 3 apiece. We used those 3 that last night. We was there. All 3 finished. Finito.
Yeah, they burn.
You
That's what I
will
heard.
run through that propane with that buddy heater like nobody's
Quick,
business.
quick.
So GT, you need to run it
Heater.
Yeah.
and see how much of the propane you would need, or you have to decide at some point in the night you warm the place up and then turn it off.
And use a blanket too. I was gonna say,
Yeah.
with your wool blanket and stuff like that, because then you'll be able to save some of that energy, some of that propane, and you'd also get used to being a little chilly, a little uncomfortable.
A little bit.
But you know, if you get the right
Right.
blankets, let me tell you, if you have the right blankets,
No sweat.
Fifi, you won't feel it.
But
'Cause
Right.
I don't that
Right, 'cause-
what do you call it? The camping, what do they call that? The camping thing where you zip yourself up.
Sleeping bag.
Sleeping bag.
Sleeping bag.
Yeah.
When I tell you that sleeping bag I had was the business, I didn't even realize when the propane finished,
Without-
I didn't realize how cold it was until I got from out of the sleeping bag. So
That's
if you have the right things, that's what I learned. And I'm talking about being I was outside.
Right.
Mhm.
So if you have the right things to put on you, once you turn the heat off and you get under those covers, you won't feel
Right.
it. You won't feel it until you actually time to come out and put the heat back on, to warm back up and stuff like that. So you might, and even like what Mike said, get the big ones. I think once you start using these tanks and stuff, you have to be conservative about it. You can't
Absolutely.
run it
Burn.
like you would
I
run
agree.
your regular heat in the house, because this stuff can run out.
Exactly.
So you have to decide from, like, even when I don't run the big system. Like when I was in the apartment, the whole 9 years we was there, we never ran it. What we had was space heaters. So even now I decide that when I get up, when I open my eyes, I'm turning the space heater off. It's time to get up and move. Now, the only time it would go back on when, I'm getting ready to go back to sleep and warm up the house. So we have to learn to be conservative with the stuff we're going to use in emergency. We can't run them
Right.
like we like you run your regular stuff in the house, because you're going to run out quick. That's what I learned at that camping trip. You're going to run out of stuff
Real
quick.
quick. Yeah.
But GT brings up a
Quickly.
good point. Prepping, you can't do it by yourself. Like
It's
other family
hard.
members have to be
It's hard.
involved because it's so difficult to be on top of
It's hard.
aspect.
Don't get frustrated with yourself. You can't do
Yeah.
everything. I do it by myself, and you want people to help you, but you don't got the help. And all you could do, GT, is what you can do.
Right.
That's all you can do.
My
All you can
wife,
do is what you can do.
my wife grew totally different. Like certain things, I don't want to have to. I'm a husband. I don't want to have to act a certain kind of way for her to do what I tell her to do. I don't want to have to govern myself like that. But sometimes I'm gonna have to push it like that, because she doesn't understand the concept of sometimes you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. My son, he
Absolutely.
realizes that.
Mhm.
He understands that.
Mhm.
But my
Because
wife
he's
has been
younger. Yeah.
But my wife has been like a prince. They treated her like that when she was growing up. The men she dealt
Mm,
with, her parents and all that stuff, they treated her like that. I don't treat her. I treat her great, but on certain aspects, it's like, nah, Shawty, we don't do it like that. Okay, no, we don't. We
but
don't.
no,
We don't eat
sorry.
our
Does your
food.
wife
We
know where
don't.
the
I don't
blankets are?
like if I
Mhm.
cook chicken wings, she leaves this little bit of meat on there. What the heck? What is this?
Oh hell
This
no!
ain't no.
Hell no!
No, we don't do that, baby. No. Oh well, I don't eat
That's
all the wings.
money.
What the world you do that for? What?
Hell
I
no!
give her a piece of I give her a piece of meat and she I'm telling you, my wife, every time I make her a plate or she makes her a plate or
Y'all are
something like that, she
hilarious.
always leaves a little food. I'm like, what is this? Oh well, I
Manners.
was full. You mean to tell me that you had 7 cookies and you couldn't eat the last 2? Are you serious, baby? Baby, come on, baby. Baby, don't do it like that. Like my wife has, and I love her to death. And we're opposite. And it's funny, like sometimes, like um I was gonna call her and tell her, hey baby, can you do something with the kitchen? Do something. Um I cook, I washed I washed a part of the dishes. And she was like, oh no, I already did that. I was like, oh, okay. So it's little bitty things that I need help with. And it's like
Mhm,
she goes ahead and does it. And I like that. It's little bitty
mhm.
thing because I do everything by myself. I only need her for love and compassion. That's all. Everything else, shout it. I don't need you like that. And so
But you do, because you had no heat.
I
She
do
didn't know where the
because God
blankets.
has
She
God.
didn't know where the blankets were. She didn't know where the buddy heater was. So you do need her for more than just companionship and love. She needs to be ready and
Do
capable
it
as well.
together. Find that time,
Together,
do it together, and
team
practice to do
effort.
it. The people in your circle that you're going to be bugging in with need to be doing the same. You need to be like minded, doing the same thing.
It's a hard, like I okay, let me tell you. Okay, I know what type of person I was before I met her. So I try not to be that person because I can be very authoritative. I know me. So I try to
Mhm.
I it's like you have to watch your old behavior so you don't revert back to those because you might get more
Mhm.
resistance. So it's just I'm telling you, in my life, it's all about trying to find that balance. If I'm dealing with my wife or if I'm dealing with my son, it's about finding that balance. So that because no
Right.
matter what, I
Relationships
want you
take
to
work.
do what I want you
Mhm.
to do what I want you to do. I don't want you to resist me. Like I'm not going to argue with you because you're going to be reluctant to help. You're going to be reluctant to do it. You're going to give me a barricade because of my approach or the words that I use. So I try to approach it in a manner that's going to both feed both of us and I ain't chickening out or whatever. So it's
So if
yeah.
you just say
We all
if
sit and
you
watch the
decide
chickens
to
for
do
3 hours
something,
together.
Huh? Can't
like
get near one. Yeah.
but if you going to do something like okay, now you decided to put the buddy heater together to see how to put it together and run it, make sure you know how to work it. And you say, "Can you help me?" Will she help you? It's
She
not
has
like you're
to.
trying to. Oh,
She has to.
okay.
On
That's
certain things she has to
you can't
because
say it that way,
I'm gonna
GP.
say something
You're
about it. I'm
gonna
gonna be
get
like, so
resistance.
I go to work all these days. I know you go to work and everything, but I'm trying to make something great for us. If I'm not here, you got to take care of my son, okay? So that means that you need to know how to work these things. That means if something
Mm-hmm.
happens, you have to be the
Mm-hmm.
authority until I can make it back home. Okay? Okay, I feel it and be like, I don't want to hear that either. It's like that princess stuff, that valley girl stuff. I can't
But
stand it.
I'm a bit lost.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
but I'm
telling you,
lost.
I
Wasn't
don't
that
mean to
already
be
the
mixed.
case? If you're
Eh?
not home, she has to step in and fill the plate.
What's the point that you're getting all
I said
these
I'm
spending
lost
money,
because if
working
you're
hard,
if you're
spending all this
together and you're
money?
not home, she's got to take care of that until you get home.
Right.
For sure. What you say now, Fifi? Say that again now. I'm
No, I
sorry.
was gonna say, what's the point of you working so hard, getting all these things, prepping, and it's just sitting there, and you're in a situation and you can't do anything with the stuff that you prepped.
That's that's
What's the point?
the dummy and the ventriloquist trick right there. That's what I've been falling for. That's exactly what it is, Fifi. Like like I ain't mean to just put myself out there like that, but I feel kind of dumb because I have the stuff and I don't use it. But I told myself that I'm gonna learn how to use this before an actual emergency happens. Because if you
Mhm.
use it if you only try when the emergency happens, that means that
That's a
you're
problem.
gonna have mistakes then because
Right.
Yep.
you
Mhm.
haven't
Under
practiced
pressure.
it.
Yes,
I
you're
want
Or
under
you
I
gonna
pressure.
want
be you
it
gonna
to
be
be
at like us at the
habitual.
camp. We didn't know how to turn the buddy heater on
Yeah.
because we did just like what you said. We never put nothing on it
Never
and
used
try to
it.
turn it on. We had to figure out how to turn it on. And guess what? You freezing while you sitting there trying to figure out because you never turned it on before. So now you
Wow.
cold because you got to sit there for who knows how long trying to figure out how to turn this thing on. And it wasn't just us. There were some other people too that we could hear outside of the tent asking somebody else how to turn on the buddy heater.
Wow. See, and that's
I
the thing
gotta do
about
better.
prepping, because you don't just gather stuff and just have it stockpiled. You have to actually use it and incorporate it in your lifestyle. Act as if something happened, and okay, let's set aside a time. We're gonna use this, or we're gonna hang out at the back a night or two in the tent. We're gonna have this. We're
Mhm.
gonna have that set up just because it's chilly out now, and that's
But
what we
Mhm.
do. Like
we
we
always
practice
say we're
too much
gonna do
stuff.
it, and the day just never it just doesn't come. I'm telling you, I
Listen.
know it, it just
Everybody
doesn't
can't
come.
be
We
Superwoman and
But
Superman
we
like you,
have to
Fifi.
take it
No,
We
I'm not
seriously.
trying, but we
saying
can't do it,
no,
love.
no,
You
I'm not.
fish,
I'm
you
not.
cook, you do
You hunt,
everything,
you
Fifi.
fish, you cook,
No,
you clean,
don't get
You
me
do
you
wrong.
check
everything,
up, you
girl.
clean.
No, don't get me wrong, guys.
No, we
This
know we're just joking.
whatever
We're just
I'm
joking. We're just
doing,
joking.
Mhm.
Yeah,
whatever I'm doing is something. It's things that I enjoy doing, right? And it's
yeah.
part of our prepping. And at the same time, I have to think in the back of my head when reality strikes, it wouldn't be the same exact thing. I'll be in a different mind state, like honestly.
But that's why we're going to your house because you
Because
already know what you're doing. That's why we're going to Fifi's house. That's exactly why. Because you've been
no,
practicing.
honestly, there are things my husband would teach me. Or he'll be like, okay, I got this, I got that. And you have to come see how to use it. And I'm like, I'm really not in the mood right now. Like, I don't want to deal with it. And it's like all the time. Like it's all like I'm not listening to you right now. You can talk, and I would tell him straight up, like, I'm hearing you, but I'm not listening right. Like I'm not there right now. So I mean, it's not like I get everything like right away down pat. No, it's gonna take
I
me a
need to
few
practice.
tries.
Yeah, yeah.
Trust me.
No, but GT,
I'm talking about Fifi. Sorry.
no, I was going to tell you a good way for incorporate the lady into helping you is maybe like open up the box. You check what I'm saying? Open up the box and say, let's try walk on this. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody grew up different, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody grew up different, and in order, sometimes we got to walk ourselves into things. We don't like it, but we just have to walk ourselves into it, and maybe we might like it one day. So all I can tell you, man, when you buy them, open the box, sit down with her, and just say, let's walk on this. Let's put this together. You know what I mean? Maybe that might help because
Yeah.
everybody grew up different, and you can't just get people to change overnight.
It's
It's
gonna
Mhm.
take time and some
it's
work.
gonna take a process.
Part of it, I love my wife. So when I'm
I know
saying
that.
all
I
these
know that.
things about my wife, please don't take it as,
No, we
I
know
love
that.
her.
We're not
No,
taking it no other
I'm
kind of
just
way.
making sure that it's
No.
clarity in my
No,
words.
no,
I
no. We
love
know
that
that,
woman,
man.
but I need to be home more. That's what I
Mm.
see. I see that I need to institute certain things, and so she feels a little bit more comfortable with my
Mm.
guidance and me forcing and pushing certain things because I'm I'm there more. So
It's good that you acknowledge that. That's powerful.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I let me tell you, I was a playboy before she met me. I was out there and I understood what dudes did wrong. So I try to put that in my life so that I could be a great husband. So if I decide that I need to leave her, she need to leave me, she's gonna always miss me because I put that punch in there. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that's who I am. But I also know that I need to be more present. And that's just me speaking from, just my experiences with other people before I got married.
Mhm.
I understand you. I understand you clearly, but I'm just saying a way to get them incorporating with you. You know what I'm saying? Is sometimes because just like like you, if I tell you, man, let's go do certain thing that you never do before, you know what I mean? You might say you're gonna take time before you get into really want to do it. And sometimes these ladies grow up a certain way, never do certain things.
How
So
was it?
sometimes we got to put them, try walk it in. Try walk it in because it's not gonna happen overnight. And it's not sometimes they don't want to do it. It's just
I
sometimes
was hoping it would because you
they
have an
never did
appetite
it
for fun.
before, and we just got to walk with them for real.
Yeah, but don't you like Urban said, you're doing good. And sometimes when you're doing stuff alone, because I'm doing it alone, you get a little frustrated and you wish somebody would have some initiative where you don't have to tell nobody to do something, that they would just automatically just go ahead and do it,
Get
and
it
you
done.
don't. Yeah, and then you don't, because I'm doing everything by myself here too. So I know that feeling. I wanted to actually have a live about that.
You should.
Women preppers, single women preppers, because
But at
sometimes
the
you
same
might not
time, if
get
you
the
don't ask,
support from the
PP,
people around you. At least you could get some support from somewhere.
yeah. But you have to
That's
ask. That's
true.
the whole point. Sometimes you have to say, I need this and that done. So for
Mm-hmm.
GT, like you gotta say, like people can't read your mind. You gotta say something.
Mm-hmm.
I have to start saying, I need this and that done. Who can make it happen? And then get it
Mm-hmm.
done. And then
Mm-hmm.
also be there to help other people. I have to go and put mouse traps. Do I want to kill mice? Do I want to have to take dead bodies out? But guess what I have to be doing? Catching dead mice and dumping the bodies because ain't nobody else here to do it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta
And
do. I have to go fix the furnace. I have to go change the furnace filter. I gotta go. It has to get done, right? You have to go figure
Mm-hmm.
it out. You go
I
on
agree.
YouTube and watch a video and figure out how to change your headlight bulb in your car because you don't want to have to pay to get it done. You have to figure it out. Sometimes you
You
gotta
know,
tell
Mm-hmm.
people, listen, I need you to figure out how to use this heater. You have 7 days. Figure it out and then teach me.
Urban said
Oh,
7 days. When I
no,
come back,
Whatever.
I want to
Eugene,
use this
wait,
stuff.
did
But
I
see,
just
like,
see a pen and a
the
paper?
thing
You're
about
taking
that,
notes from Urban?
no, the honest, what? The honest, why I tell GT
I'm
that,
not.
right? Why I tell GT that? I had my son, he didn't want nothing to do with construction. That was never his thing. You check what I'm saying? He
Mm-hmm.
wanted other things. And I used to take him with me to go and do bathroom and stuff. Like I take him and sometimes I see him wanna go, but I'm saying, man, you going. You check what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I said,
Mm-hmm.
man, you going with me. You ain't gonna be sitting down home playing games while I'm out there. you know. I said, man, you going. Then I realized, you know what? He don't want to do it. Let me make it more funnable for him. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
I buy an iPad for him. So he could take the iPad, he could play his music while he there, he could have his fun. So I make it funnable for him. Don't you know today that this guy could do a whole bathroom by himself?
Wow.
You
Mm-hmm.
see what I'm saying? He could do a whole something he never wanna do.
Wow.
So sometimes you got to incorporate that
Mm.
comfort where they feel
Yes.
like, okay, yes, okay, and they might just get to like it. He actually making his own living off of
Wow.
doing bathroom now,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and he never
You got
want to do it.
you have to spend
Never
time,
wanted to
planter. You
do it.
see, you spent the time with
Right.
him,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
showing
that's
him
what
the
I'm telling
ropes
you.
and talking with him and thing. and now he comes to like it. You have to
Yes.
put the time in
Yes.
and show people how to do stuff and expect them to do it so that they'll do it. If
Yeah,
they know
man.
you're gonna always do it, my dad get upset because he's like, I have to go behind people and do it. I go, that's because you're gonna do it anyways, and they know you're gonna do it, so then they don't bother do it.
Right.
But if you let the ball drop and crash on the floor,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to figure out how to do it, right?
Yes,
He's like,
yes.
what? I go, that's a dad psychology. If I know you're gonna always come behind me and fix something, I'm not gonna really have to fix it, am I?
Because you're gonna come do it anyways.
You're
Yeah.
gonna come and do it anyways. But if you left me there by the floor and it's crumbling, I have to figure it out.
That is true.
Right.
So he realized that people you're complaining about, let them fail, let them crumble. They'll figure it out real fast.
Mm-hmm.
And that's he goes, okay, and he did. And they figured it out. Yes, because they know that you're not gonna back them up no more.
Right.
And that's the problem. If they know you're gonna always
He
gonna
was
fix
the
the problem
crutch.
for
He was
them,
the crutch.
there's no incentive
Mhm.
to learn.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You got to figure out how to get people engaged.
Yes.
Not that they want to do it, but you got to figure out how am I going to get you engaged? Because at the end of the day, it's nothing negative you're trying to get them into.
No.
It's
Right.
something positive, something
Something
to help
good.
their own self, to
Mhm.
save their own life.
Right.
You see? Same thing with gardening. Never want to do gardening, wasn't interesting, but growing more bigger pumpkin than me today. See what I'm saying? Able to
Right.
grow
But
more
wait,
bigger
I
pumpkin
hope
than
that's the way with me because I do not like gardening. What? I mean, watching y'all be, seeds. I'm like, they're only seeds.
What who has all these trees?
Real
Look who have
calm.
all these trees. And the bougie have about 5 trees in the veranda.
But you know what I decided, because I only started it because my mother, she gardened and she had plants and all that stuff. I was not interested. I'm like a little scaredy cat of bugs and stuff. She had my kids out there with her, but I was not interested at all. And the only reason why I got into it
Hey, I
because
gotta go, y'all.
all
all
right,
right,
Thank
GT.
you, TT.
All right.
good night, man.
And somebody suggested that gardening should be a part of our prepping. So I'm like, I'll try and do it. But I'm like, y'all into y'all. This is my place. I'm like, oh Lord. I'm watching the videos and I'm going, I'm not doing that. It got to be something else. Y'all doing too much.
You see Mike's care about seeds. Mike
Yeah,
love
Mike
our
says
seeds.
seeds.
Mike love them seeds.
Mike
Mike
is
wants
a silly
What's going on with
crackhead.
this?
Mike.
Mike is ready. Mike is ready. I can't wait
Mike
to see
ordered more
Mike next
seeds
year.
under another hall.
What?
Mike wants seeds today at Grow Big TV.
Yeah.
Mike love him seeds. It's on there.
There was like I had to, like you said, I have to find a reason to get out there and do it, because it's not my thing. I want to be good at it, but I'm honest to say no, God, if I ain't had the garden, nope, I wouldn't be doing it.
Right.
Not at all.
And I think you
And then
understand
I'm
it's necessary.
OCD, so I'm looking for clean dirt.
Good luck with that.
Right. Right.
One day I'm putting the soil in the pot, and I'm going, why is all of this stuff in here? I need to find me some clean dirt. This is too much stuff in here.
Right.
But yeah, gardening is not my thing. But and then the bugs. When I tell you I had everything, I had a cantaloupe. I did everything inside, and I did it the wrong way. But I did everything inside. I will never do that again, because I had 10 different plants growing in one tray. My bush bean got this tall when everything else was down here. So that was a hot mess. Okay, that was a hot mess. So I said, that was an epic fail. And hearing about everybody showing these bugs, and I'm already scared of bugs, and
Yep, I never.
I'm trying to kill stuff that ain't there, and wound up burning all my plants. When I tell you I killed everything that I first grew the first go around, I killed it all. Killed it all. So I'm trying to get over here and do better, especially I think with my watering. So I think I'm the type I need to write down everything.
Yeah,
I need to like literally write down what I'm growing, when it's when it's supposed to what they call the first thing that it does, when it first show up, how long it takes to germinate, and then what time is harvest. And I literally wrote down the schedule for me to water, because I think that was another thing. I wasn't going out and watering on a regular basis like that. So now I've wrote down a watering schedule and a fertilizing schedule for me to do that. So far, I'm doing good because I done calmed down with the bugs.
Right.
Trying not to run from something that ain't there. Like let the bugs show up first before you start. I'm trying to kill stuff that ain't there. So I calmed down with that. And that I had experience with that because Ms. Linda was talking about be one with the bugs. I'm like, So yeah, I go out on the balcony.
I said, hell to the no. Hell to the no.
So I go out on the balcony. So if you ain't got but so much room on the balcony, you got your pots and you're trying to keep a walkway, then I had a storage room. So I try to keep the doorway to the storage room where I could get in and out of that. So, you're trying to walk around pots. And so a bug was on the banister and I go, be one with the bugs. Because the first thing you want to do is go all out. Pow, pow. Get out of here, right? And I don't know yet what's the good bugs and the bad bugs. So far as I'm concerned, everything is bad and I'm going to try to kill it. So I walk past the bug, trying to be one with the bug, leaving him alone. And what does he decide to do? Flying straight in my face. So I said, see, this is what I'm in now. You got me on the balcony screaming like a crazy person because I'm trying to be one with the bugs. So I said, see, this ain't going to work. I cannot be one with the bugs when I'm minding my business, leaving them do their thing and they attacking me.
You'll get used to them. Once they get a sense that you're calm, they won't bother you.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do. I tried not to, react anymore. Like when I see something, I try not to, because I had something on my tomato tree. When I tell you that sucker looked like he could leap tall buildings in a single bound, I got my butt off of that balcony. It was out. It's like, because I can see me now.
Over here, but I saw a ladybug in one of the pots. I've never noticed when they hibernate before. So there's bugs in the pots hibernating. So I saw 2 ladybugs digging and getting themselves comfortable to sleep for the winter. I'm like, okay, so those pots I'll leave alone because I need ladybugs because they'll eat the aphids. So you'll learn the good from the bad. And I leave the wasps alone now too. I used to hate them. Now leave them alone. They eat the caterpillar worms and all them stuff. So they eat the pears. I just walk away, leave them alone. And when they leave, I'll throw the pears in the garbage. But the squirrels, can't stand them. They have no use. They're disgusting.
Them squirrel get their hard time over.
They bit off my eggplant. I threw it at them and licked. I didn't hit them. I almost hit them. But so mad. They take one bite and they throw it on the ground.
Yeah, that messed up. That's messed up.
It's like, yo, eat the whole of one thing. Don't eat a bite of 25 things. Digging my plants, burying black walnuts. Like I want more trees of black walnuts. Digging up my stuff. Tormenting the chickens. I go out there, I hear chickens going, telling me the squirrel over there, sir. Tormenting the chickens and dancing and flashing his tail and provoking them. They make me sick. I can't stand them. They don't do anything of any use. They planted me 2 sunflowers and then they ate them. And I put one under the mesh and they crawled in the mesh, opened it up, went in, ate the sun, and then left. I said,
Wow.
Yep,
Wow.
that's what
all
they
right,
do.
I'm ready for next season. I'm ready.
Yeah,
But
they
the
put
bugs
the
are
challenge
good.
in sometimes,
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Animals are the problem, I find, like groundhogs and those things. But the bugs, once you have a good balance of predator bugs and regular bugs,
Right.
you don't have to worry
Yeah,
as
create
much.
that ecosystem in
Mm.
your
An
garden. That
ecosystem.
right.
Get the
I remember
butterflies.
when
Do
I
you have
when
issues
I
with rabbits? Sorry.
Yes, I
mm,
have rabbits. It's on my Instagram. I showed the bunny hopping around.
Oh, okay.
So cute though, but he couldn't reach nothing because it's all too high for him. So he
mm,
couldn't really reach nothing.
Oh man,
So
G Farm say them taste good.
rabbits,
They are tasted. Oh, they are tasting for you to make sure it's
it's
oh, they're
edible.
tasting the food for you.
The
Oh,
squirrels,
To
oh, I
make
hate
sure it's
them.
edible.
I
They
watched
waste so much of the food.
because I follow this channel Meat Eater. It's the guy is Steven Ranella and we've watched him for years. He hunts, he travels and hunts and stuff. And I get a lot from him hunting things like squirrels and rabbits, like small game.
Mhm.
So
mhm.
I watch all that. I've never done small game, but who's to say? I got something to hunt
I'm
small
getting
game,
close. Trust me, I'm
but
getting close. 'Cause it's getting towards the end.
I've never eaten rabbit, and I know they sell it in the store, and I don't
Mhm.
want to buy the store I don't want to buy any
Mhm.
store meat, bought meat, but I have rabbits running around, I have squirrels running around, and I mean, when I go hunting, I can do that too. But I mean, that's an option for meat. For me, if they're eating everything in my garden and they're
Yep.
eating my
Tit
my
for tat,
nuts,
right?
yeah, like
Tit for tat. You eat mine, I'll eat yours.
an eye for an eye.
Give me your firstborn, and we'll call it even for this season. But everything's coming to my yard. Everything. The mice are a problem right now, but I have about 20 traps here to go put out. And I
They're
bought the
looking for
electric rat
places to
trap.
go now. They're actually looking for place, and I have to upload the second part of my overwintering video because all that
Mhm.
stuff is in it too. And they're looking for places to hide because I noticed in my chicken run, the indoor chicken run, they try to get in from the
Mm.
Yep.
outside, but once they start digging, they were hitting that 2 feet of chicken wire, not chicken wire,
Mm.
hardware cloth. So
Oh,
they
they're
weren't
getting
able
in
to go
mine.
in.
They're
Yeah.
getting into
So
mine.
they're looking for a place to get in
Every
there.
morning I go there, I see them running out when I go out there in the
Wow.
morning, early
Yeah.
morning, they're running out.
Mm.
So I don't leave
Yeah.
no food in there, which I wasn't, but sometimes I'll leave like the watermelon. So now tonight I took everything off the ground and put them in the compost bin, and
Mm.
I'm gonna put the traps around. I put some steel wool in some of the holes into the cook
Okay.
part.
Yeah.
And then my family came and looked in the shed because I said, look in the shed since you're here. I said the doo-doo's gotten bigger. They said, yeah, that's not my doo-doo. That's something bigger. So it could be a rat.
Mm.
So I bought a electric rat zapper. So they get the batteries and
Mm.
zap that one day.
Yeah, it's that time of year. They're gonna leave the woods or wherever, and they're gonna come finding comfort in a warmer
They
space.
want warmth.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's what's gonna
There's no
happen.
food. I don't leave no food out. The poor girls were hungry. One
That's
of the
why
midnight snacks. I said, no snack. Food time finish.
that's why I hang my feeders.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hung it, but I think they were climbing the mesh and the mice was going in there eating because there was doo-doo in the feeder.
Mm.
Mm.
They were crawling up and going down along the wire that's hanging. And they're
Okay.
smart. These mice are smart, you know.
So mine
Yes,
is not
they are.
hanging in the. That's the thing.
They
You
are.
gotta figure out where you would put that food if you because we leave ours there, but it's just hanging and it's just hanging there
I only
where they
put
can't
enough
get
for
to.
them to last the day. I have it
Okay,
measured
got
out,
you.
and then every morning I go out there and I put
Put the
like
food.
the
Yeah.
4 scoops, and that's enough for them for the day. And
Right.
at lunchtime, I
Mm.
go out there and give them their food scraps, and then by 5 o'clock, everything has to be put away
Right.
because these mice be overtaken.
Right.
So I have no other choice. So I soak some oatmeal and some chia seeds and some different seeds for them and some old cereal from somebody. And tomorrow they're gonna have that.
Okay.
They like that pudding. They love it. And you hear them like purring and doing like that.
Chit chatting. I say the chatty when they're eating,
They
enjoying
have
it.
a
Yep.
whole conversation.
Yep.
Like,
Yep, they
and then
do.
one always circles. She circles everybody, come back to the bowl. And then one circle. I'm like, what is going on here?
Yep.
Loving it.
They're funny. They're like, it's like Golden Girls, watching the Golden Girls.
Yep.
Yeah.
Entertaining.
Yeah, they're funny.
Mike's gonna be getting chicken soon, I'm sure.
So Mike say, yeah, leave his pet alone. His squirrel
Oh,
alone.
squirrels. Yep.
Oh, I hate.
Chunks.
He,
Yeah.
he actually feeds them. Can you imagine
You
the
see,
nerve?
you see them
He
big
feeds
guys
those
on them
ingrates.
things,
never.
man.
I'm not feeding them. No. He's like, well, better feed them than eat my food, which is probably right. But I ain't spending no money to
But
feed
if
them.
I'm feeding them, I'm feeding them for a reason. So I
Yeah,
get benefit from
exactly.
feeding them. Sorry.
Exactly. You're fattening them up for yourself. Not
Yep. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
his
then-
is fat. His squirrel
Yeah.
is fat. Mm-mm.
Hey, good night, GS Farm. Good night, Duval. Good
Yeah,
eat,
Duval
grow.
City.
Good night, growing what?
growing what I eat.
For what I eat.
Are you mute now, Planter? Or frozen? I think he's frozen.
Seems so.
Yeah, it looks like he's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen.
But I'm gonna go
Yeah,
in my
just trying to
bed.
get my food, trying to get my food together right
I
now.
got to get up in the morning and run the street. But it was a good conversation.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. What, 3 hours and 4 hours? My God.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Oh,
We
yeah.
don't have work to do. Work too much. Plan to come back. We're ready to leave now.
He's frozen.
Good night, girl. When I
Yeah,
eat, yeah,
guys.
I'm
we're gonna
surprised he
bounce,
didn't.
but Plan
yeah.
to frozen.
Oh, he gone.
Drop
Night.
down.
Come back.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he dropped down. Yeah, guys, but we just gotta stay ready. We gotta practice our
Mhm.
preps. I mean, we don't know whatever situation would come. We just gotta be ready for something. Make
Just
sure we
ready.
have
Mhm.
alternate water source, alternate heat source, you
Mhm.
know, because we just never know if we're gonna need it. It's better that we have it and don't need it than not have it at all. And
Yeah.
you know, we need it, and we need to learn how to use.
We have to practice them so we're not
how things are
scrambling
functioning
around.
exactly. Not just
Mhm.
store it up, but you know, practice to use the
Especially
things that we
stuff
have.
that, especially like GT pointed out, stuff that's gonna
Right.
keep you warm.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Growing What I Eat. Planner not here to thank you, so we thank you for him. Thank you for the super sticker.
But yeah, I gotta start getting myself practiced up, which is what's lacking. So
Right.
once I get
And no, I
some of my
mean,
food
no
together
pressure.
before the
No.
new year.
Right.
Yeah.
No one should feel pressure because you know you gotta
I want
find
to have
time
heat.
from your busy
That's
life.
important right now. Heat.
True.
Mhm.
Yeah, because it's getting cold
Mhm.
out too. And we have to have different measures where we
Yeah.
can, you know, have some
Mhm.
type of heat, not just burning fuel and all of that stuff, but think about wood if you have access to wood. Think about blankets and like Bougie said earlier, a sleeping bag, like stuff like that.
Sleeping
Like
bag?
it'll
Mhm.
help.
I don't even have one.
Most
I should
of
get
my stuff is blankets because I don't
Right.
have I'm not gonna be able to run the space heaters because if the power is out. So
Right.
most of us keeping
Welcome back,
warm.
Planta.
Welcome back. Most of us keeping warm would be blankets and like you know, wool socks and the
Right.
you know, those sock slippers and
Right. Yeah.
stuff like
Yeah, yeah.
that would keep us, you know, those pullover things that got the
Yeah.
hood on it, because
Yeah.
that's what I wore at camping. and that kept me warm too. I had specifically bought that just for when the after power went out, and I had to use that to wear, to walk around in the house, and that turned out to be a good investment because I stayed warm with that, with the under the sleeping bag. And I'm thinking about buying another sleeping bag just to have it to use for a blanket.
Right.
Yeah, that's
I
probably
think
better.
it makes
You're right,
sense,
better plan.
and we gotta when we're investing in things, like, we gotta make sense with it. If you know you're not gonna use it, don't just go buy it. If you saw somebody with it and they're showing, okay, because you don't know how
Yeah.
they're thinking, and you may not even need what they're getting. Because I'm here in the cold, I know what I would want. I would know how warm I would want that sleeping bag. Don't just go get it because, oh, I see Fifi is showing it and she's getting it, but yet you have no use for
That's
it.
happening a lot. I might
Right.
got to confess. When you first start and you watching these channels and they
Right.
suggesting this and they suggest, and you running to get all of this stuff, but you
Right.
got to prep according to what you
Right.
feel
To your
that you need.
situation. Right.
Yeah. Like that button
Because
heater now. I
these
think about
people
it.
will have
It's burning
you
all that
broke.
gas.
Okay,
What's the point?
they
These
will
things
have
gets
you broke.
expensive. It
Yeah.
gets really expensive, I'm telling you.
It does. It does. When
And
you're
that's
thinking,
why,
oh, you should have that, and they come off like these are the things that you should have, or if you prepping, you should have this, and you should have that. And then that one lady, she's don't even have a channel no more because people used to tell her she's not a real prepper.
wow.
Who defines real?
Hey, thank
That's
you
what
very
I
much.
say.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Gwen,
Go
People
ahead.
have to learn how
no, I
to
was
think for
thanking
themselves.
Gwen what I eat for the super
Oh, okay.
sticker. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Money in the chat. Money in the chat. I'll do the
Yeah,
happy.
so you got to know, just because you might don't have this or you might don't have that, that don't mean that you're not prepping, because
Right.
nothing really, the things you have don't define the things that you
Right.
don't have, or even if you have, define that you're prepping. You're prepping because that's what you said you're doing.
Right, exactly. And you're going to actually be using the stuff. And a lot of the times I get a lot of secondhand stuff that I can use and that I will use, because prepping will make you go broke, especially when you see people doing certain things and showing certain things. You don't know what they're doing to get it, and you don't
That
necessarily
part.
have to do the same
The
exact
most of the time it's free.
in that position. Right.
Like that.
That's
Most of the time it's
right.
free.
Right. That's just, I think, for me, I would think of it as, oh, it would set my mind to think, okay, maybe I can, and I'll go looking, because there's stuff everywhere and I personally look in neighborhoods, quote unquote, rich neighborhoods, because they change out all the time and they put out perfectly fine stuff.
Good stuff.
So that's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I choose to do, because it's an
Right.
opportunity for me to be able to get that thing and use it for what I want it for, not just to have it stored up there. I'm going to use it. And even if it's good and I know I won't use it, I won't get it. Like, why? Because it's
Right.
just in there, clutter. And I
Because
don't want to
Urban
do
was
that.
talking about that too last Saturday, about being organized too. You get so much stuff and you got it all over the place, and then when you think about something, you're digging,
You don't know where it's at. Right.
Right?
you're digging, and you're like, I know I got this. Where is it?
Yeah.
And then
You don't
for
want to
me,
be
I had stuff in tubs and tub on top of a tub, and you got to be lifting up tubs and taking
Right.
them down, to digging it in the bottom tub to come to find out it ain't down there.
right. And you don't need
It
40
ain't
of
in
the
that
same
tub.
thing when you only need one. You don't need 40 of the same exact thing. What's the point?
But that's what happens when you got stuff in tubs and things, and if you don't label it, or you have some
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
system where you
So,
know what's in that tub,
Don't know.
and
Yeah.
you see something, and then two, if it's something you're not using, which most of the stuff we should be rotating it,
yes.
and you're not
Practicing
using
to
it, and you
use
see
if
it, and
it's
you
a piece
go,
of
I
equipment.
should get one of those, and you already got one. you done forgot
Forgetting that,
you
yes.
done-
Yes.
I'm buying things that I already have. I'm like, oh, I forgot I was in the tote. Oops.
Come find out you got three of the same thing. You just keep buying the same thing
Right,
over
same
because you
thing.
keep forgetting that you already got it.
Because you're
Right.
not organized. When it's better just to organize what
Mhm.
you have already, stop buying, and then
Right.
use what you have.
And if
Organized,
you was
labeling.
rotating, because you're supposed to be buying the stuff that you're using, you know, more of the stuff that you're using, and if you rotating it, you would see everything
Right.
that you have because
That's
you're rotating it out.
Right. That's why every season I do an inventory. I see what I have, how much of what I have, because I'm using stuff, right? When I can my food, when I store up food, I label it and I use out the older ones first. And you go through your stuff and you check your preps just to make sure that you're familiar with what you already have, what needs to be rotated and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's something constant, but if you can make the time out of your regular day to just, check on your stuff and because
Or even write it down. If you keep a calendar, you probably could write it down on the calendar. So
Right.
when that time comes, it's like check, like you said, do an inventory. You could
Right.
put on the calendar, do an inventory.
Right.
Check your furnace filters. Do some
Right.
inventory. Do
Right.
this. Do some tidying up. It's part of your home maintenance.
Right.
Mhm.
Exactly.
These
You're right.
crops.
Mhm.
Check the this, that, and the third.
Yeah. Then
Because like how we
one
was
thing
talking about having that extra stuff, what I was telling the kids, I said, whatever we had sitting for the last 9 years, I am not making it finding no place to put it in here to sit for another 9 years. I'm just
Right.
going to get rid of it.
Right.
It doesn't make no sense. But I wasn't using it, so it don't make no sense for me to keep it.
Right. And practice to use our equipments. Like we have generators. We have a bigger gas generator, and my husband always gives me the walkthrough. He's like, if I'm not here, what are you gonna do? Like last year, I had a frozen pipe, and I had to put my big girl pants on and go thaw that pipe. It was frozen. It was below 0 degrees. I couldn't stay out there 2 minutes. Right. And I had to get before, because if that pipe has broken, like I know what was going to happen. And I was home by myself with the kids. And I'm like, what do we do if it breaks? Like, I have to figure it out, So these are the things, like we do practice runs, like we do it together. So I would see what to do in case something happens. If the power goes out, it showed me how to deal with hooking up the generator and stuff like that. Because it's easy, but if you're not used to doing it all the time, then you wouldn't know what to do in a
you wouldn't know.
situation. So this is why we do, trial run, practice runs ever so often, especially now that it's getting cold out. And that's what we do, because sometimes I forget, to be honest with you. Like, he knows what he's doing, but if you have to teach me that, I would need practice ever so often. So that's, I think it's just important that we do our little practice runs and make sure that we're able to use the stuff that we have and that we prepped so that we can get by.
You have to practice. That's the long and short. You have
That's
to
true, Mike. You see what Mike said in the chat?
Big channels get those dehydrators and generators, etc. for free. Most people don't even know where water and gas shut off. I know where and then exactly, and then the rental property, same thing. You got to know where the shut off valve is.
Right.
You have to know.
He literally left.
Now that I'm in the house, y'all said that I gotta go find out where ours is.
He left a wrench for me for that purpose, so I can use a wrench. It has a handle. He's like, "This is what you do. This is how you turn it. This is where you at, where it's at." So
where, like, is there like a general place, or water shut off would be in different places in the house?
No, the main coming in.
Usually the furnace. For me, it's usually in the furnace room. Or in some houses, it's by the sidewalk, the main outside of the house, on the side of the house where the gas meter is, and they're all on the outside of the house.
Right.
So the gas meter is all on. The gas meter, I know, is on the side of the house.
So yours might be outside of the house.
Oh yeah, that pipe that's right there. That must be it. Okay, when I go back out, I'm gonna look at, because it's right next to the
turn left or right, and it'll show you. Yeah.
Well, and mine, I have shut off valve in different areas. because
not just
not just from like I got from the road, boiler room, different areas because
right.
you just don't know. You could be in one part of the house, and by the time you reach downstairs to go shut that off, your whole house flood already.
Right.
You see what I'm
You
saying?
know, did y'all ever know about the flood bags?
Flood bags.
No, yeah, they Mira.
I have the
She not
flood,
here.
the shut off, the emergency valve
No,
where
these are
it shuts off for you.
let me show y'all. These are these bags you could put down in case there's a flood and it will suck the water up. I'm gonna get one to show y'all.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I never see that one. Yeah, so because you could be, say for instance, you upstairs and a pipe bust. I did that my own self. You know, if people do it, they're not gonna do that for you. But I create these
Putting
shut
valves.
for myself.
Yeah.
You check what I'm saying? Because it depends on where you at. By the time, say for instance, the bathroom bust upstairs, a pipe bust upstairs. Depends on where you are. Time as you get in the garage, your whole ceiling drop in already.
Yeah. You have to know where the shut off valves are.
You know, so let me see that.
Oh, there it is.
Make her
Oh,
big
okay.
planter. Make
Huh?
Bougie big.
Make her
Make Bougie big.
Oh, wait.
So we
How
can
you
see
do
what
that
she
again? Hold on. Let me see if I wait, hold on. Where do I press her picture?
I think you press her, yeah. Or maybe not. Is that foam, Bougie? Some kind of foam?
Yeah, it looks
No, it's like it's a cloth. No, it's not foam.
That better?
It's
That
a
better?
cloth that has no. It's a cloth, and it has. You see how they got them lined up like that,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
You
and
guys
you
see,
and you
right?
see how they turn on your hair, like if a water heater start, and you put them down.
Oh, yeah.
And what
Yeah.
happens is that it'll soak up the water
And hold the water.
and
Okay.
hold it. Yeah, it'll rise up it'll puff up as it's soaking the water up, and you could put, like, I have this because now in the houses they're putting the laundry room upstairs, so I don't have a tray underneath my
Or your
washing
washer.
machine.
Oh, okay.
So in case, like how Plant is saying, by the time you get downstairs, so I have
Right.
this, and I'll put this down so that it will suck up the water, so that it don't run off,
Mhm.
any place else. Or even like in the bathroom, I want these because I don't want to have to put my towels and stuff down, in case we have like a power outage or something and the toilet's
Right.
back up or whatever. Especially because I was in the lower level apartment, and people, they don't use not to flush the toilet, and then I felt that because I'm downstairs, it would all back up on me. So
Right.
instead of me having to put my towels and stuff down
Yeah.
on the floor to get that water and stuff up, I would have this to do that
Yeah,
for
because
me.
sewage.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're man, you would have to throw all of that stuff out.
Right.
So I could have this, put it down, and then just throw this out
Right.
later on. Or even like if you have like flooding, you can use this to direct the water. Like say you have a flood, like a little low flood. You could
Right.
put these out to direct the
Let it
water
run
to
out.
go away
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Yeah.
whatever, from whatever
Outside,
you
yeah.
want it to go away from.
Okay.
But I think those are a good
That comes in handy.
investment, because if you having a flood, you ain't gonna have enough towels
Right.
to put
No, you're not
down
gonna
to try to stop the water up, and then you gotta turn around now and wash those towels.
Right.
So
So
I think that would be a good investment for those.
I see ceiling drop in before like that. Just drop in because the water in the bathroom, there was just going wild. There was a bus in the bathroom. By the time you get to that shut-off valve, the ceiling don't fall in already. So
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared about. Even though they put tiles in there, but I still want to have something to quickly soak up that water
it
real
makes
quick.
sense. And sometimes you don't want to go through that because sometimes even you might have insurance, they give you such a hard time. Sometimes it's like they just try to
Worst
avoid
invention.
that
Whoever
situation.
You have to
created
prove that
them.
you need it, and deductible so high, it's not even worth it.
Right, yeah, exactly. So I create ways of getting ways to shut off certain area in the
Yeah,
bathroom.
my husband did cut and put valves too,
Yeah,
and
I'm playing
showed
with
me how
them
to
things.
drain down the entire house and all of that stuff to shut
Yeah.
off the main
And,
and all of that
and
stuff.
now I create a pipe in my bathroom flow that if it flood, that pipe gonna take the water.
And run. Oh yeah,
And
Ah,
I'm gonna
okay, okay.
go everywhere. A
right.
You know
pipe,
what would be good too? A wet vac. I think that would be good
Yeah,
too.
Yeah.
A
wet,
wet
dry
vac.
yes.
Yeah, a wet dry vac. Mm-hmm.
hmm There's a lot to do, but just focus on something each time, and then keep working towards it. Because you have a budget to live
Yeah.
by. We don't have a limitless budget.
True.
Yeah.
I mean,
So let's take
yeah,
our
and
time and little.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And over time you can acquire those things
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
because some people already have situation like our water table is not too. I mean, it's right there. And so we do have a sump and a sump pump and all of that set up. So those are the things that we invested in, like a wet dry vac and all those other things, a
Mm-hmm.
pump, and we have it hooked up to the house, so to the main
Mm-hmm.
drain. So that's what we've been doing because it does happen. And if we don't have it, because I've seen my neighbors flood out and they didn't know that they were ever going to flood out.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't think that, oh, we have a sump and no pump in it. It's not hooked up. It's not plugged in. And that's something that we check all the time to make sure, because one time the sump did go on us, but we always have a backup. You always have to have a backup pump because you just never know. And
Yep.
for some reason, those can go out on you. And you don't want that happening because that water is going to come in real quick and you're going to have an issue.
Mm-hmm.
So a real issue. So
I
these
think a
are
lot of the
all the
problems is
things.
that people don't even know how to maintain their homes. Like you buy a home, like I had bought a home, and then you're just like lost.
Deductible to fix.
And you think that someone's gonna come and fix it. No, you gotta go. You the one got to go fix
You
it.
have to maintain it.
No one's coming to fix something for you unless you're gonna pay them. So I have to figure out real quick. Oh, I have to change the furnace filter. Oh, I have to drain the water heater.
Right.
I have to drain it and let the rust come on and do whatever and refill it.
Right.
I have to do all. You mean I got to do it by myself? Yes, me.
That's why a
I
lot
have
of
to go call the
people.
insurance company and figure it out.
That's why a lot of people don't like the responsibility
No.
of owning a house.
A home.
I'm
And I
telling you,
totally understand that.
yes, it comes with a lot
I
of problems sometimes, and if you can't fix it, like me, I could do it myself. I could basically do all my work myself, but not everybody could do that.
right. That's
And you
true.
call out a plumber. Plumbing work is very expensive. A plumber could come out and charge you $5,000 for a job. You understand? And he only take a couple hours and he done and he gone. You see what I'm saying? Electrician could come out and tell you $3,000-$4,000. He's play around there all day,
Doing nothing.
something. You
And
understand?
only one fuse was out, and you had to go find the
Thank
right
you,
fuse. And then gone.
Urban. You know the thing.
I have to learn
Yes.
about the fuse box myself
And,
now.
and he hit you few couple $1,000.
Yeah.
When you don't know, so I understand, because sometimes problem you could have if you have a roof problem, if you have a roof leak, that's a problem.
Right.
That too.
But-
And your eaves trough get packed up with leaf and mud. I see some
Exactly.
grass growing up my eaves trough.
Right,
Before the
so
water
you
starts
have
overflowing.
not.
I
Listen,
don't have no ladder tall enough to reach.
I
there.
don't know.
So
I
I
don't
literally
know
can't
what
get up
we're
there.
gonna do when my husband gets older and he can do all these things by
You know,
himself.
that's why older people move out a house and go into an apartment because they can't keep up with the house no more.
Yeah.
No.
And then too,
Lord.
people take advantage of older people and steal
Yeah,
their
and charge
money
them more.
and don't even come and do the work.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. That's
It's
why
not
don't pay
easy.
nobody no money
It's
till they
not
come out of the house.
easy.
Don't pay them no money. When they come to your door to do the work, then you give them a little
But
start.
you know
And
what?
then you
You're supposed to do thing with contract. I don't know why people are just give people their money. You do it with
contract
a,
don't
you
mean
do it
nothing
with,
like
you
that.
do
They
it
say
with
they're
a
gonna do the
con.
work and contract and they don't show up. They don't show up.
Well, you stand a chance. You have paperwork. You could
Yeah,
pay them
exactly.
too.
Yeah, you
But
stand a
just
chance.
giving
But
them
yeah.
raw cash.
Yep.
I don't
these
know
old
why anybody
people
gonna
are
just
with
say,
the
"Hey,
old school. They're with the word is
Yes,
bond. They
that's
don't
true.
know that they can't
Mm-hmm.
trust that. It's the new
right." Well, you're
generation.
right. You're right. But I
My
tell
dad
them,
we get burned already. I said,
no,
Dad, do not give
don't
nobody
give
no egg, no tip.
nobody no money.
Him love tip people. You see, it's a tip what? We agree on the price. That's the price.
The tip
You
is
find
in
the
the
man
price.
lunch, go buy the button and tips. Not rotten tip. I'm paying you what we agreed to pay. That's it.
Right.
Listen,
Not a
me.
red
We
cent
get
more.
it to the lingo, kid. Listen,
Yeah.
me. I'm telling you, it's not.
Let me get
Listen,
a
me.
drink.
It could be. It could be devastated if you don't know what you're doing and got to pay to do everything. That's why some people just say, "No, let me go and rent this house, and all I pay is the rent. I'm responsible for nothing else." Because it's not easy.
Well, it's according to your lease. 'Cause you're responsible for some stuff. Some places you're responsible to, because I'm renting a house now. You're responsible to. We're not responsible here to mow the lawn. Some places you responsible to take care of the lawn. They have somebody that come and cut the grass here, but we have to do change all the filters, like Urban was saying.
Right.
We
Right. For the
responsible
furnace.
for
Yeah.
that, for all of that stuff like that. So some things you are still responsible for, even though you rent in the house. They give the responsibility to you.
Wow.
Well, yes, when you're renting a full house, it comes with a different than an apartment. A full house,
Yeah.
you're basically responsible for everything. Some people will tell you got to pay the garbage bill too.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
No, we
Because
don't
it's your
have that
trash, huh?
here. But they do come and even though we're in the house, they do I think because the whole complex is a rental, they come and fix everything for us. So we still got that, luxury of being in an apartment. We do have maintenance that come.
Okay.
Fix major stuff, but not like when I was in the apartment. We didn't even have to buy light bulbs. We come tell them to put the light bulbs in. Then the apartment complex I was in, they did everything. We was spoiled over there, but now, man, we got to buy our own light bulbs.
Well, that's exciting.
The audacity. We got to buy our own light bulbs.
What did Urban say about draining the water heater?
Yes, you have to drain your water heater. How often? Planner? You should drain the water heater.
Not really that often, but sometimes I do my 3 times, well, once every 3 months. Sometimes I might just drain
once a year. Once a year.
And those things go fast.
Yeah, just once every 3 months.
You get sediment in there and
yes, that corrosion.
You gotta let all that sediment out.
Yeah, you're supposed to drain it out.
Water. Yeah.
So now that you just moved in the house, you probably should go ahead and do it, because who knows how long it was before they did it. How long ago
it's a brand new water heater when we bought it, but she says something. I'm like, what in the world is she talking about? Draining the water heater? What?
Yeah, you let go the water. Some
the sediment from the water sits in there. You gotta drain it out.
What else? Urban?
I don't remember.
I know you got something else. You know
Wait,
something else.
Mike
Tell me
just
something
put in
else.
there, check
Filters,
diet.
you know all about that.
Yeah, you know, your furnace filter, obviously, your drain your water heater. You got to check your other air filters. I usually vacuum out my vents. I don't know how your vents are set up over there,
Yeah.
but you
Check
vacuum
your
out your
pump.
vents
The pump on
before
the
you put
The
the heat on.
dryer,
Get
the
all the
dryer
dust out
vent
of there.
too. The dryer vent.
Yeah, your dryer vent. You get even the brush to go in down and
Oh
clean
yeah,
out the
yeah.
the
There's a
machine
brush.
and take out the
Yeah.
bottom of it and clean it out every
Yeah.
once a year thoroughly and vacuum out all the debris. Your washer machine, you could take out the bottom. There's a backing to it because dust and debris in there, and sometimes there's socks in there too.
And you're probably gonna find clothes in there too.
Yeah, missing socks in there.
Yeah,
I did.
when we moved here, I opened the back of ours. I didn't know y'all would say we didn't. I just happened not to find any clothes, but I had put a new hose on ours. So I had to take the back off. That's
I got a new hose.
interesting. Clothes.
What is that word he put there? I don't know what that word is Mike put on there.
Diode rod.
What is that, Mike?
I don't know about that. I wrap my.
He's speaking a different language.
Did you wrap your pipes on your water heater to keep the heat in the pipe? I wrap mine with that foam stuff. There's a foam.
Yes,
foam, yes.
That black foam.
The black. Yes.
Makes it more efficient, so it's not as much waste of energy.
Right.
I have a humidifier on the furnace to put moisture in the air, so that one I had to check that, make sure it's not dripping.
It really comes with a lot, man, for maintaining a house. And
all your smoke detectors and monoxide detectors should be checked every year.
Listen to me, it comes a lot.
Check your monoxide detectors, your smoke detectors. You make sure that they're all working. Batteries change if they're battery. If not, I have the 10-year ones that last for 10 years. You make sure your weather stripping on your windows and your doors for winter. Weather stripping on all your stuff.
And
I'm exhausted, Urban.
Ooh, wee. Lord. Goodness gracious.
Right? Just listening.
You guys put under your bathrooms, all your sinks, and drain out the trap.
Oh my gosh.
Stuff in there.
It's a worst that. You know what I use?
The P trap, yeah.
Occasionally I use baking soda and vinegar.
Vinegar, yeah.
Yes, so that's what I use, and it creates this foam, and you can see all the debris and sediment. It melts, but then we open it. It is, but I mean, you have to maintain it. You have to maintain it. And so
all my drains, I put vinegar and baking soda. The bath drain, all the drains, because you gotta clean them out.
Yeah, but once a year, my husband actually take the detach it and do all that cleaning and
clean it out. Yeah.
And still, it's gross in there.
It's gross. It's nasty work. But
I would charge a lot if I had to do that too. So,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Listen, me plumbing is money,
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Plumbing is you could make some money in a couple hours, and especially when you're dealing with the sewer, man. The sewer situation, that don't make your sewer line, boss.
Oh my gosh, my brother told me about sewer work because he's a plumber, and I would want to do that for anybody.
That costs money. Because
we had that
your sewer line
was nasty.
The sewer line is like 5 to 6 feet down under the ground. The good thing today, when come on sewer line, the good thing, they have a camera
they can
that they could push in.
Yeah.
And they could give you directly where the line is bust out.
Yeah.
And that's one of the greatest things you ever do. So when they come out on the market and if they tell you it's right here, believe it is right there.
Yep.
But you got to dig down 5 feet deep and dig it wide that your space.
Right.
Don't let that happen to you, because that could be 15. That could hit you $15,000, depends on how much you want.
Pricey, yeah.
So I understand when people say rent is okay, especially if you, especially if you're single, and
Right.
you know, have
Mhm.
a husband, like when I say single, meaning your kids. All right, say for instance, you know, have somebody who could do the work. Let me put it this way.
Yep, that's me.
That would be like me. I know you exactly what you're talking about. That would be me.
Nobody.
Right.
If you don't do
That
it, you don't
Nobody.
get
will,
done.
that will tear you down. I'm telling you.
Yeah. If you don't know people that can help
You
you
have to go
out,
climb
or
ladder and you don't like
Mhm.
ladders. You have to go climb up here and
Yeah.
there for
I
the fix
don't
stuff.
like. I'm like we here. We renting, but I'm
That's
gonna
all.
learn how to do some things. Like we learning how to. Like we just put up the television on the wall, even though we put it too low, but we got it up there and it
Right.
ain't fall down. So we doing good.
good job.
Mm.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
Yeah.
Hey, Bougie.
You know what? It's
Bougie, I
not.
got about 4 holes in my walls because because my wife, I put it up. Now I put it up before, but I put it up. My wife said it's not angled right. I was like, "What, girl?" I'm talking about that. I understood what she was talking about, but I was like, "Girl, I ain't putting no holes in the walls."
Girl, it's
And she
already
was like,
up.
and then the next day, she was looking. She was like, "I gotta look like this." I was like, "Girl, look." I tilted it a little bit. After I tilted it, the next day she was like, I guess I could deal with it." I was like, "Girl, let me take this thing down because I don't like people complaining, and I'm a
You
man.
sound
If you
like
tell
my
me something, I'm gonna
son.
fix it." So I'm gonna
You
fix it. I
sound like
took it
my
off. I
son.
fixed it, and she was like, "Oh, but what we gonna do about the hole?" What you
Patch
talking
it.
about,
You
girl?
gotta patch it up. You gotta buy the
I'm
mud. You
tired.
gotta patch it
I'm
up.
tired
And you
now.
gotta smooth it out, and then you gotta sand it. You go get the patch kit at Home Depot.
You sound
I
just like
did
my
it.
son.
Oh,
We put the plate up first, right? And I'm looking, going, we put that plate too low. Because it got the electric heater there. I said we didn't check the measurement of the television before we decided where to put the plate at. I said it's gonna hang too low. So now we got the TV up, and I'm standing there looking like, and they just busy trying to move, and
right.
that makes me happy. I'm going, that TV too low. And you sound just like my son. He said, "Watch, she gonna make me take this thing off the wall and
That's right.
and put it."
Fix it back the way I like it, the way I
Yep.
want it. And fix the holes.
But
My daddy said,
and
if
I
you
was
ain't got
thinking about
time,
that too. We gonna have the holes, but I said, well, I got something to plug them holes in.
yep, she said something about it, so I had to plug them up because my dad always said, if you don't got time to do it right, you got time to do it again. I said, "Oh Lord."
Mhm.
So that's it right there. I had to do it
Pressure's
again.
on.
Oh man.
Yep.
So right now I'm okay. Whereas unless somebody else comes and say, "I'll fix it for you," then I'll let them go ahead and move it, and we'll plug up the holes that we made. But for us to move it and do it again, nope, we're not doing it. It took us a long time just to find the stud. I bought us a stud finder. We all up in there, and you gotta wait till you get on the stud to go, doo-doo-doo, and then you're right there, and they keep telling you go this way, and you move. No, go back that way. No, go back this. Like what?
Sometimes that's not find I give problem too. No
Yeah,
joke
it's not
about it.
accurate. Exactly.
Not accurate.
Sometimes
You
it
just
tell
gotta
it
know
Yeah,
that
that's
every
what
right.
we
16
found.
cents.
Because now we down here, we found the stud, but we want to put the hole up here, so we going straight up, and all of a sudden the stud disappear. How?
Yep.
They do happen.
Yes, my dad. I was ashamed to tell anybody that because I'm the man. But the thing about it is, I've been a playboy all my life. Ain't nobody studying no house. The only reason why I was studying the house is because I was living next door to somebody, and the people that owned the building, it was their son that was living next door, and I had to think about it like, hey, this is gonna be my son's boss if I don't get my stuff together. And that's when I was like, okay, I got to get a house. And now that I have a house, now I have to understand and learn how to maintain it. So it's been a challenge, and
Oh,
it's still
you
going on.
oh,
And then the
you
stud,
go ahead, go ahead.
Go ahead, GT.
the stud finder, I thought I was doing something wrong because my dad, I was telling my dad he gonna come over there this is how you use it. He put it up there. He finds it real quick. And I was like, no, but I want it up there. He was like, just go straight up. I was like, I went straight up. He was like, okay, this is what you do. And sometimes he was explaining. I was like, Dad, you didn't teach me. You just showed me. All right, son. Well, I got to go. I'm like, all right, then, Dad. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Figure it out. Back to square one.
So, you can't have these skills and don't pass them down to your children. That's only if they don't want it. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe Gypsy was too busy out there being a playboy. And
right. That's it. You're right.
But I ain't had to do nothing.
Right. That's it.
So now
but see, that goes back to what Urban was saying earlier about people not giving their kids responsibilities and having them do stuff. And now,
na boo boo, la 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 la. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I took it out.
Girls over here, I don't have time to learn about this. Nah, man. I got to, that's what happened. Those guys like, nah, man. Figure it out. My brother, same thing. My dad was gonna show him. He's like, "Oh, I'm going here. I'm going there. Whatever." Now he's a big man. He can't look at himself. Brought my dad over to show him how to do stuff. Now he wants to learn.
Yeah.
I said, "You see."
Wait, my son, he down there. I'm a man. I said, yeah. Well, the doorknob on the front door needs tighten up too. Get that too. You want to learn how to do some stuff. Tighten up that door.
All I do is very easy for change, and you gotta put your kids. You gotta put them to it.
Expose them.
You know.
And he wanted to do it. I let him. I said okay because he actually had a coworker come and put his up. So I said, when I was getting the TV, I said, you want to ask your friend, we'll pay him this time to come and put it up. He said, no, I'll do it. So I said, okay, I'll get the stud finder. And, we had everything else and we just needed the stud finder. So I just went down there and I would just help him make sure everything was lined up and let him, if they ask who put it up, I'll say him. He put it up.
It's a start.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Better
and then the more he keeps doing it, he'll get better at it.
And the good thing is that you guys did it together. Yeah.
I want to do more.
That's the point. The memories that you make when you do something together, and the laugh that you had about it, and you remember you put that thing up. It was all crooked.
Yeah.
It's a funny story. You can always remember.
Right.
Like when I moved in, the reason why we got the price that we got is because there needed to be things done. Like we had a whole walk-in closet that had a half of a walk-in closet. And I'm telling my wife, yeah, I'm gonna do this. The doors had no knobs on them. I've never put a knob on a door before in my life.
You
learned. I'm like, what you want me to do? And then in the closet, if you put 5 pairs of pants in the fall, I'm like, Lord, what I'm gonna do? I put in some screws. I'm like, okay, it's gonna do it. We get 10 shirts, we get 10 pairs of pants on this fall down. I'm like, Lord, what? I don't even know what to go tell these people when I go to the construction, when I go to the big box store. What do I tell them? Hey, my clothes won't stay up. What? I'm unequipped to handle a house, and I'm like, what I'm gonna do? So I ended up. Now I have a pre-apprentice and apprenticeship in plumbing. So any plumbing problem, if it's surface level, I can do that. I can take it off, put in the seal and all that stuff, put it back down and all that stuff, put a new seal, all that stuff. I can go behind the shower and fix that and stuff. I know how to do simple stuff when it comes down to plumbing, but I'm up here trying to build a shelving unit building a whole what is it called, for the walk-in closet, and I can't even measure correctly. I'm like, whoa.
Wait,
My dad said, measure twice, cut once. I measured 17 times and I still came up wrong. I'm talking about this cricket.
That's
It was
me.
cricket. I'm like, what's wrong with it?
Because you need your
Yeah,
level.
it's not flat.
That's
I had a
me.
level, but I didn't know how to work it. I'm like, wait a minute, there's two on this side, one on this side. What does that mean? If you do it like this, what is it? It's gonna do a little dance. Wait a minute. These are all jokes, y'all, but there are some truth to my jokes, okay? I did get the walk-in closet in. It was not correct the first time. Exactly. I had to redo it. The TV thing, I had to do it again, and I did it at the last place, so it was easier for me to find. Okay, it needs to sit like this, and you have to measure from where it sits at and where it's going to actually drop.
Right.
And I figured that part out with the doorknobs. The doorknobs, there's still two doorknobs that I can't put up because it's off center. And I'm like, I don't even know how to tell somebody, hey, handyman, I don't know how to put this doorknob on these two right here. Because when you put the doorknob in, it's oh no, I know how to do that part.
I had to change this today.
I'm
you're a Renaissance woman, Fifi. Okay, you Renaissance. That ain't all of us out in this world. You know, it is some folks out here that can't do that type of stuff.
I'm gonna have to change ours because the doorknob on the garage fell off. This is the third time, so I'm like, okay, these is cheap. So I'm gonna just change them because they just went to the dollar store and got these doorknobs. Because why is this falling off for the third time?
Right. Wow.
And then when you said about making memories, Urban, the memories are real because me and my wife, we built the chicken coop that's indoors. Me and my son, we built what's that thing called? The chicken run. We built that.
Yeah.
We built the chicken. We built the chicken floor. Yes, the raised bed. We did that too. We built the chicken coop. I did most of it. He did a couple of them. I showed him the design and stuff like that. And I went over with it, but I did the majority of it because I only had like one day and it was like, okay, I got to do this. I got to do that. So, you know, those memories do really, you know, it's that you remember this, son? Oh yeah, Dad. And you know,
that's life lessons for him. You know, life skills. At least he's got the idea and the experience. And it only takes but one time for you to get that idea and to figure out how things work to put it into, you know, making it happen for you.
Very good when they learn to problem solve.
You remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm gonna go now because I have to get to work tomorrow. I need to go get some sleep. So
me too. I gotta get up early too. This was a great conversation.
4 hours, 46 minutes.
Have a good one, y'all.
All right, everybody. It was a great night. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you, Bougie Pepper, for coming on.
You're welcome. All right.
Thank you for a beautiful night. Thank you all for the conversation. It was a wonderful conversation. No joke about it.
Absolutely.
I hope we could continue this topic another time because it's really an interesting topic. We taught a wide range of prepping tonight from all different angles. So if anybody listening, we touch areas for everybody.
Right. Different levels. Yes.
Different level of prepping. So it was such a wonderful live. I truly appreciate each and everybody who come out tonight. GT Junior, Bougie Pepper, Boy Blue, Mike, Texas Lala, Sissy, Jones Truth. Thank you.
Live from scratch.
Live from scratch.
Growing what I eat.
Is eat
what Growing what I eat.
Growing what I eat. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank everyone. Farm. Who else? James Farm. Yes.
James Farm. Yeah.
James Farm. JS Farm. Thank you. Duval. Thanks everybody who come in tonight. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you, Auburn. Appreciate you coming through. Yeah, Fifi, it was a wonderful live. Lots of
Absolutely.
information, all
Yep.
different angle.
I was going to come in just for a few minutes to say what I had to say and drop back down, but here I am at the end.
Yes,
Still up
yeah, it
here.
was really
Thank
oh,
you.
executive session. What's up? Thank you, Texas Lala, everybody, man. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, man.
Thanks again. I'm going to drop
Guys,
down to
don't
the
forget to
chat.
check out Auburn Saturday morning at 9 p.m.
Yes.
Yes, and don't forget to check out Buji Pepper. She does behind Hands in the Dot on Wednesday. Yes. So thank you guys, man. Appreciate each and every one of you for coming through tonight, man. Yes, yes. All right, Fifi, thank you for coming through. Thanks everyone for this beautiful life tonight with all this beautiful information. I truly appreciate each and every one of you guys. You guys have a bless. Oh yeah, job. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's Auburn. This Auburn. Yes, you could check out Auburn Saturday morning, 9 p.m. Auburn go live on Saturday morning, 9 p.m. So you could go and check out. Guys, let's just have a good and wonderful night tonight, man. Thank you guys for staying up with me all this time, almost 4 hours. All right. And don't forget, guys, check out Buji Pepper as well. Okay, Fifi, drop your link as well. And yes, thank you guys, man. Beautiful life, very informative. I've learned. I've learned from this life. And that's the important things about life, man. Learning something, man. Because this topic is very important because we're talking about survival here, man. And when we talk about survival, we trying to figure out, man, have this discussion that when this time come or if they come, they didn't have to come. Your mind is more prepared. So our mindset need to be practicing, guys. That doesn't mean you're not gonna lose anything by practicing. Gather some wood, catch a little fire outside, cook some food if you can, if you have the space. All right. So yes, guys, and all right. Wait, hold on. All right, that's Fifi Journey. You guys can check out Fifi Journey as well. I really enjoyed the live, guys. You guys share so much information tonight. Thank you, GT Junior. Put up GT Junior link if you can, Fifi. Thank you for coming up and share the information, man. This is what's matter, man. The information that's matter, man. And thank you, executive session, man. We ending now, man. Thank you for coming through, though. Appreciate you, all right? Okay. Well, thank you, Planta, and thanks to everyone that's tuning in. Yes, 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 I appreciate it. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. I appreciate you guys. Oh, he already put up his link. All right. Yes, guys, you guys have a blessed and wonderful night, man. Peace, love, and blessing to each and everyone. All right. See you guys next week. Well, I'm changing my life now. I think I'm gonna start at 7:30 now. I gotta switch my time down, so I think it's gonna go down to 7:30 now. So you guys have a blessed and wonderful night. All right, peace.